Died 1,000 times on a monster planet, resurrected as an unstoppable powerhouse. An ordinary guy gets struck by lightning and transported to planet GX, crawling with monsters. He survives 10 years in literal hell, getting killed over and over again by savage beasts. But every death makes him twice as strong. From a weakling trembling before wolf packs, he transforms into an ultimate warrior who can crush even level 8 monster kings. He even defeats the regressor hero, the man who once saved the world. This is a story of relentless grinding, sheer willpower, and the ultimate survival build. Alright, let's dive into this manhwa recap. The tale begins on a crowded street. Our protagonist's mother is nagging him to attend his sister, Saro's birthday feast. He questions the necessity, but she insists he at least deliver a thoughtful gift to the celebration. Friends invite him to a gaming cafe, but he declines, promising to join their digital battlefield tomorrow instead. While distracted on his phone, the gears of destiny start to grind. He accidentally bumps an arrogant executive who treats him like trash, exploding in elitist rage. While pondering the perfect gift for Saro, the world shifts. In a heartbeat, everything changes. Skyscrapers crumble as celestial yellow lightning rains from the heavens, striking the heart of the unsuspecting city. Pure terror strikes as the urban landscape disintegrates, burying innocent civilians beneath tons of falling concrete. Crowds scramble for cover. He gasps. How is this nightmare even possible? Destruction strikes instantly. The district is engulfed in a flash of wrath. Amidst the carnage, our hero sprints for survival through smoke and screams. A terrified girl wails for salvation. He shouts for her to reach him, hoping to find safety together. Suddenly, an ambulance crushes the girl instantly. He stands paralyzed, whispering, "What kind of hell is this? This has to be a dream." Running blindly, Truck-kun suddenly appears to claim another Isekai'd victim. Inches from death, the boy squeezes his eyes shut. That same lightning bolt strikes again, transporting the boy across the boundaries of time and space. Waking up, he's disoriented. He was certain that massive truck had just ended his life. Looking up, 2 moons hang in the sky alongside griffins soaring through the alien clouds. What is this place? He's stranded in dense vegetation, surrounded by trees that defy all earthly logic. He cautiously observes his surroundings. Horror strikes as a colossal bear battles a savage pack of crimson and slate-gray wolves. Meanwhile, a doctor in the modern world recounts the boy's impossible tale of another dimension. He describes waking on a twin-mooned planet infested with monsters straight out of a nightmare. Suddenly, the warring beasts turn their predatory gaze toward him. The boy nods, confirming the memory. The doctor probes how he escaped that death trap. The boy remains silent, lost in trauma. He recalls the wolves tearing the bear apart, feasting on its raw flesh while he hid, trembling. Suddenly, a tiny wolf cub materialized directly behind him, snapping the silence. Seeing the predator's offspring so close, he feels the cold breath of death and chooses flight. He bolted, pushing his body to the absolute limit to escape the encroaching shadows. To survive, he ran until his heart nearly burst. Suddenly, his constitution increased. This system Manhwa had begun. Shocked by this supernatural gift, he trips, plummeting down a steep embankment into a thicket of weeds. What was that strange ping? Was it a hallucination? Looking ahead, he spots something strange resting in the clearing. A massive, exotic fruit lies there. Starving, he wonders if it will nourish or kill him. Noticing ants devouring the pulp, he gambles on it not being toxic and eats greedily. Rustling leaves shatter the silence. Peering through the foliage, his heart hammers against his ribs. A massive reptilian eye stares back, paralyzing him with primal dread once again. A monstrous anaconda erupts from the water. He's frozen, like a helpless rabbit. Before the serpent strikes, a giant frog intercepts, crushing the snake's skull and dragging it under. Our hero remains rooted, his mind unable to process the brutal carnage. He is a silent witness to nature's horrific theater. This world is madness. Shock overtakes him, and he collapses, questioning his own fading sanity. Cold rain rouses him. He begins his grueling transformation into a true survivor. Clad in furs and wielding primitive skills, he marks his 67th day in this hellish jungle. The relentless wolf pack is still hunting him. He knows they are closing in for the kill. Beyond the wolves, the forest hid deadlier, unseen predators in the shadows. 1 year into his exile, he discovered bananas as large as himself. Hardened by the wild, one massive fruit provided 4 days of sustenance. Survival became his essence. Miraculously, a persistent wolf cub now followed him. He grew fond of the beast, feeling a void whenever it vanished. Mid-meal, a thick, warm liquid suddenly dripped onto his defenseless back. A gargantuan gorilla loomed above, its eyes burning with primitive, murderous intent. He executed a perfect dodge, letting the beast crash with the branch. Grabbing a vine, he mocked the falling titan from the safety above. He evaded with ease, but the pup was too slow to react. The monster crushed the small creature, rising again in a blind fury. The poor, broken wolf cub. Despite his shattered leg, the pup snarled. The gorilla showed no mercy. With one savage strike, the monster sent the pup flying like dust. He intervened, driving a jagged stake deep into the gorilla's left eye. Blinding pain drove the massive beast into an uncontrollable berserk state. Enormous hands seized him, slamming his small frame against a towering tree. Consumed by wrath, the primate lunged for a final, bone-crushing assault. He questioned his own reckless courage. Now, the doctor asked for answers. In this system Manhwa world, fleeing territorial disputes never resolved the conflict. The physician sat in silence, overwhelmed by the child's cold, logical response. Every land demands a ruler. He stood his ground, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a white flash struck. A wolf lunged for the gorilla's throat. They tore at the jugular as the entire pack emerged from shadows. The beast was shredded. He collapsed as the brutal execution reached completion. He awaited death, yet the predators spared their unconscious human protector. They recognized his sacrifice. He had saved the prince of the pack. That cub was the king's son. Soon, he ran beneath the moon. Exhausted but determined, he carried the wounded prince through the dark forest. Time flowed like water. The pup grew, and he became family. Year 2 arrived. He howled with the pack, finally accepted as kin. 31 years passed. The boy was gone, replaced by a jungle god. With no civilization found, he now slaughtered massive serpents with zero effort. He became the pack's ultimate hunter, a shadow among the crimson wolves. He waged territorial wars, single-handedly bringing down mountain-sized boars for his family. Year 120. Only memories remained of his lost furry brothers. Centuries seemed to blur together. He had long forgotten the calendar's existence. He wondered how his human body still endured this endless, brutal cycle. The doctor spoke. How did the king of wolves survive 5 centuries? How did he ever find a path back to Earth's modern civilization? Memories of the Great War from Moonlight Hill began to surface vividly. He led his pack against the gorilla king in a final showdown. Suddenly, a mysterious crimson glow erupted, blinding him in the heat of battle. That same dimensional force pulled him home, leaving his primitive weapon behind. Back on Earth, a blonde officer reported anomalies on her tactical scanner. Dimensional energy surges wildly. The captain barks orders to relay the portal coordinates immediately. Suddenly, the coordinates lock. A sinister red glow ignites, signaling the birth of a terrifying new portal. Fall back, someone screams. An unknown threat is coming, and his instincts are screaming in terror. One man bolts, but a massive explosion erupts, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls through the air. Paralyzing fear takes hold. In the face of death, no one wants to be a sacrifice. Drawing her blade, the blonde warrior flares her aura. Run! I'll buy you every second I can. Desperate, the captain radios headquarters, pleading for emergency reinforcements to survive this nightmare. She glares at the surging rift, challenging whatever monster lurks within to face her steel. The glow fades, revealing a humanoid silhouette. The girl freezes, her breath hitching in shock. The protagonist's gaze pierces her soul. Is he even human? She realizes her entire body is trembling. He lets out a primal roar that shatters the silence. The girl stands frozen in absolute terror. That roar short-circuits her brain. Then, as quickly as he appeared, the mysterious man simply collapses. He falls unconscious. As the portal vanishes, she finally exhales, her heart still hammering against her ribs. The captain stands stunned. How could such overwhelming pressure radiate from just a single person? The blonde woman shudders. She's never felt such suffocating power, not even from the highest-ranked monsters. This exceeds any high-level dungeon boss. Just what kind of monster is this guy? She whispers. Situation neutralized, the captain announces. He's a returnee. Get an ambulance here, now. Later, the doctor concludes his checkup, offering a polite nod to the mysterious young man. He explains that his testimony and health records will be forwarded to the Awakened Center soon. You're healthy, the doctor says. But the hero whispers, it's been a millennium since I've seen civilization. He offers a quiet thanks, grateful that someone is finally listening to his impossible journey. The doctor smiles, playing along. 1,000-year adventure? You're quite the legendary warrior, aren't you? He treats the boy's story as a grand tale of a returning hero's epic 1,000-year quest. But once in the hallway, the doctor sighs. This is certainly one of his most interesting patients. Such vivid delusions, he thinks. The kid should be a novelist instead of a patient. Meanwhile, the blonde woman confronts the captain. These files must be wrong. The data doesn't align. The captain looks up, puzzled. What's the issue with the report? In this system, Manhwa, being a rank F is a rare misfortune. He won't even get disability benefits. She can't accept it. A rank F is just an average person, a complete nobody. How could a mere rank F survive the crushing pressure of a dimensional portal? Maybe he's just lucky. The captain shrugs. Miracles happen to the weak from time to time. He suggests the kid found a returned stone by fluke, then hands her the psychiatric evaluation. He's suffering from severe PTSD, the captain notes. It's a common trauma for low-rank survivors. She reads on, stunned. The report claims this rank F behaves more like a predatory wolf. That bone-chilling howl echoes in her mind. Was that primal power really just a delusion? She confirms the file belongs to 𝗏. The captain insists on following standard returnee protocols. Driven by suspicion, she asks for permission to deliver the final notice to him personally. The captain is baffled, but she needs to see this rank F with her own eyes. Inside the ward, Wu reflects. It's been 2 weeks since he left that hellish 1,000-year world. Returning to Earth was his only obsession, the single light that kept him going. Now back, everything feels alien. As he ponders his future, a nurse arrives with his meal. Survival instincts kick in. He pushes the confusion aside. He needs to fill his stomach first. The blonde woman enters to find 𝗏 crouching on the bed, devouring food with his hands. She gasps in horror. He looks up, his eyes flashing with the lethal intensity of a predator. Ignoring the strange vibe, 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗖𝗜𝗕 from the Awakened Center introduces herself while our hero focuses on a familiar scent. She reveals she was the very first person he encountered upon his sudden return to this world. She recalls how he looked like a savage predator at the portal, wondering if her sensory skills are playing tricks. Setting the bowl down, he simply remarks that the meal was quite satisfying. He questions the Awakened Center's purpose, but she's offended by his informal tone, unaware he has lived a millennium. She explains the center is a government agency helping returnees navigate this new *** system Manhwa *** world. Pushing a file toward him, she explains it contains vital truths every returnee must master. She tells him to take his time, but he must sign to consent to his information being processed. The boy stares at the pen, breathless. It is an artifact from a life he thought was lost forever. He begins sniffing the instrument, leaving her baffled by his primitive, beast-like curiosity. He is stunned humanity still uses such tools after 1,000 years, but she snaps for him to sign. With a humble apology, he admits it has been an eternity since he last held a pen. She wonders if he is a Neanderthal, frustration boiling over as she points out where to initial. Suspecting he might be a complete fool, she calls out for 𝗏 while the boy works. When asked if he learned to draw, he reveals a signature in the form of a beautifully rendered wolf. She probes deeper, asking if he mastered high-level magic, dark voodoo, or legendary martial arts. He denies it all, explaining he merely survived a primal forest, though he is confused by her timeline. In her mind, a true returnee is a warrior, a hunter who slaughters monsters and harvests dimensional energy to tear through reality itself. She assumes he is just a lucky coward who hid in a peaceful realm until finding a returned stone. She believes her instincts were wrong, but he insists his hell lasted 1,000 years, not 10. His persistence grinds her gears as she firmly insists that only a decade has passed on Earth. He is skeptical, so she shows him the cold records, vanished in 2015 and returned in 2025. The revelation hits him like a physical blow. His 1,000-year nightmare was only 10 years here. She slides an Awakened ID across the table, his official passport to this new society. He takes the card in awe as she explains it covers a portion of his living expenses. She warns him not to lose it and to study the documentation with absolute care. Now, stabilized, he is free to find his family, leaving him paralyzed by the hope they might be alive. Well, perhaps it is like those tragic cases where a person in a coma dreams an entire lifetime while drifting. Or perhaps he truly endured a millennium in a realm where time flows like a different river entirely. He had long since abandoned hope, assuming his earthly kin were ghosts of a distant past. Now he faces a new grief. His forest family of 1,000 years is gone, replaced by memories. Despair begins to take hold as the weight of his renewed loneliness sets in. But the report holds a darker truth. His parents perished during the devastating dungeon break of 2015. Shock turns to desperation. His brother is alive, and he will plow through anyone to see the doctor. The nurse's pleas for order fall on deaf ears as he charges through the hospital corridors. He bursts into the doctor's office like a whirlwind, ignoring the staff trying to restrain his explosive momentum. Yet, despite the chaotic intrusion, the doctor remains unshaken, calmly asking how he can assist the frantic young man. "My brother is alive," he shouts, demanding to know his location and to be released immediately. The doctor hesitates, suggesting he isn't ready for society and should wait for his brother to arrive. But the protagonist's gaze turns cold. He isn't there to ask for permission. He is there to take it. The doctor chuckles at the boy's audacity, agreeing that he is free to go. He grants the request on one condition, and soon, our hero steps out into the world once more. He vows to repay the debt, while the doctor suggests staying in contact. Turning to the driver, the medic warns that the boy's recovery is far from over. He requests a safe escort home for the youth, and the driver nods, confirming it's no trouble at all. "Don't sweat it," he assures the doctor. As the boy departs, the nurse reveals the doctor covered everything: the fees, the clothes, and even the ride. She wonders why the doctor showed such extreme generosity for a complete stranger. She notes that rank-and-file returnees are usually discarded by the central office anyway. Despite the kid's rude Baldy nickname, the doctor admits he's dying to hear more of the boy's tale. The nurse scoffs at the ridiculous story, but the doctor simply asks her to fix that broken doorknob immediately. She agrees, but staring at the mangled metal, she wonders what kind of monster could do such damage. In reality, our hero had accidentally ripped the steel handle off with just one casual, overpowered tug. The doctor sighs, noting this is already the second doorknob sacrificed to the boy's raw power. It's been ages since he sensed a true irregular. Meanwhile, inside the taxi, the protagonist tunes into the emergency broadcast. News flashes. At 3 o'clock in Gangwon-do's unprotected fields near Hong City, a disaster has struck. A portal break occurred prematurely, unleashing monsters into the world. The screen flickers with images of those terrifying beasts. The Defense Ministry scrambled air and ground forces. They declared the zone cleared in just 50 minutes of intense combat. Yet, victory came at a heavy cost. 2 tanks were pulverized, leaving 12 soldiers and Awakened dead. More details will follow as the investigation continues. Suddenly, the news shifts to a brutal clash between legendary S-ranked global superstars. It's the SBF Championship. The world's 34th ranked warrior, the Russian bear 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, is set to fight. The driver's eyes light up. Watching him, our hero realizes the doctor was right: the world has truly evolved. This reality has morphed into something unrecognizable since the dawn of the Great Disaster. Next, he hears about mercenaries and a top guild boasting the best loot-sharing system in history. The 𝗕𝗓𝗓 guild is hiring. The driver scoffs, wishing he were awakened so he could get rich hunting monsters. Curious, the boy asks if Seoul has its own dedicated hunting grounds. Stunned by the kid's ignorance, the driver assumes he must have taken a severe blow to the skull. "Are you living under a rock?" the driver asks. The boy snaps back, demanding he just explain the situation already. Thinking a quiet ride is dull, the driver explains that 10 years ago, Korea wasn't the only target. The entire globe saw gates open. That fateful day, the Great Disaster, marked the first dimensional convergence. Their reality collided with alien realms, and a tide of monsters flooded through the cracks. 10% of humanity vanished. Back then, conventional armies were helpless against the nightmare creatures appearing everywhere. Even the most powerful bombs failed to scratch those otherworldly beasts. Where traditional soldiers failed, the call went out for a new breed of mercenary. Survivors who returned as awakened were granted licenses to hunt, becoming the world's sword against the shadows. Guilds rose to power, amassing fortunes by conquering deadly dungeons and wild hunting fields. Everyone chased the high-value targets. Fascinated, our hero asks how one actually obtains a mercenary license. The driver laughs, wondering why the kid is being so dead serious about it. He scoffs, explaining that normals can't do it, you have to awaken first. Then comes the grueling test at the Awakened Center. To the protagonist, this whole system Manhwa world sounds exhausting. The taxi rolls into a gritty, rundown district, where here, the driver says, dropping him off. He points toward a weathered red brick, two-story house. That's the place you're looking for, he notes. With a short thanks, the boy steps out. The driver wishes him a happy reunion with his brother. As he approaches the house, a grandmother scrubbing windows stops and eyes him with suspicion. He asks for Joel Ross, but the woman's reaction is cold. Her intense, unblinking stare is deeply unsettling. She snaps, cursing him out and mocking him for being a baby in diapers with no manners. She barks that no such person lives there, rudely telling the kid to beat it immediately. Our hero wonders if he's lost. Inside, the woman mumbles about debt collectors, while a terrified boy asks if the scary man is back. Our hero, recognizing that voice, realizes his target is near. He creeps toward the window, peering into the darkness. A boy asks if his father is a debtor, but grandma dismisses him. Our lead checks the mailbox, snatching a bill and noticing the name Joel Ross. Is he truly just another debtor? He muses that while the jungle follows the law of the fittest, Earth's rules are far more twisted. If power simplifies chaos, then in this civilized world, money is the ultimate strength. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepares to grind. He heads to the Awakened department, but his registration fails. The cold receptionist delivers the news. His application for a mercenary license has been flatly denied. He lacks the necessary stats. Confused, the youth protests, claiming he is an F-rank awakened. She confirms his rank but notes he is 4 points short of the minimum requirement. Stunned, he asks how that is possible, especially after surviving a portal crossing 2 weeks ago. She mocks him, saying ordinary humans are ripped apart in portals, yet he insists he felt that agony. She asks if he is the Hulk and tells him to leave his delusions at home. Either enroll in an academy for the awakened or earn points through field experience, she suggests. Come back when you actually awaken, she scoffs. He leaves, baffled, and heads for the Suwon Goblin Field. From inside a taxi, he gazes at the massive walls, wondering how far they actually stretch. The driver explains they encircle all of Seoul and can be tracked via a simple map app. Surprised, he lacks the app. The driver details how Seoul is split into 12 areas and many gates. Dozens of external gates lead straight to the fields. Our hero realizes he needs a smartphone immediately. Soon, the cab drops him at Suwon Gate 27. He thanks the man and steps out. Standing at the entrance, he wonders if the terrain of 𝗕𝗓𝗓 awaits him on the other side. As he moves forward, military officers block his path, demanding to know his business. He wants to hunt, but they find it absurd. They ask for a license he does not possess. The soldier barks that civilians are strictly forbidden from entering these dangerous fields. Suddenly, an emergency siren blares. Soldiers scream to seal the exit, but the threat is already here. A truck barrels through the gate, carrying a soldier trapped in a monster's bloody grip. The vehicle slams into a barrier. Outside, soldiers frantically summon the emergency squad to contain the breach. They form a perimeter. From the wreckage, a blood-soaked beast emerges after butchering its latest victim. The squad opens fire. With a volley of lead, they quickly bring the creature down. Closing in, they declare the threat neutralized. The monster that crossed the portal has been eliminated. A soldier calls for Sergeant Park, then wonders if that strange kid from the taxi is gone. They laugh, betting the coward ran away after wetting himself in pure terror. But our hero is already inside Gate 27, noting this is a true system Manhwa field by its scent. He leaps to a high vantage point, wondering if every city outside Seoul has fallen into ruin. The reality sinks in. The world has truly descended into a hellish apocalypse. As night falls, he finds comfort in the darkness, reminding him of his nights in the jungle. From his perch, he descends. The time for the hunt has finally arrived. Upon landing, his body feels heavy. He sharpens his senses to track his prey. He sprints at blinding speeds, scaling a building in seconds despite a nagging sense of physical discomfort. Is this a side effect of returning? He feels far weaker than his prime. Bathed in moonlight, he scans the area. Why not start my climb right here, he wonders. He charges into the gloom, spotting a gray wolf being brutalized by a pack of goblins. The monsters close in, drooling for the kill. Our protagonist steps out, asking the wolf if it needs help. Their eyes meet as the goblins strike. The boy simply smiles. Claiming them as prey, he shatters a skull with one punch. The system Manhwa interface glitches, flooding his vision with error codes. He stares at the UI, confused by his broken leveling system. He dismisses the errors, while goblins swarm him from all sides. Amidst the digital chaos, the boy begins his brutal slaughter. One punch per kill, as a terrified survivor tries fleeing. He hunts it down, slamming its head into the earth. The druid class fails, and the broken leveling system glitches. His skills are erased as a critical system error occurs. He recalls his body hit its absolute limit years ago. After reaching physical perfection, status alerts had finally stopped. This system error explains why his powers have weakened. Authority is granted, and the achievement shop finally opens. Awakening has begun, but he has only 7 points. Water costs 1, while a mystery item costs 2. He buys them both, getting a bottle and some candy. A dying wolf appears, leaving her poisoned pup behind. With her final breath, she desperately pleads for help. He understands her barks but refuses to be a nanny. Despite those eyes, he says there is nothing he can do. Fate intervenes, and he feels pity for the creature. He offers the candy, watching the small creature eat. Counting his kills, he realizes he needs a car. By sunrise, he buries her and eyes the pup. At post 27, soldiers manage the long vehicle lines. An impatient driver screams for the guards to hurry. A trucker points, and the crowd freezes in terror. The hero emerges, dragging dead goblins with his pup. The guards are stunned by his primitive way of hunting. They recognize the kid, who arrived just yesterday. He cashes in his haul for 20,500. After fees and care, he nets 10,500. He asks about crystals, harvested from the monster's chests. Prices depend on energy, paying 1,000 per stone. Lacking an account, they pay him in cold cash. They suggest he register as a mercenary very soon. With easy money ahead, dungeon crawling is his future. Elsewhere, Junho visits a shop to see an old friend. He mentions his new life, working as a driver. The owner is glad to see Junho finally stable. But a taxi follows as our hero tails the truck. A voice calls out before a punch floors, Junho. A thug named Joda mocks him for nearly escaping. Beaten and broken, Junho is forced to his knees. Joda strikes again, laughing at his victim's misery. The thug spat venomous curses, demanding to know how many times he'd have to drag himself out for this debt. Junho apologized profusely while offering 12,000 the month's payment plus interest, pleading for mercy from his knees. Joda snatched the cash, counting every single bill with cold, predatory eyes. He tallied 8,000 for the payment, 6,000 for interest, plus extra fees. He sneered that it wasn't enough, leaving Junho trembling. Sobbing, the boy swore on his life to find the remaining balance within 3 short days. Joda struck him again, mockingly asking if he understood the crushing weight of 3 days of added interest. Junho nodded in fear, but Joda promised a brutal, senseless beating if another lie escaped his lips. Suddenly, the protagonist arrived with a pup, shouting for Junho. Joda scoffed, but Junho was stunned to see his furious older brother. Seeing his kin battered and broken, a cold, legendary rage ignited within our hero's soul. He knelt silently beside Junho, struck by the painful realization that his brother looked exactly like his own past self. He remembered the school bullies who would surround him, delivering a relentless, soul-crushing ass-kicking. Back then, his brother had walked right past him, a silent witness to a situation identical to this one. While taking out the trash, a desperate Junho had screamed for help as the bullies beat him down. But the protagonist simply tossed the bags and ignored those agonizing cries, choosing to walk away. The bullies roared with laughter, mocking Junho for ever believing his own blood would save him. As the ridicule intensified, a deep resentment for his brother's cold indifference took root in Junho's heart. Years passed until chaos erupted. Explosions rocked showdown and 𝗦-𝗏𝗀, signals of a world-ending catastrophe spreading nationwide. Red spheres appeared amidst the flames as terrifying, unidentified creatures began their bloody descent upon humanity. Amidst the rising panic, Junho rushed to the door as someone called out his name. The boy hoped for his mother, but he found only his aunt and uncle standing there in terror. They were frantic, unable to reach his parents, and insisted they flee the city immediately. As they argued to find Sorrow and Pack, a massive explosion ripped through the air, throwing the boy backward. The blast consumed his relatives instantly, and a nightmare-inducing monster materialized from the smoke. Paralyzed by horror, the boy watched as a grotesque eye peered through the gap in the apartment door. The beast eventually prowled away, leaving Junho shattered and drowning in pure, unadulterated fear. He admitted he hadn't cared if his brother lived or died, but Sorrow merely noted how much he'd grown. Junho stammered, his voice trembling as he admitted he truly thought his brother had perished. Joda interrupted, sneering at their reunion and wondering if this was some cliché scene from a system manhwa. He laughed, asking if the kid's brain was scrambled or if this stranger was actually his supposed savior. Silence followed. Our hero grabbed Joda by the hair and launched him back like a piece of trash. Junho stood frozen. With a single hand, his brother displayed monstrous strength, leaving the subordinates completely bewildered. Our hero ignored the chaos, asking if he was hurt. Junho's confused response was a stuttered mess. Suddenly, a lackey charged, screaming threats and launching a desperate kick at our hero's head. The protagonist didn't even flinch, allowing the strike to connect squarely with his own iron-like skull. A sickening crack echoed as the attacker's legs shattered like glass. He collapsed instantly, howling in absolute agony. The last thug froze in terror, knowing he was face-to-face with an elite, awakened from a system Manhwa. With a chilling gaze, our hero beckoned him forward, as if summoning a disobedient stray dog. The man groveled, swearing he was innocent and claiming he had tried to protect Junho from the others. Unmoved, our hero pointed to the money on the ground and commanded him to take it. Terrified, the thug snatched the cash and fled, offering desperate thanks on his knees before vanishing. Junho couldn't process the scene. Back at the house, the old woman stared at our hero in total disbelief. She hesitated, asking if this powerful man was truly the older brother she had heard about. Junho nodded slowly, confirming that yes, this legendary figure was indeed his own flesh and blood. The hero offered meat, and the woman's face lit up as she hurried them inside to eat. Inside, a young boy slept peacefully, while the small puppy curled up beside him in the quiet home. Our hero asks if the boy is his nephew. Junho nods, calling little 𝗜𝗡𝗅 his treasure. When asked about the mother, Junho sighs. She left to find a better life, leaving him in poverty. Witnessing his brother's soul-crushing reality, our hero decides to take action. At a quiet bar, Junho admits he'd mourned his brother for years, certain he was gone forever. To see him return unaged and as an awakened felt like an impossible, absurd dream. Cutting through the emotion, our hero demands to know the total of Junho's debt. It's 220,000. But Junho insists his new job will cover the cost. He works at a logistics center where the pay is high, yet few dare to apply. Shipping goods between surviving cities is a suicide mission in this monster-infested world. The truck belongs to a kind old woman who lost her own son and let Junho rent it. Our hero probes deeper, asking about the woman's missing son. He perished during the Great Disaster. Now, she cherishes 𝗜𝗡 like her own flesh and blood. Little 𝗜𝗡 wakes to a puppy's wet kisses and spots his father drinking with a mysterious man. Junho notices the boy, who immediately asks about the stranger sitting at their table. Meet your uncle, Junho smiles, watching his son finally experience a moment of pure joy. 𝗜𝗡 always dreamed of having a dog. Suddenly, our hero proposes a life-changing partnership. Confusion sets in. Our hero promises to handle the danger. He only needs the truck. When Junho asks for the plan, the cold truth hits. He's going to hunt lethal monsters. Later, our hero returns to the Awakened Association to finalize his status. The receptionist is stunned. His stats surged in just one day, a feat unheard of for a rookie. Despite his F-rank status, his new ID unlocks the world of banking and official transactions. She gifts him a smartphone, a standard perk for any newly registered Awakened warrior. He must download the central app to track mercenary tests and high-stakes monster hunts. By absorbing dimensional energy and rising as a ranker, he'll earn a lifetime of elite benefits. Protect humanity, she urges, before asking if he's familiar with summoning his status window. He looks lost, so she explains the interface recently underwent a massive system overhaul. Summoning the window, he's baffled by his abysmal stats. Is this truly his current power? The weakness he felt finally makes sense, but his dormant strength is slowly awakening. Rejoining Junho, the brother is amazed by the new phone. You're a real awakened now. Junho confirms he's already en route to their next delivery destination. Once this last batch is delivered, the only hurdle left is the grueling mercenary exam. But our hero has other plans. Clearing the crushing debt is the first priority. Junho panics. An F-rank hunter taking on monsters, it sounds like a death wish. If his brother dies, Junho will never forgive himself for the loss. The call cuts off. Our hero's cold determination makes him feel like a complete stranger. A millennium in another world changes a man. Now, he eyes the rewards of this system, Manhwa. At gate 77, tension fills the car. The recruits in the back are trembling with fear. The driver scoffs, demanding they toughen up. Why are these so-called warriors so terrified? They are awakened. Success here means an official contract with the legendary 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗫. A girl nods, swearing to give her absolute all. Her teammate sneers internally, convinced these weaklings will only drag him down to his grave. They're only after the pension, riding on the coattails of connections rather than true skill. To him, this new batch of hunters looks just as pathetic as the last failures. A soldier calls the next name and freezes. Our hero stands alone, ready for the abyss. With a calm yes, he slides his ID card into the reader. His journey begins. After a quick scan, the guard stares at the F-rank status in disbelief. This portal is rank restricted. Kid, you can't enter. Ignoring the warning, our hero strides forward alone. The instructor watches him disappear into the gate from the passenger seat. Is he suicidal? The soldier asks his comrade. The kid doesn't even have any gear on him. His friend scoffs. Don't sweat it. That's the monster who cleared 7 goblins alone at gate 27. Inside the car, the instructor sneers. Entering a field without weapons? That isn't bravery. It's pure, unadulterated insanity. Suddenly, the soldier approaches the driver's side window to address them. He apologizes for the technical glitch and wishes them luck on their upcoming journey. Follow him. Floor it, the instructor barks. But as they emerge from the tunnel, the hero has already vanished into thin air. Confusion erupts among the crew. He was right in front of them. How could he just disappear like a ghost? A predatory grin spreads across the instructor's face. It seems he has stumbled upon something truly fascinating. Deep within the forest, our hero is a blur of motion, moving with godlike speed across the terrain. He huffs, frustrated by his pathetic stamina. In this world, he's become weak. It's time to start training again. Suddenly, his senses tingle. A hostile presence is lurking somewhere in the shadows ahead. Come out and play, he taunts. If you want a sword fight, stop hiding and face your inevitable death. A thrill of excitement surges. Fighting mindless beasts is boring. He's been craving a battle against actual civilized foes. He reaches a clearing just as a man's arm is severed in a sudden, bloody spray. A severed hand, still clutching a sword, spins through the air in a gruesome, cinematic arc. The attacker sneers at his next victim. Who else wants to taste my blade today? 3 desperate men are cornered by a group of ruthless soldiers. Our hero watches the pathetic display from afar. The victims shout their names, but the assassin doesn't care. He's already lost an arm and wants blood. Watching them bicker is exhausting. Our hero sighs and calmly walks toward the center of the chaotic battlefield. A boss in a brown hood steps out of his vehicle, clearly annoyed. Why are these flies still alive? He points toward the mohawked leader. There are only 3 of them left. End this quickly. That's 𝗦-𝗦𝗡𝗅, a criminal with a 200,000 bounty. Our hero's eyes gleam. He really needs that gold. One of the surrounded men, a C-rank raider, trembles in terror. He knows they're all facing certain death. Choi's subordinates laugh. You dare speak to our boss like that? Prepare to be erased from existence. Choi grins wickedly. That's right. 200,000 for my head. Come and claim it if you can. The name 𝗦-𝗦𝗡𝗅 sends shivers down their spines. The leader begs for mercy, hoping for a way out. Mercy? Choi finds the idea hilarious. He charges forward, hungry for the next kill. Wait, I'll give you everything I have, the leader screams, desperate to survive the encounter. Boom! Our hero descends like a meteor, landing right between the combatants and stealing the entire spotlight. Choi skids to a halt. Everyone stares in shock, wondering what this unranked brat is doing here. The two face off. What gutter did you crawl out of, kid? Choi growls, his eyes narrowing. Is it true? 200,000 for your head. Our hero smirks. Because I'm currently short on cash. The subordinates howl with laughter. This kid must be completely delusional or simply brain damaged. To them, he's just another fool with a death wish, standing in the path of a monster. Choi chuckles. You're clearly not from around here. Our hero just stares back, completely unfazed by the threat. You should have minded your own business, Choi whispers. His eyes glow with a cursed power, forcing our hero to freeze. His muscles lock up instantly. Choi mocks him, explaining the deadly 5-second eye contact trap he just triggered. The protagonist struggles against the invisible chains. Choi declares the fight is already over before it began. So, this is how his power works. Our hero finally understands the hidden mechanism of the trap. Finish him, Choi commands. Turn this pathetic piece of trash into red mist. As they rush in, the unthinkable happens. Our hero shatters the paralysis and lands a devastating blow on Choi's jaw. Shockwaves ripple through the air. Fueled by rage, our hero summons a terrifying aura that dwarfs any system Manhwa skill. Magic, huh? Interesting. He pulls back his fist, ready to pulverize Choi's face into the dirt. Just as the strike was about to land, Choi roared, unleashing a binding spell that froze our protagonist mid-motion. Exactly what I expected, he sneered, looking down like he was facing a mere fly. He unsheathed his dagger, ready to strike. He mocked his arrogance, but suddenly, a devastating knee shattered Choi's nose, followed by a relentless barrage of heavy fists. Wiping his knuckles, our hero coldly asked if that pathetic spell was the only trick left in his arsenal. Choi desperately tried to recast his magic, but a heavy blow to the gut silenced him. The beatdown was far from over. Grabbing the villain by the collar, he launched him through the glass window, sending him crashing into the shop's interior. How boring, the kids yawned. Meanwhile, the others watched in awe, stunned that 𝗦-𝗦𝗡𝗅 was neutralized so effortlessly. Who is this monster? They wondered. As he turned his gaze, the remaining thugs nervously tried to surround him. Any of you want a piece of this? He asked. The underlings immediately recoiled, frantically shaking their heads in absolute terror. He ordered them to gather round and demanded a rope. The 3 men quickly scrambled to provide one. He checked for bounties, but these guys were worth 0. They pleaded for mercy, claiming Choi had forced them into service. They hoped that handing over their former boss on a silver platter would be their ticket to freedom and safety. Bound and defeated, Choi seethed with rage as he heard his own men throwing him to the wolves to save themselves. Battered and humiliated, he lay pinned to the dusty floor, spitting curses at everyone through his broken teeth. You traitors, he shrieked, accusing them of turning their backs after leeching off his power for so long. Surprised, the villain was conscious. Our hero watched as the others silenced him. Still, he wondered if there was no reward. They doubled down, insisting that these small fry thugs weren't worth a single cent in the bounty system. Suddenly, one of the victims spoke up, exposing the lie. Every single one of those men was a wanted criminal. He was certain these lowlifes carried bounties and suggested it would be best to drag the whole lot to justice. Our hero's eyes narrowed as he questioned them. The thugs frantically denied it, desperate to be seen as harmless nobodies. Then Choi chimed in, asking if the city's suffocating laws didn't feel like a cage. Our protagonist found the question bizarre. This world, it's the ultimate land of freedom. Choi whispered, his eyes gleaming with a twisted sort of pride. He promised that if he were set free, he would use his influence to ensure our hero lived like a king. Unmoved, our guy silenced him with a brutal kick, leaving a permanent tread mark across the villain's face. Turning back, he focused on the prize. So, you're telling me these bums actually have bounties on their heads? The man confirmed that most were criminals. In an instant, the color drained from the thugs' faces as they realized they were finished. He wondered how to transport them all, but the 3 survivors quickly offered up their vehicle for the cause. He was caught off guard when one man stepped forward, declaring it was time for the criminals to take a nap. He efficiently put them to sleep and began stuffing them into the trunk like sardines, turning the car into a prison. With the criminals packed tightly in the back, the group sat up front, enjoying a strangely calm and relaxed ride. They showered him with gratitude, asking how to repay their savior. He just told them to pipe down he hadn't helped them. Despite his coldness, they insisted he was their hero. Without his intervention, they wouldn't have survived the night. He shrugged internally. If they wanted to label him a hero, he wouldn't bother correcting their delusions. Curious about this world's mechanics, he asked about their abilities. One revealed he was a swordsman, tracker, and investigator. Our hero blinked, surprised by the versatility. Wait, you possess 3 distinct skills at once? He questioned. The leader explained his swordsmanship was an awakening, while his other talents came from studying skill books. He was stunned to learn skill books actually exist in this system Manhwa world. The leader looked at him like he was an alien. How could someone this powerful have no clue what a skill book was? He made a mental note to acquire magical combat skills soon. Suddenly, a shimmering dome appeared ahead. Is that a portal? The leader was shocked. That's a level 1 dungeon, he explained, the most basic tier of the abyss. It was their destination. Our hero sighed, knowing he couldn't enter without a formal mercenary license to clear it. The man was floored. You mean to tell me you haven't even obtained your license yet? He stammered. He confirmed his unlicensed status, leaving the man speechless. Usually, the military locks down these portal breaks immediately. Monsters roaming the fields are just weak stragglers. In this system Manhwa, real growth only happens inside the dungeons themselves. To truly transcend his current limits and level up further, he needed to step inside that gate. To evolve in this system Manhwa, you must hunt apex monsters and seize their essence. That means entering rank 2 dungeons, but how did this rookie, who has never stepped into even a rank 1 gate, crush a C-rank beast like 𝗦-𝗫𝗏𝗧? Sensing the man's bewilderment, our hero asks, what's wrong? The driver stammers, questioning the protagonist's true rank. I'm F rank, he replies casually. The driver nearly swerves off the road in shock as the passengers scream in terror. Our protagonist repeats his question about the favor, but the man is too stunned to form a coherent sentence. Elsewhere, a bitter instructor emerges from a dungeon with his trainees. They look like they've crawled through hell, broken and bleeding. One recruit is hauled out, his arm severed, as desperate cries for a medic echo through the cold air. The instructor watches with a cold, disgusted gaze. This result is utterly pathetic in his eyes. He scoffs, wondering if they're handing out licenses to clowns. He vows to hunt down whichever scout recruited these worthless weaklings once they return. The driver begs him to calm down. He pleads for the captain to show mercy to the rookies, noting the guild's recent struggle to find decent talent. This only fuels the captain's rage. To him, silver spoon brats become awakened far too easily these days. Monsters are caged, so these spoiled kids can simply deal the killing blow and steal the experience. Then, wealthy parents hire high-level mercenaries to carry them through dungeons, handing them high ranks on a silver platter. Yet, they remain useless dead weight. It's the veteran guild members who pay the price for their incompetence. He loathes this rotten society, hating those who reach the top using nothing but their family connections. His comrade suggests grabbing a drink to cool off, trying to steer him away from his boiling frustration. As they depart, they notice a frantic commotion. A rank 1 dungeon is starting to collapse and vanish. Sensing trouble, they approach Captain Zhang, who reveals that a massive event just shook the entire area. Someone just delivered 10 captured raiders to the authorities. They're speechless. Among the captives is the notorious C-rank criminal, 𝗦-𝗫𝗏𝗧. The captain is floored. How could that monster be caught? He assumes a high-ranking hunter intervened, but no, it was an unlicensed F-rank rookie who brought the villain down. Stunned, the captain demands details, but the soldier can't explain the impossible feat. Witnesses claim the F-ranker simply pummeled 𝗦-𝗫𝗏𝗧 into the dirt, leaving him a broken mess. The villain's nose was flattened, his ribs shattered, and his face was left looking like a heap of gore. He recalls the bare-handed youth from earlier and demands to know where the F-ranker disappeared to. Hearing he headed for the gates, the captain sprints toward the building, leaving his confused friend in the dust. He must witness this miracle personally. If the rumors are true, this is a legendary opportunity. This story could be his ticket to something much greater in this brutal world. Moments before, the captain had interrogated the operator to find which gate the rookie entered. Meanwhile, our hero steps inside. Now outfitted with gear, he notices something strange. Despite the transition, his body and clothes feel perfectly intact. The squad leader explains that only items infused with dimensional energy can bypass the gate's barrier. Those clothes are crafted from dungeon-harvested materials, allowing them to slip through the portal seamlessly. Though they look humble, that specialized gear is worth a staggering $10,000. The hero is shocked, but a shimmering phenomenon nearby grabs his attention. What is that? The aide explains it is called a door. This portal they use is merely one of several mystical gateways leading into the 38 dungeons. This specific door serves as the threshold for Dungeon 24. The door vanishes instantly after their entry. The protagonist asks if it's gone for good. It only reappears once the dungeon is cleared. Our hero tilts his head, confused by the term. Does he have to slaughter everything? The assistant clarifies. Just eliminate the dungeon's apex boss. The main character smirks, telling the man to stay back while he finishes this in a flash. Suddenly, the hero vanishes from sight, launching forward with a force that shatters the very earth. He wonders who this mysterious figure is. Could he be the legendary rookie from the rumors? With such overwhelming speed, he might shatter the record for a rank 1 dungeon clear. But shock strikes. The hero lacks a tracking skill. If he gets lost before the timer ends, he'll be trapped forever. The assistant flees in terror. If they don't escape now, they'll vanish into nothingness when the gate collapses. Suddenly, the controller shouts. Gate 24 has sealed shut with our hero trapped alone inside. The captain fumes in frustration. Meanwhile, the main character begins his hunt, chasing down the goblin horde. The moment he spots his prey, the carnage begins. It's an absolute bloodbath. The monsters can't even react. He strikes with the speed of a runaway freight train, leaving only corpses behind. Seeing their gear, he scavenges their weapons and carves out the precious mana stones from their cooling bodies. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. 3 kills, yet only 1 blood crystal. The drop rate is pathetic. No matter. With his bounty secured, his only focus now is grinding levels in this system Manhwa world. He goes on a rampage. The breathless assistant arrives only to find a mountain of bodies. The hero is close. At that very moment, our level 1 druid has 102 achievement points. 2 legendary skills await, Tame Beast or Summon Tree Spirit. He makes his choice. Ambushing monsters are sliced apart, dead before their bodies even touch the earth. 1 hit isn't enough. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, pushing his achievement points to 545. Danger! A critical data conflict erupts. The system initiates an emergency synchronization process. Not again. He curses the screen, wondering what this mysterious synchronization will do to him this time. Boom! He hits level 2, leaving him with 345 achievement points to spend. His stats skyrocket. Seeing his growth is stable, he drops 100 points to unlock the spirit ability. He activates it instantly. A radiant light bursts from his chest as he summons the tree spirit. From the brilliance, a tiny fairy emerges. He recognizes her instantly. It's the one from before. He once mistook her for a glowing bug. Now, he commands her to hunt down the remaining goblin scum. She leads the way, flooding his mind with memories harvested directly from the surrounding forest and trees. It's agonizingly slow. Is his level still too low to process this divine information efficiently? He pulls up his status window again. There it is. The search and track skills are finally available. He spends his remaining points and presses his palm to the earth, activating the search skill. With a solid lead, he triggers track. Even the dead goblins start yielding vital information to him. Wait, that's no ordinary goblin. His blood begins to boil with excitement as he lunges into the fray. He skids to a halt. The beast is looming over the assistant. What on earth is that guy doing here? The assistant gasps in relief. He never expected the hero to actually come to his rescue. Didn't you say you'd hunt alone? The man stammers. The hero scoffs. He's the one doing the hunting here. The man wails for help. The hero charges, but the monster raises its shield, blocking the lethal strike. The beast roars, rising to its feet and lunging at our hero with murderous intent. Too slow. He drives a knee into its gut, sending the monster crashing into the jagged rocks. He finishes the job, burying his dagger in its chest. Level up. Another 120 points secured. The assistant is speechless at such raw power. The hero simply asks, "The door is open now, right?" "Yes, it has to be," he exclaims, desperate to escape this living nightmare. They return to base. Whispers follow them. Isn't that the survivor? The captain was looking for him. The guards scramble. Captain Kang gave strict orders to be notified the moment this man returned. "Look at these stats," an official gasps. "This completion time is impossible. It's completely off the charts." The assistant bids a shaky farewell, promising to contact our hero once he regroups with his team. "Fair enough," the hero nods. "Good work out there. I'll leave your gear in the storage room." He changes out of his bloody gear, his stomach growling. But as he steps outside, a shadow looms over him. The captain stands there, eyes piercing. "Are you Park Haru?" "Who's asking?" He counters. "I am 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, captain of the 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀𝗏 Elite 27th Combat Team." The captain requests a moment of his time. They talk while the hero finally digs into a meal. He inquires about the 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀𝗏𝗏 drops the act, getting straight to the point with a sharp gaze. Offering the world to fuel his growth, the guild master begs him to join. But our hero coldly shuts it down. He has no interest in being a pawn. Murich's ego bruises instantly. He is absolutely livid. He fumes, wondering if this kid is just playing hard to get to drive up his price. Is this some pathetic ploy to negotiate? He sneers. He suggests making an official move if another guild already claimed him. But the protagonist remains indifferent. "I do not belong to any guild," he states. Murich argues that despite being fourth, the power gap between top guilds is non-existent. He demands the kid recognize their status. They promise a legendary support package, but the protagonist slams his cup down. The vibration echoes his growing irritation. "I do not take orders," he growls. Mirio freezes, stunned by such raw defiance from a mere rookie. He leaves the stunned recruiters behind and heads to June's place, noting they have not returned home yet. He climbs up to the rooftop. He assumes they are bonding, but an old woman interrupts with her laundry. "Why do you youngsters love wasting time?" she grumbles. Unfazed, he tells the grandma she should join him. "The breeze is perfect for a midday nap," he jokes. She gestures to her wet clothes, so he steps in to help. "Stretch them properly," she barks, acting like a drill sergeant. When he claims to be Jun's older brother, her eyes widen. "You, his Hyung? That is impossible," she scoffs. She teases that Benjamin Button is living in her house, but he insists his youthful look is real. Even with his insistence, she remains skeptical. He just shrugs. Some truths are hard to swallow. She sighs, noting that with monsters roaming, nothing should surprise her anymore. Youthful looks aside, she mentions it has been 10 years since the brothers last met. The weight of lost time hangs heavy. "Take care of yourself," she warns. "Do not let your family suffer through another heartbreak." He vows he will not die easily. She calls him a fool, claiming those who talk big are always the first to fall. Jun returns with his son, shocked to find his brother on the roof. The atmosphere shifts as the family finally reunites. As they sit, the protagonist tosses a thick envelope over. Jun catches it, confused by the sudden gesture. 250,000, he says calmly. "Pay off your debts, every single cent." Jun trembles, realizing the fortune his brother earned. "I am buying our freedom so we can finally eat in peace," he adds. Jun struggles to find words to repay him, but he is quickly cut off. "Do not get all emotional now." He sends Jun off but pauses. "Do you have enough for groceries? Buy something good for the kid." Jun promises to be back in a flash, asking his brother to watch over little Gungo while he is gone. He watches over the boy while examining his blue status window, the classic mark of a legendary *** system, Manhwa ***. The system asks for a name for the new summon. He turns to the boy, letting him choose. "Baeko," the boy cheers. The protagonist confirms it, officializing the little companion's new identity. Level 1 with triple combat power, the stats appear in thin air. He tests the pup, and it fetches with supernatural speed. They play on the roof until the golden hour fades into a chilling darkness. The boy's stomach growls, wondering where his father is. Suddenly, the familiar rumble of a truck echoes from below. "Your dad is back," he says, and the boy races toward the stairs with pure joy. But the truck door swings open to a nightmare. Jun falls out, mangled and bloody, collapsing right before his terrified son. Guilt stabs the protagonist. He should not have let him go alone. Rage simmers as he demands to know who did this. Elsewhere, the thugs laugh while cleaning Jun's blood off their knuckles. Their leader greedily checks the week's betting odds. The payout for John Harvey is low, but the stakes on a guy named Dan are skyrocketing. They discuss Horizon and past losses in Bang Dong, completely unaware that the Reaper is already knocking at their door. Suddenly, a violent thundering shakes the door like a wild beast trying to break in. They jump in shock. "What the hell is that noise?" the leader barks, his heart racing. He orders a man to check, but the door explodes inward. A beaten subordinate collapses, his face a mask of terror. "We are dead," the man gasps, before a hand emerges from the shadows. The protagonist drags him back out like a vengeful demon. He vanishes into the blackness. Inside, the thugs freeze in terror. They realize they just invited a vengeful monster to their dinner. The lead thug steps forward to investigate the commotion, only to have his own man hurled back at him like a human battering ram. Blades flash in the dim light. The gang howls for blood, daring the mysterious intruder to step into their den of death. Without a hint of hesitation, our hero prepares to cross the threshold and unleash absolute chaos upon them. Who could have predicted this? Pro. Sending your brother to settle a debt alone was a one-way ticket to total disaster. Did you really think beating one of them wouldn't backfire? Charging inside, Pro seizes the heavy door with a grip of pure iron. He rips the massive slab of wood clean off its hinges. He hoists it toward the ceiling before smashing it down on the thugs like the hammer of a vengeful god. Bodies fly as glass shatters. Pro's wrath is absolute, sending goons crashing through windows or crushed beneath his heavy boots. Paralyzed by pure terror, the leader trembles as death approaches, stammering out a desperate plea to know just who this monster is. His men whisper in hushed tones, wondering if they've accidentally crossed paths with a legendary awakened being. Our hero delivers a thunderous kick to the table, pinning the remaining trash against the wall in one fluid, brutal motion. They scream about their crushed limbs, still foolishly hurling insults, completely unaware of the apex predator standing before them. Releasing the pressure, he leaps onto the table to look the arrogant leader right in his terrified, pleading eyes. "Are you Jensen?" he asks coldly. The fool maintains his tough guy facade, barking back his name and demanding the intruder's identity. With a chilling calm, he declares he's simply here to settle Park Jun-ho's outstanding balance once and for all. Jensen scoffs with unearned arrogance, convinced that our hero has completely lost his mind. He mocks the idea of an awakened attacking honest men, warning him that he won't walk away from this intrusion alive. But the leader's threats fall on deaf ears. Our protagonist doesn't even grant him the courtesy of his attention. Suddenly, a devastating slap connects, sending teeth skittering across the floor. But that was only the first course of a brutal meal. He strikes again from the opposite side, snapping the leader's head back and forth. "That's right," he whispers menacingly. He asks why they felt the need to brutalize a man who only came to pay what he legally owed. They should have just taken the money and let him go. Now, as the leader breaks into tears, the real punishment begins. The once mighty boss finally breaks, sobbing pathetically and begging for a mercy he never showed others. "Settle the debt or die," our hero demands. Faced with a cold-blooded execution, the leader chooses survival. Bawling like a terrified child, he agrees to every term. Our hero relents, forcing the entire gang to their knees in submission. They frantically swear that Park Jan's debt is erased, every obligation gone, and every contract burned to ashes. But their voices aren't nearly loud enough to satisfy our hero's burning fury. They howl the oath again, severing all ties. He leaves them with a final warning: appear before me again, and you're dead. For their sake, they better pray their paths never cross again in this lifetime. They press their faces into the dirt in a show of silence, but the leader's eyes betray a treacherous, vengeful heart. The moment he leaves, the snakes crawl out, alerting the big boss to plot a bloody revenge against our hero. Assuming he's just a lone wolf, the boss sneers. That brat is a dead man walking. Meanwhile, across town, the captain bursts into Mr. Park's office, gasping that he's finally discovered a talent that defies all logic. Weary of the usual hype, Park asks if the captain ever tires of chasing these so-called miracle rookies. Take a look, the captain insists. He's a super rookie found just today, even if his rank is a lowly F rank. Stunned, they realize he only registered his stats in the *** system Manhwa *** database this very morning. Convinced he's the real deal, the captain begs Mr. Park to open the kid's high-level hunter profile. Mr. Park finally relents, but a massive access denied warning flashes across the screen, shocking them both. Park hacks through the back door, finally bypassing the security to reveal a profile that is truly extraordinary. See, didn't I tell you this kid was a monster? The captain beams with a triumphant, knowing grin. They question how an F rank can have a confidential profile, so the captain points to the kid's bizarre skills. He's a conjurer, but his only abilities are summon bread and summon water. It's an absolute mockery of logic. Even the captain finds it strange. There has to be a hidden secret beneath those mundane skill descriptions. Park wonders how a bread and water kid could defeat a beast like 𝗤𝗏. The math simply doesn't add up. That man has been missing for 10 years, Park whispers. Is he a rookie or a highly classified special agent? The captain's expression shifts as he finds that chilling hypothesis surprisingly plausible. He recognized the boy's immense power, but never suspected ties to the secret intelligence service. Park insists on dropping the recruitment. Such a reckless display of power screams government shadow ops and impending trouble. The captain merely smirks, noting that high-level backing explains his fearless, nonchalant attitude. Over coffee, he questions why an elite agent would enter level 1 dungeons. Park simply shrugs, who cares? Still, the captain's curiosity lingers, ordering a close watch on this mysterious young hunter. Park refuses again, but the captain demands weekly reports, hoping a hidden secret might eventually surface. He shuts it down instantly. His schedule is packed, and his patience is thinner than a blade's edge. As they depart, our protagonist arrives at the hospital, finding Park Jin awake and showing signs of recovery. Stunned by the mountain of food, Jin questions the hall. Our hero claims a feast accelerates the healing. He then pauses, checking to see if his brother's condition has truly stabilized. Jin confirms his steady progress, mentioning the bandages will finally be removed by tomorrow morning. He remembers the mercenary exam is tomorrow. Our hero nods, his eyes filled with quiet determination. Jin imagines a bright future, hoping a prestigious guild scouts him immediately after the test. But the former king of the forest scorns the thought. He'll never serve as some guild's lowly pawn. Jin offers to scout top-tier guilds, but the protagonist shuts him down without a second thought. Why join one when you can build one? He'll dominate the *** system Manhwa *** world as a one-man army. Legends prove a solo player can reach the peak of power, though even a god-tier tank needs help. Just him and a gear carrier. Jin is left speechless by this audacious plan to forge his own path. Across town, Choi's quiet stroll is shattered when a familiar, booming voice cuts through the air. Startled, she demands to know the chief's business, but he's more concerned with her recent erratic behavior. He drops a bombshell. 2 catastrophic breaches have already torn through her assigned sector. If yesterday's rift had been high rank, her city would be ashes. She wonders if they're helpless without her. Fuming, he begs for her cooperation. The portal department manager is breathing down his neck constantly. Fed up, she snaps back, asking if he's trying to push her into early retirement. His irritation peaks as he laments that her peerless talent is rotting away in this state of apathy. Dismissive, she claims a lack of focus, but he silences the excuses and shoves a report forward. She skims the document with boredom until her eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock. She complains about being saddled with grunt work, but he notes she's far from the only one suffering. She storms away in a fury, but he shouts after her their business is far from finished. He warns her against failing candidates out of spite. They're desperate for field agents in this crisis. She retorts that weaklings who can't even defend their own lives have no business on the battlefield. He sighs at her stubbornness. Elsewhere, a crowd gathers as an aspiring influencer begins a live broadcast. Grinning at the camera, he announces his arrival at the mercenary exam, begging his viewers for support. He promises to dominate the test and stream the high-octane hunting action his audience craves. Smash that like button and don't forget to subscribe for more epic content, he shouts enthusiastically. I bet you've watched this far without even hitting that like button or subscribing yet. Truly weak behavior. A dictionary would define weakness as watching 2 hours without supporting the channel. At that exact moment, the streamer cackles. Realizing this exam content is a literal goldmine, he can already taste the profit. Suddenly, The atmosphere shifts as the stern test administrators march into the waiting hall. He whispers to his stream that the show is starting, unaware that our hero is looming behind him. What's your problem? Never seen a pro streamer? The kid snaps. Our hero asks who he's addressing. Irritated, the boy glares, demanding the stranger back off and give him some personal breathing room. Our hero calls him funny, fueling the kid's rage. Suddenly, Major Kinhan arrives, announcing his role as supervisor. He declares that the 21 supervisors present will decide who is worthy of passing. A wave of uneasy whispers ripples through the crowd about the impending trial. The major assumes everyone received a numbered ticket when they arrived at the facility. Supervisors will choose through a lottery, and those called must form a single file line. He lists the names until it's Park Son's turn, assigned to feared supervisor number 15. It's the blonde beauty, Choi. He's thrilled, because it's been ages since they last met. She looks surprised too, but the major orders everyone to their rooms until further notice. That streamer kid whines to his fans, having bragged that this test would be effortless. Now he's terrified that he'll be kicked out of the program by tomorrow morning. In room 15, he's bunking with our protagonist and begins changing into official training gear. The protagonist asks why he looks so miserable when he was just acting cocky. The kid scowls, realizing he ended up in the same group as this strange guy. He snaps back, asking if he should be celebrating when a total psycho is watching. They call her the witch because she'll fail you just for having a bad day. In this intense *** system Manhwa ***, a single bad look ends your journey instantly. You'll have wasted your $200 application fee for absolutely nothing. The protagonist asks why it's her fault, questioning if the person just wasn't prepared enough. Realizing he's being ignored, the kid fumes, thinking the protagonist was useless from the start. Our hero doesn't get the kid and asks him to show respect for his elders. Fed up with arguing, the protagonist suggests they settle their issues with fists like men. He happens to know a great spot where they can take care of business. The streamer asks his viewers if they can believe this guy, questioning if he looks easy. Without missing a beat, the protagonist confirms that yes, he thinks he's an easy target. Driven mad, the kid tells the protagonist to bring it on with all his determination. Suddenly, the blonde girl appears in the empty room, wondering where her group has gone. At the ring, the atmosphere is electric as onlookers prepare to witness someone's absolute downfall. They face off as others urge them to hurry before the supervisor catches them all. One guy asks who cares since they're all destined to fail this test anyway. The streamer calls him a loser, warning him to think twice before picking a fight. He asks with a smug grin if he's ever heard of 𝗕𝗏𝗠𝗠. He claims he's a professional boxing YouTuber with skills that can really kill. Our guy just tilts his head, wondering if a YouTuber is something you can eat. Offended, the kid decides it's time to teach this disrespectful amateur a very painful lesson. He starts shadow boxing, boasting that his hobby is putting rude kids in their place. He laments that a live stream of this would easily get 100,000 views. Donna warns him not to complain about hospital bills once the fight is finally over. He lunges at the protagonist, but the blonde supervisor suddenly appears and commands them to stop. Paralyzed with fear, they watch as Choi orders everyone back to the waiting room now. She demands to know if they are truly that desperate to fail the entrance test. Donna claims it was just a friendly match, but she refuses to hear more excuses. She declares that she only needs one of them to take the fall now. The loser fails the test immediately. Our protagonist lunges forward, ready to end the fight. The terrified streamer tells him not to be mad, since he asked for this. Our hero apologizes for the pain that is about to follow as he strikes. The streamer charges wildly, but our guy dodges and delivers a devastating knockout blow to his chin. The blonde beauty stands frozen, completely mesmerized by our hero. Her mind drifts to Park Soon, that parasite keeping her on edge. Ever since their meeting, an unsettling vibe lingered, typical of an irregular. He approaches, challenging her to enter the ring and face him. Infuriated, she demands answers, but our main character has one condition. Win, and the disqualification vanishes. She thinks he's lost his mind. Are you an irregular? She asks, but he lacks any knowledge. Survive and I'll explain. She lunges, but he evades the strike. She strikes again, but he blocks, absorbing a flurry of blows. Her agility is god tier, even landing a brutal knee strike. In this high-stakes system Manhwa world, he spots an opening mid-fight. A savage kick spins him, yet she feels something is off. He's hiding true power, clinging to the arena cage with ease. His strength far exceeds her initial evaluation. Shocked, he's standing, she doubles the pressure for a final strike. Effortlessly, our hero ducks, sliding beneath her lethal assault. She follows through, but he slips away like a ghost. He defends perfectly against her onslaught, waiting for a fatal gap. As her leg extends, he counters with a bone-shattering elbow. Her magic barrier shatters instantly, sending her flying back in disbelief. My turn now, he declares, showcasing his truly absurd potential. He enjoys the thrill, confirming he's definitely a legendary irregular. But suddenly, he halts his fist as she realizes defeat and surrenders. He wants more, but she claims the arena limits her. A rematch is set. Now, he must claim his bet. Are all Earth's women this powerful? She says they're rare. Then I choose you. Let's make babies. Confused, she listens as he demands they mate now. A thunderous slap echoes while the streamer watches in horror. Word of advice: never use that line in public. You'll end up jailed. This wolf-raised lunatic has zero social filters. The streamer watches, stunned by the blonde's violent reaction. He's floored while she storms off, fuming with rage. Thinking it's over, the streamer prepares to leave. My money's gone. How humiliating. Happy I'm disqualified now? You're not. The streamer is baffled. Watching through surveillance, a mysterious observer gasps in shock. How are you not disqualified? The streamer yells. I made her a deal, but why the slap? He keeps his secrets hidden. He must have tamed that terrifying witch somehow. Our protagonist is truly a guardian angel. Admiring the guy's raw charisma, he calls him Big Bro, while chasing after him with a truly bizarre stride. A Naruto run would have been more graceful. Suddenly, the intercom blares, summoning Saw into the superior's office immediately. Startled, he realizes it's him and heads straight to the lion's den. Inside, the officer faces our protagonist, who calmly asks why he's been summoned for questioning. The superior notes everything will be recorded, and the protagonist gives a stoic nod. So, having seen the clash with B-ranker 𝗕𝗏, the superior is baffled by this irregular candidate's power. Our hero is puzzled, asking what an irregular even is in this strange system Manhwa world. Realizing the kid is clueless, the officer prepares to brief him on the mysterious bridge portals. He explains the bridge portals connecting Earth to 3 other alien planets across the galaxy. First is 𝗏𝗏, the mystical home of elves and dwarves, a land of ancient craftsmanship. Relations are peaceful, and returnees bring back mastered magic and legendary artifact creation skills that defy logic. Next is Planet Gen, a brutal world where Mammons and martial artists fight a never-ending war for total sovereignty. Martial artists are allies, but Mammons are enemies. Finally, there's Midgard, the war-torn domain of savage orcs. Midgard is swarmed with ferocious monsters, where every open portal signals a devastating, full-scale war. Those who return from these 3 worlds possess power that shatters all human limits. Their combat prowess dwarfs normal awakened ones, leading the world to classify these warriors as irregulars. The protagonist finds it complex, but he's certain of one thing. He knows the hellscape he survived wasn't any of those 3 documented planets. The superior is shocked. No F-rank dungeon returnee could ever crush a B-ranker like Crow Soo-young. He demands to know which world the protagonist actually returned from. The hero says he already told the doctor, but repeats his impossible journey once more. I lived with wolves for 1,000 years, he states, leaving the superior, horrified. After the story ends, the officer thanks the young man for sharing his shocking testimony. As the boy leaves, the superior's fear grows if that absurd story is true. Everything changes. Suddenly, Sergeant King reports for duty after being summoned by the grim-faced major. The major asks King to take command as supervisor for the 15th squad. King wonders why Chu-young isn't at her post, but hears the major say she fled. When asked why she ran, the major dismisses the details as unimportant for now. He orders King to monitor Parkside closely and report back once the test concludes. The candidates report to the field in training gear only to find their instructor changed. Everyone is stunned that their supervisor has been replaced. While they wonder if the blonde was fired, our protagonist senses something is wrong. Sergeant King arrives, announcing he'll now be overseeing Team 15's evaluation personally. He sets a brutal bar, 9 seconds for the sprint, claiming it should be easy. Cries erupt. Not every awakened ability specializes in raw physical stats or speed. A candidate is disqualified for being 3 seconds slow, fueling resentment toward the grading. Healers expected a much easier physical evaluation. King snaps back monsters won't show mercy to healers. A confident streamer then steps up. He smugly tells our hero he'll see him in the 2nd round. He finishes in 8 seconds. Now, Park Sound takes his position while Don Woo cheers. The moment King gives the signal, he finishes in under a second, leaving the crowd paralyzed by his god-tier speed. King immediately calls the superior, sending video of Soon's terrifyingly high physical test results. Command demands a report on those reporters. Kim smirks, saying they're currently having a total feeding frenzy back there. The major contacts the return center director immediately. He insists she witnessed the shocking footage of Park Soon right now. Shock paralyzes her. After watching the clip, she nearly collapses from her chair in pure, unadulterated disbelief. The major's lie detection ability is absolute. That means every insane claim made to Dr. Kim Junu was the cold, hard truth. Stunned into silence, she struggles to accept that the doctor's impossible report was a terrifying reality all along. For that lunatic to be a true irregular, his power level must far exceed a standard B-rank hunter's strength. If his story holds weight, it means Park Sun is a legendary returnee hailing from the mysterious 4th planet. She barks orders at her subordinate, demanding a total media blackout at the training grounds to keep the secret safe. It's too late, ma'am. News about our main character has already leaked online and is spreading like a digital wildfire. She screams for an embargo, but it's futile. A swarm of reporters already surrounds the main character, desperate for any statement. They shout for Sion, begging for just a moment of the mysterious hero's time and attention. Siune remains indifferent while the president realizes something terrifying. He survived the portal's pressure like a hero from a system Manhwa. Could his F-rank just be caused by a total lack of measurable dimensional energy within his body? Then, she remembers something crucial. That status window error was no glitch. He's a 4th planet returnee, a true anomaly in this system Manhwa reality. The military intervenes as she realizes South Korea finally has the ultimate leverage for the 4th planet development project. The press desperately pushes forward, but the perimeter remains an impenetrable fortress of elite soldiers guarding the truth. Inside, rumors fly about the media frenzy. Those who saw the main character's record are paralyzed with total shock. The truth is finally revealed. As he devours a literal mountain of food, he becomes the undisputed center of gravity for everyone watching. 𝗏 is hyped. Only a beast with a one-hit knockout could eat like this. What a missed streaming opportunity. The main character glares, asking why he's staring. 𝗏 flinches, shaking his head and backing down immediately. Thirsty. I'll get you some water. 𝗏 acts like a loyal underling serving his powerful new king. Watching him eat proves he's on a different level. This guy is destined to become a legendary, world-class powerhouse. In the locker room, 𝗏 notes the empty spaces. It seems everyone else failed the physical exam miserably today. The main character remains indifferent, but 𝗏 panics, claiming they're absolutely doomed for the next phase. Why? Because the next phase is a dungeon raid, and numbers usually mean survival in this cruel world. Larger teams have the advantage. 𝗏 prays the instructors reassign them to a bigger, safer, and more balanced squad. Relax, the main character says coldly. We don't need anyone else for this simple and easy task. His confidence is terrifying. Dungeons are chaotic, but this kid acts like he owns the entire realm already. Surely a balanced party with diverse skills would make this dungeon conquest much safer and easier, right? The main character repeats himself with absolute authority. Stop worrying. I have everything under control. What was on your phone earlier? YouTube. 𝗏 is shocked. Has this kid been living under a rock? He really doesn't know. He admits he's been isolated in a dense forest, disconnected from modern society's digital reach. 𝗏 is baffled but explains the interface, showing him how subscriber counts represent influence, fame, and power. Look here, I have 1,284 people following my every move and watching my videos. Glancing over, the main character spots a massive channel that completely dwarfs 𝗏's tiny following and view count. That's an OG channel. The main character points to a video with 1 million views, his eyes sparkling in awe. That's a mukbang, 𝗏 explains. People love watching others eat massive amounts of delicious food for entertainment. He's impressed by the girl's appetite, but 𝗏 realizes the main character is an even bigger glutton himself. I know some big creators. If you're interested, I can get you a guest spot on a massive stream. You're serious? Can I really eat as much as I want? Promise me. 𝗏 sees a literal gold mine, while the main character finally considers him a true friend. 𝗏 realizes his partner is a natural star with the looks and charisma to go viral instantly. He has a godlike physique and a world record headline that will shatter the entire internet's expectations. If he unleashes that combat power now, every top guild will hunt him down. Scoring a live stream with this monster is an instant ticket to fame. Better yet, the protagonist actually wants 𝗏 to join his new clan. They're totally out of sync, failing to understand each other's wavelength. 𝗏 asks, "You're making a clan? No interest in joining a guild?" The answer is as simple. That's exactly right. Success is close. A video of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's clan birth is pure gold. He flashes back to the brutal beatdowns he endured in the boxing ring. Boxing was his only escape, even though professional licenses eluded him. Then, the great disaster struck, shattering every dream he had left. Drinking away his despair, he clung to the hope that never dies. YouTube was his final shot at mastering this system, Manhwa-style life. A miracle just fell into his lap. He'll follow the protagonist anywhere. Smiling, the hero demands he keep that legendary mukbang stream promise. Sobbing snotty tears, 𝗏 vows never to break his word. Connections are everything. He hides his tears, claiming it's nothing at all. He warns that they need at least 3 members to officially form. A bald monk suddenly appears. Is this about to become a Shaolin duel? Meet candidate 𝗦, the newest member assigned to Team 15. He immediately launches into a Buddhist prayer far too long to recite. Seriously, it's just a mountain of incomprehensible spiritual text. Spotting the monk, the intercom suddenly summons all candidates to duty. Battle suits on. Report to the 3rd floor within 30 minutes. The protagonist is stunned. Wait, we aren't waiting until tomorrow? The monk explains that surprise night raids are the true mercenary test. With the leaders ready, the dungeon excursion begins in mere moments. They're heading to Seoul's 5th sector, under the Phoenix Guild's Iron Watch. It's a level 1 labyrinth dungeon with 250 doors. 𝗏 explains the Phoenix Guild is a massive, elite powerhouse. These basic questions make 𝗏 wonder if he's from another planet. As portals appeared everywhere, the government couldn't handle the chaos alone. Private mercenary clans were hired to protect Seoul's 12 sectors. These clans became guilds, trading protection for dimensional energy rights. Since the Great Disaster, energy has become the world's new power source. Guilds with the biggest dungeons now dominate the entire global economy. So it's a tax-free hunting ground? Exactly, the kid replies. The protagonist simply missed the primal thrill of hunting with a pack. But now, he's eyeing the chance to claim his very own territory. A personal dungeon means no fees, the ultimate goal for his new clan. 𝗏 snaps him back. Let's actually pass the mercenary test first. They both pause, wondering if the other is just playing dumb. The Major reveals the portal's location in Sector 5, Route 14. This dungeon has a ticking clock 15 days until a dungeon break. Labyrinths are the lowest difficulty, featuring simple paths and fewer monsters. With weak monsters and low energy, this level 1 raid is basic. Don W. reels from the shock. These beasts are the least of their worries. One wrong step here means a permanent tomb. Thus, he realizes the brutal truth of this system Manhwa world. Dungeon conquest rests entirely on one's skills. If only he possessed a search ability. But just as despair sinks in, our hero casually reveals he already holds that very power. Hope flares in Don's eyes. Partnering with this man might be his golden ticket to survival. Doubt quickly follows. The boy mastered this skill before the test. That skill book costs at least 120,000 credits. He stares in awe, wondering if the protagonist was born into a dynasty of unimaginable wealth. 1,000-year slumber suggests a silver spoon, but the reality is far more mysterious. He wasn't born into riches. As the trial nears, the monk's aura darkens. Don whispers, "Hey, do you have any awakened abilities?" The monk turns his gaze toward the shadows, his spirit clearly weighed down by a heavy, silent burden. Visions of blood haunt him, a severed head held tight as a tide of monsters closed in for the kill. He remembers the sanctuary under siege, an endless swarm of goblins howling at the temple gates. A titan emerged, commanding the horde. Suddenly, a familiar voice cried out, "Mong Jin, stop this at once." His heart stopped. It was his older brother. Why was he at the center of this nightmare? "Take the high priest and run," his brother screamed. Then, a goblin's blade claimed his brother's life. The traumatic memory shatters as the major's voice booms, signaling the end of the raid briefing. His teammates exchange worried glances at his sudden, visceral reaction to the briefing. The major commands the units to advance toward the marked objective under the watchful eye of their supervisor. "Review your protocols now," he orders. Familiarity with the manual is the difference between life and death. He prays for their success, but the soldiers offer a grimmer warning: lose focus, and you won't leave alive. Team 15 steps off the helicopter, the final group to arrive. The cold air bites as they're asked, "Ready?" The sergeant's orders are clear. Once inside, pretend I don't exist. Your survival depends on your own choices. Victory for the team is meaningless if their individual scores result in immediate disqualification. Consequently, Don pleads for backup, noting their small numbers, but the supervisor only gives a cold command: move out. A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. "Tell me, Don, are you shaking?" "I'm not scared," Don blusters, but the monk interrupts, asking if personal gear is permitted. The sergeant confirms it. Don't jaw drops, the monk is wielding a weapon forged from rare dimensional materials. This man is no ordinary candidate. Another shock. Group 14 vanishes into the gate, and now, it's finally Team 15's turn to enter. The sergeant beckons them forward. As they cross the threshold into the dungeon's maw, the atmosphere shifts. Don's nerves fray as the protagonist takes point. "Secure the perimeter, you idiot," he bellows, his anxiety boiling over. Silence was required. By screaming, Don hadn't just lured the monsters, he'd sabotaged his own score. The sergeant's pen scratches against the clipboard, instantly stripping points from Don's failing grade. A beast lunges from the dark, but the protagonist ends its life with a single, earth-shattering punch. All part of the plan, Don lies, sweating. "I was baiting them. Now, use that search skill and lead." He warns that failure is not an option, but the hero has already struck again before he finishes. Confusion grips Don Wu. Why are we being forced into full combat gear in the dead of night? A click echoes a trap. The monk watches in horror as the very fabric of the dungeon warps around them. "Get down," Don screams as a lethal rain of arrows whistles through the air, aimed at his chest. But the monk is faster. He unsheathes his dimensional staff, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. Memories of the sanctuary's fall resurface, countless missiles launched as they tried to slay that colossal nightmare. He had gripped his weapon then, desperate to shield the priest from the encroaching darkness. The guilt gnaws at his soul. He believes the tragedy was the result of his own weakness. He spins his staff in a whirlwind of steel, stopping every arrow. Don watches, utterly mesmerized by his skill. The relief is short-lived. Another trap triggers, the floor vanishes, and they plummet into the abyss below. The heavy iron door crashes shut, sealing their fate. They hit the cold ground, bruised and broken. He groans that his ambitions are ending in a gutter. Suddenly, guttural growls echo from the sewer depths. Panicked, he shouts to the others that they've definitely poked the hornet's nest this time. The monk offers a sheepish apology, revealing his awakened skill as an area of effect taunt. But our hero smirks. He's glad the prey is coming to him, saving him the tedious search. The monk stares blankly, unable to fathom the young warrior's reckless confidence. He kicks off a rock, soaring through the air. Don Wu watches, paralyzed by his explosive agility. Landing gracefully, the protagonist declares his approval and commands the monk to join his clan. The monk is baffled, but a tide of monsters interrupts. Instantly, the protagonist activates search. He dives headfirst into the charging horde. Watching the madness, Don Wu is convinced they're doomed. High above, the monk thrusts his staff down, hoisting a reluctant Don Wu to safety. The taunt and farm operation was officially underway. By the time they catch up, nothing remains but a mountain of monster corpses. The carnage is absolute. Stunned by the power, they watch as the protagonist orders the monk to finish off survivors. As the monk complies, Don Wu realizes he's witnessing a warrior on a whole different level. While clearing stragglers, the sergeant is floored that the protagonist is detecting hidden traps using search. He blazes through the dungeon, turning the enemy's own traps into lethal weapons. A beast lunges from the ceiling for a lethal ambush, but the protagonist's gaze meets it midair. Suddenly, the monk's staff whistles through the air, impaling the creature's throat in a heartbeat. Finishing it off, he claims 42 achievement points as the system echoes his victory. Back at HQ, the staff is reeling. A 5-hour dungeon was cleared in just 30 minutes. Fearing a disaster, they frantically demand the identification of the returning squad. It's Team 15, Park Sun's group, and their vitals are perfect. Suddenly, the Major's phone rings. The supervisor is screaming about the early return, but Sergeant King reports the mission is complete. The man is speechless. King simply tells him that the footage will explain everything. He warns that measuring their potential is useless, since every record was obliterated inside. Later on, we see 𝗏 engaging his followers during a live broadcast. He's hyping up the Song clan's daily vlogs, while viewers flood the chat with curious questions. He announces they'll start with a react session to the clan's recently uploaded headquarters tour. He visits a local grandmother, cheerfully asking her to greet his growing list of subscribers. Instead of a greeting, the old woman brandishes a wicked blade and tells him to drop dead. She threatens to carve him open and turn his insides into salted tripe. Just like that, his burning passion for live streaming evaporates into pure fear. While a confused boy asks what salted tripe is, 𝗏 nervously continues his broadcast. Even the monk contributes, installing a massive Buddha statue in the center of the office. He goes live again later, catching his fellow clan members munching away while he goofs off. His mukbang fails as the monk babbles nonsense just before John arrives with urgent news. The protagonist rallies the squad, and they hit the road, heading for the hunting grounds. Spotting a drone tailing them, our hero wonders if he should just blast it from the sky. 𝗏 stops him, explaining it's a recording drone used for official coverage. Surprised by his ignorance, 𝗏 announces they are approaching Area 4, Gate 30. He points to the shimmering blue portal, declaring a historic day for the clan's first mission. After a final word to the viewers, they step through the rift, greeted by bats. 𝗏 confirms their location. They've officially entered the infamous bat dungeon. He asks if his system Manhwa's skills include any ranged attacks, but the answer is no. The kid questions how they'll survive, but the monk tells them to stand back. As the others watch in confusion, he produces a mysterious gourd and begins a rhythmic tapping. Suddenly, the bats react violently. 𝗏 watches, paralyzed by their bizarre and frenzied behavior. The monk's gourd acts like a cursed lure, triggering a primal reaction in the beasts. The swarm descends like a living shadow. As they close in, he rises. Grasping his staff, he prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. Activating Wheel of Fire, his staff erupts in divine flames, incinerating the monsters into mere ash and embers. Yet, stragglers remain. When the massive dungeon boss emerges, the monk finally reaches his absolute limit. Out of nowhere, the protagonist strikes. A single, legendary slash cleaves the monster, finishing the mission instantly. Move it, the protagonist commands. The gate is flickering. Their trial is over, but the clock is ticking. They strip the dungeon of every blood crystal. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers are absolutely losing their minds. Nearby, the association president watches, her expression twisted in pure shock. Park reports that this trio is clearing 20 dungeons daily. They aren't just winning, they're obliterating the rank 1 zones. Subscribers hit 68,000 in record time. Despite an official embargo, their secret streamer has already leaked everything. The Soro clan's footage is currently trending 3rd globally. Their influence is spreading like wildfire. Left unchecked, their power will grow. She contemplates taking precautions, knowing the risks. Then another high-stakes video catches her sharp eye. It's the Russian Hulk versus the world champion, 𝗦-𝗏𝗧𝗏. A clash of absolute titans. She recalls 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗧 and the legendary listen 𝗦 the SS-rank irregular born in South Korea's soil. If the government interferes under the guise of protection, they might accidentally create a second, uncontrollable Longo. Stealing her resolve, she orders a meeting with Park Zoro. She'll handle this monster personally. Listen, lady, tread carefully. You're the only one he's invited home. If you want to survive this protagonist, proceed with extreme caution. Back at base, the monk is missing. His seat remains empty as the sun sets. The protagonist wonders where a homeless monk vanishes to. 𝗏 explains he's staying with a survivor family in the heart of Seoul. 𝗏 sighs. Without their spiritual tank, their dungeon clearing efficiency has plummeted significantly. 𝗏 turns to his brother, suggesting a rare day of rest. Even hunters need a moment to breathe. The clan is finally ready for a rank up. 𝗏 can hardly believe it. Their treasury holds 140 million won. This fortune is their ticket into the dangerous rank 2 dungeons. 3 days of grinding crystals yielded 20 million won. The protagonist's bank account is now looking legendary. Targeting rank 2 dungeons means insane profits, yet the protagonist remains unfazed by the sudden mountain of wealth. This is madness. Imagine the donations will pull, 𝗏 exclaims, his eyes glowing with greed. The protagonist checks his stats. 3,000 achievement points earned. Using his *** system, Manhwa *** interface, he unlocks perception skills, allowing him to scan everyone's hidden stats and secrets. Fine, we rest, he decides. 𝗏 happily plans a family outing to the local park with grandma. He tries scanning his family, but their windows remain blank. His brother and grandma are total enigmas. However, the dog, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, shows a combat power of 3. Can animals awaken like hunters too? He asks 𝗏 if the constant truck repairs are becoming an exhausting, endless burden. Finding parts is a nightmare, and the labor is backbreaking. 𝗏 admits he's reached his absolute limit. Let's just buy a brand new pickup truck, he suggests. Jun stares, his jaw hitting the floor. The protagonist insists. Even the dog is coming along. They head straight to the luxury dealership for an upgrade. Jun geeks out over a Drago series, the ultimate dream machine for any professional mercenary hunter. As Jun rattles off elite specs, his excitement becomes truly infectious. Paying in cold cash, they drive their new beast off the lot, roaring toward a different sector. Jun is mesmerized. This beast is light years ahead of the rusted scrap metal they used to drive. Even the passenger seat feels like luxury, the protagonist remarks. They should have upgraded their ride months ago. But realization hits. Why are they entering Area 423? Isn't that a restricted dead zone? Our lead admits poverty previously blocked his crucial awakening process. He declares Jun will awaken now, striking terror into his brother. Stopping the truck, heavy silence falls as 𝗦 bristles at the shadows. He detects a pungent odor, confirming a John goblin lurks nearby. Overwhelmed, Jun pleads to abandon this chilling, desolate area. He exits, ordering Jun to stay with Baku while he departs. He vanishes with explosive speed, leaving his brother in utter disbelief. Thugs review the footage, identifying the man who decimated their ranks. This system Manhwa Irregular's strength is truly immeasurable. The mercenary realizes that hiring an assassin is now completely futile. Refusing to back down, the boss demands Area 4's guild list. Assistant Manager Choi handles operations within Area 4. For a monster like Choi, making lives vanish is effortless work. Remember how he liquidated 6 debtors without leaving a trace? The boss orders contact, offering unlimited resources to finish the job. Grandma walks through a deluge until a mysterious car shadows her. Returning department agents intercept her, seeking an audience with Park Seer. She pauses, debating if these strangers deserve a single moment. Lost in the dark, Jun remains frozen in the exact spot. Time drags on as 𝗦 bristles at the increasingly sinister atmosphere. Horror strikes as a bloody goblin slumps against the truck window. The door swings open, exposing a gruesome, blood-stained floor. Commanded to exit, Jun faces a dying goblin's last desperate struggles. Tossing a blade, the protagonist orders his brother to strike. Jun begs for a moment of peace. He questions the necessity of this brutal, forced awakening ritual. In this world, the weak perish. Jun must kill or die. Enraged, 𝗦 bites into the monster's arm. The goblin crushes the pup, who is far too young for combat. Kill the beast now, or watch your companion die slowly. Jun begs, but the protagonist demands blood. He cries while the dog faces death. Finally, he plunges the steel into the goblin's brain. Ordered to repeat, he stabs the corpse until his strength fails. He gazes at blood-stained hands, feeling broken. Adapt or die, the protagonist forces the blade back into play. 𝗦's whimpers signal the arrival of another lurking predator. Follow and kill now, their time is running out. Abandoned, Jun recalls past betrayals and his brother's cold indifference. He finally decides to act. Gripping the knife, he realizes his brother's true nature. He lunges forward, finally slaying the hideous beast. His mind snaps, stabbing repeatedly while screaming for total silence. He loses all control. Screaming die, he butchered the monster in a frantic rage. In that blood-soaked instant, something snaps. He laughs, relishing the carnage, just as a mangled goblin lunges from the shadows. Caught off guard, Jun is slammed into the dirt. Gnashing teeth snap inches from his face as the beast pins him down. He plunges his blade deep into its throat. As viscous blood coats his grip, a dark, twisted satisfaction begins to bloom within. Questions swirl through his mind. Why is he embracing this madness? He pleads for his own sanity, desperately hoping his brother will intervene. Yet, our protagonist remains a silent spectator, watching from above. At last, Junho finally awakens a rank F, level 1, Butcher is born. Amused, Suho mocks the lowly class, jokingly asking if his brother spent his nights moonlighting in a local slaughterhouse. The denial is hollow. As Suho calls him over, it's clear Jun has crossed the line, grinning like a maniac amidst the corpses. Suho nonchalantly suggests a break, completely ignoring the sea of monsters closing in behind them. Drenched in gore, the brothers head to the guild to finally register Jun as a professional mercenary. The horrified receptionist gapes at his blood-stained clothes. Suho simply shrugs, claiming it's just the aftermath of a fresh awakening. After a quick cleanup and a mandatory health screening, he's cleared to enter the high-stakes evaluation chambers. His destination? The third-floor dimensional energy testing hall. Confused, Junho questions the purpose of this mysterious measurement. To claim his rank F license, he must score over 100 points in dimensional energy, the minimum requirement for any mercenary. A 96. Failure. But Suho knows something is wrong. There's no way his brother fell short of the mark. Refreshed from a shower, Jun tries again. This time, the display flashes a solid 111. Confirmed. He's ushered toward the manifestation chamber to reveal his hidden power. The lead researcher questions if Suho wants a re-evaluation. Our hero obliges, lying down as the scanners begin their work. As the gears whir, an anomaly flickers across the digital interface. Eerie. Spectral eyes manifest, watching him. This typical system Manhwa logic twists as an unknown entity starts harvesting his data. Suho's eyes snap open, and the machine screams in protest. The final tally, a staggering 189. Startled by a vision he can't recall, Suho listens as the scientist marvels at his explosive energy growth. The whispers were true. He's on the fast track to becoming a legendary rank S powerhouse. Suspecting foul play, Suho grills her on the machine's origins, unconvinced by her simple explanation. Dark omens linger in his mind. Meanwhile, Junho's official mercenary certification is finally processed. Equipped with a new smartphone and his credentials, he's officially cleared to take the elite mercenary exam. Suho offers praise but remains wary, questioning if Junho felt any otherworldly presence during the scan. Junho felt nothing. Perhaps he lacks Suho's keen intuition, so Suho asks, what's the skill? The answer is chilling. Decapitation. Suddenly, Suho spots a familiar blonde passing through. Without thinking, he shouts out a casual, "Hey, Blondie." A subordinate bristles, shocked, calling their captain Blondie. Does this kid have a death wish? Suho attempts a clumsy apology for their previous encounter, admitting he's still adjusting to the nuances of civilized society. But she cuts him off with icy indifference. She declares they have no future meetings. The onlookers smirk. Suho just got brutally rejected, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, beneath her cold exterior, she ponders his strange words. Rumors of a secret romance spark instantly, sending the blonde captain into a frustrated, fiery rage. Suho sighs. It's a pity such a powerful captain possesses such a prickly, unpleasant attitude. As the brothers retreat, a mysterious guest at their home praises Grandma's exquisite strawberry wine. Grandma smiles, warmed by the sight of a young lady enjoying her cooking with such gusto. It's a bittersweet vintage, crafted by her late husband a decade ago, though he never lived to taste it. The wine fuels the girl's passion as she rants about the ever-growing monster threat. Despite her sharp tongue, Grandma finds her charming. Suddenly, the girl's tone shifts. Suho is late. And right on cue, the man himself arrives. Suho enters to total chaos. His nephew sprints forward, and father and son share a heartwarming, tearful reunion. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman begins her approach towards Suho. Suho demands her identity, noticing her rank 2 status as a government official. She reveals her ties to the Department of the Awakened, prompting him to question her true motives for being there. Proposing a secret contract, she leaves our main character baffled. She tests his knowledge on the technical term for returnees, but his mind remains a total blank. "You are a human coordinate," she declares firmly. As confusion clouds his face, she asks if his homecoming involved passing through a crimson gate. He confirms it, realizing his survival triggered a hidden requirement. In this system, Manhwa reality, a returnee's arrival signifies that the ultimate criteria have finally been satisfied. Though he struggles to grasp the logic, she warns that the rift will soon reopen. A permanent bridge between worlds is forming. When he asks for the location, she points directly at his chest, leaving him utterly stunned by her answer. The gateway will manifest wherever the coordinate stands, she explains. A spark of hope ignites in his eyes. The chance to reunite with fallen comrades is finally real. The authorities suspect this gate leads to a fourth uncharted world, a discovery that could change the fate of humanity. South Korea would hold the world's only key to this new realm. When Suho asks for the countdown, she reveals the window is less than 99 days. Suspicious of her intent, he listens as she issues a single, stern command: do not leave the country until the gate opens. We cannot risk another Lee Sun-ho incident, she warns, mentioning a name that means absolutely nothing to our hero. She unveils the dark history of the world's top-ranked hunter, 𝗦-𝗏𝗏. Originally a Korean named Lee Sang-ho, he abandoned his homeland under mysterious and bitter circumstances. This revelation hits Suho like a physical blow. She recounts the dark era when the great disaster first began to ravage the world. Fearful of the unknown, the government imprisoned returnees, labeling the detention as a necessity for national protection during the early crisis. As a mere rank D irregular, he escaped confinement easily. Betrayed by his country, he was ripe for recruitment by foreign powers looking for power. Defecting to Japan, he became their greatest asset. Now, Tokyo's 9,000 gates are under his absolute control. She emphasizes the stakes of the dimensional industry. If a portal opens while he's abroad, Korea loses its most precious resource to another nation. Understanding the leverage he holds, Suho demands compensation. State your terms, she replies without a hint of hesitation. Seizing the opportunity of a lifetime, our main character prepares to claim his long-awaited prize from the government. He demands exclusive promotion rights from the massive Seiro Guild. The watching streamer nearly chokes on his own shock at the request. She offers him a blank check for his desires, but Suho isn't finished yet. The most vital request remains, he notes. He presses for intelligence, asking exactly how they predict the opening of these dangerous dimensional breaches. An elite agent, a master of detecting dimensional energy, will be assigned to watch his every move. Suho wonders who this top-tier agent could be. Elsewhere, a blonde woman fumes, recalling Suho's audacious attempt to flirt with her earlier. Boiling with annoyance, she unleashes her pent-up frustration on a heavy punching bag. Spectators gape in terror, witnessing her return to this familiar and violent state of mind. Her fury explodes with every strike as she regrets not tossing that shameless man into a prison cell for his behavior. A manager from the department interrupts her workout, inquiring about a mysterious figure named Seo Juin. Go away, I'm busy being livid, she snaps. The manager simply sighs, questioning if she is ever actually in a good mood. The blonde girl bristles, demanding to know the reason for this sudden and irritating visit during her training. Orders have come down and new mission awaits. The blonde's curiosity peaks as she asks for more mission specifics. Upon reviewing the files, she begins to shake with pure disbelief. Why does fate stick me with that maiden guy of all people? You are the only one qualified for this operation, the manager states with cold and unyielding logic. Despite her protests, the truth remains, her status as the top detector makes her the only choice for the team. Her anger boils over, but her superior remains calm. Imagine the carnage if a portal to an unknown world opens in this city. Visions of a living hell flash through her mind as she imagines the impending urban devastation. At the first sign of a breach, secure park and evacuate immediately, the superior commands with absolute gravity. Her orders are absolute, she must stick to him like glue until the moment the gate finally opens. Fuming, she threatens to quit on the spot. Meanwhile, at Junho's residence, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. He spirals into a panic, his eyes darting toward the shadows on the ceiling in pure desperation. His son's voice breaks the trance, calling him to dinner. Sitting down, he wonders why the live streamer looks so incredibly smug. With the clan promotion test cleared, level 2 dungeon armaments are finally unlocked. Our hero knows their journey is just beginning. Junho warns that rank D status is mandatory for level 2 raids, and their small roster is currently holding them back. He suggests a tactical retreat. Shouldn't they just dominate level 1 dungeons until their foundation is absolutely unbreakable? The streamer agrees but remains confident. With their current momentum, even level 2 threats will fall like a house of cards. Our hero disagrees. First, they'll amass wealth in level 1 sectors, then bridge the gap using rare system Manhwa skill books. Once fully optimized, they'll split into elite squads, launch coordinated strikes, and recruit fresh blood to fill the ranks. The plan is set until a sudden arrival breaks the tension. A new group approaches, and the streamer offers a wary greeting. After a quick check on their status, he gives the order. It's time to move out, the next raid begins now. As they vanish into the portal, a mysterious team lingers in the shadows, their eyes fixed intently on our protagonist's group. Recognition strikes like a lightning bolt. It's G, an old acquaintance, shocked to find his long-lost friend standing on this stage. Hearing rumors of the new clan, the protagonist can't help but ask about the old crew from their earlier days. A heavy silence falls as G's expression hardens. He cryptically insists that everyone is fine, though his eyes say otherwise. Why is a veteran like G stuck in a lowly day rate party? Before he can answer, his teammates bark for his return. G rushes off with a promise to talk later. Behind him, a curious teammate asks about the identity of the mysterious stranger. Just a dungeon friend, the protagonist casually replies before leading his squad into the dark maw of today's challenge. Unbeknownst to them, that same stranger continues to watch, his gaze heavy with unspoken intent and lingering suspicion. G's group grills him for info on the kid. He reveals it was 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, someone he once tried to recruit. In this unforgiving system, Manhwa world, G keeps his shame hidden, his clan shattered when his core comrades deserted him. It's a tragic, recurring tale. When the pillars of a guild crumble, the entire structure follows soon after. Level 0 clans are as fragile as glass. In a kill or be killed environment, the mental strain eventually reaches a devastating breaking point. It's no shock that those who fled first chose to abandon the mercenary life forever, haunted by the dungeon's shadows. A teammate snaps G back to reality, demanding he focus on his duties guarding their rear flank during the raid. He reminds them to maintain a safe distance from the Vanguard's chaotic and dangerous line of fire. G believes that among these nomadic day-rate mercenaries, a true comrade must be waiting. He will rebuild his destiny from the ashes. They face the portal. Laura roars in on her motorcycle, reporting that the clan office is empty. The morning raids have already begun in earnest. The manager pings the coordinates. Laura guns the engine, accelerating into a blur of speed toward her destination. Inside the dungeon, the battle rages. Majin unleashes the devastating power of his newly acquired Dragon's Charge skill. The squad watches in awe. This is the legendary skill Majin acquired by emptying the clan's entire secret treasury. The streamer notes that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's newly awakened brother possesses a truly terrifying and absurd level of natural talent. He seems normal until steel meets flesh. Then, he transforms into the Butcher, a cold-blooded psychopath named Park Junho. Armed with his new tracking ability, Junho begins a brutal, systematic slaughter of every monster in his path. But his bloodlust creates a blind spot, a massive shadow looms behind him, and the streamer screams a frantic warning. A predatory frog lunges through the air, but Junho cuts it down with surgical and ruthless precision. As the monster dies, a chilling laugh escapes Junho's lips. He's smiling like a monster, losing himself to his inner demons. Watching the carnage, the protagonist calmly observes that their trio is more than enough to conquer this floor alone. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the cavern. Nearby, G's group is being decimated, with G himself coughing up crimson blood. Betrayed by an ally's firebomb, G watches in despair as his teammates are snatched up and devoured by the monsters. Darkness edges into G's vision. He realizes with crushing finality that this ragtag team was also doomed to fail. In his final moments, his mind drifts back to the protagonist's thriving elite squad with a sense of deep jealousy. Bitter self-hatred takes hold. Why would a legendary guild ever want a pathetic, rank C swordsman like him anyway? Witness this. 10 attempts. Success only favors the bold. Had he simply asked to join the protagonist, he would be standing among elites right now. The protagonist's group emerges from the rift unscathed. The streamer marvels at their speed, he's barely even broken a sweat. Majin nods in agreement. This was the moment he truly felt the godlike power of a rare skill book. It was a legend he'd only heard rumors of until now. As expected of a system Manhwa, the main character realized they had to split into teams. Suddenly, a stranger blocked their path, demanding to know if they were part of the prestigious So clan. The main character demanded his identity, and he introduced himself as Cho-mong from the elite BDG guild. The streamer gasped. BDG was a level 5 powerhouse from Area 4, ranked 20th in the nation, and the owner of this very rift. The main character coldly demanded to know his motives. Choi claimed it was a coincidence they shared territory with the famous So clan, offering a small tribute to show his respect. Curious, the main character listened as Choi revealed rumors that the So clan had recently leveled up their status. As a celebration, he offered a free entry pass to a level 2 dungeon, testing their resolve with a devious smile. The streamer's eyes sparkled. A level 2 dungeon ticket was a massive score. Those tickets are worth 10 million won each. He turned to the group, eager to see if they were ready now. However, 𝗔𝗴𝗶 hesitated, suggesting they needed better preparation before facing the dangers of a level 2 gate. Choi waved off her concerns, insisting they had already prepared the perfect strategy and elite gear as part of the gift. He proposed they go together. The streamer felt overwhelmed by the generosity, thinking this stroke of luck was almost too good to be true. The main character decided the team should practice in a level 1 zone while he tackled the level 2 dungeon alone for efficiency. Choi smirked at the bold plan, and the rest of the group reluctantly agreed. Choi invited him into his luxury car, and the main character climbed in without a second thought. En route to Gate 47, the main character noticed a suspicious lack of any mercenaries patrolling the perimeter. He joked about the silence, but Choi explained the gate was brand new. Since the paperwork was already finished, they could enter without delay. The main character admitted he felt like he was imposing on their guild's hospitality. Choi smoothly replied that having the So clan as regular clients in the future would be more than enough reward. Finding the location convenient, the main character saw no reason to decline such a lucrative partnership. Stepping out of the car, Choi checked with his men to see if the stage was set. An officer confirmed everything was ready, handing over the dungeon's secret strategy notes and a high-end survival kit. The main character thanked them, promising to grab drinks together once he cleared the dungeon. He planned to make this a quick raid. As the main character prepared to cross the threshold of the shimmering portal, he donned his helmet and vanished into the rift. Suddenly, Choi burst into sinister laughter just as a mysterious blonde woman arrived. The woman stopped and demanded to know if 𝗏 had just entered that specific gate. Choi confirmed it but questioned her identity. She revealed herself as a Son clan member, determined to follow him inside. Choi feigned politeness and welcomed her, but a predatory, snake-like grin spread across his face as she walked away. Flashback. Choi had negotiated a deal at a secret facility, demanding 2 billion won for every target eliminated. His partner questioned the price since it wasn't an assassination. Choi argued that while manipulation is easy, targeting someone so famous is a massive risk. Back in the present, he gloated over his 4 billion won payday, his smile widening with greed. Unaware of the danger, the girl entered the portal, walking straight into a deadly trap. She remembered her visit to the Sayu clan. When she asked for the main character, Junro told her he'd already departed. She hopped on her motorcycle, racing toward the portal with desperate speed. After alerting her department head about the change in plans, her leader gave a shocking order: enter the gate with the protagonist. She asked why. The leader wanted her to witness his true power firsthand. She was ordered to evaluate him, but warned not to overextend in a level 2. Though she wasn't geared for battle, her manager shrugged it off, claiming she was just out for milk. She cursed her casual clothes, but the manager's promise of a double bonus for gear damage finally forced her to accept the mission. The leader looked at Kim So-young, asking if securing Sonyu wasn't their top priority right now. Kim So-young snapped back that the contract was already signed and sealed. The leader insisted a contract was only the beginning, asking for one last favor. Calling her boss insane, Kim So-young begrudgingly suited up. Deep within the dungeon, the main character sensed a shift in the heavy air. Suddenly, the rift surged as Kim So-young arrived, screaming for him to halt. Glaring back, he hears her death threat. One more look, and he's a dead man. She emerges from the rift, fixing her clothes. Her mood, absolutely bottom tier right now. She grumbles about needing a triple bonus. Then she freezes. The protagonist saw everything. She screams pervert again, but he's unfazed. He just wants to know if her bracelet has an inventory function. She demands to know how long he was staring. He counters instantly. He reminds her she saw him naked on day 1. Now, they're finally even. She fumes, claiming she never wanted to look. It wasn't exactly her choice. He brushes it off. Why come all this way just to pick a fight? Kim So-young asks if Captain Kim mentioned his new guardian. He remembers, but he expected someone competent. She snaps that she's the best they've got. He's clearly unimpressed, sending her temper through the roof. She blames her rush for the messy look. Don't touch my prey, she warns. I'm here to test you. In an instant, the gate shuts as a monster emerges. A massive beast looms, ready to tear them apart. It's a warrior orc. A boss fight right from the start. She thinks he's lucky, but he senses 4 bosses instead. Their suspicions are confirmed. This isn't right for a level 2 dungeon. This kind of danger shouldn't exist here. He calmly reveals this isn't level 2. She's stunned. Did she not feel the portal's energy? Is she even capable at all? The girl snaps. She blames her bracelet's barrier for masking the aura. He ignores her, warning her to stay away. Then, he vanishes in a blur of speed. He slams into the orc, slamming the titan into the dirt. He seizes its own weapon, preparing for the kill. As reinforcements charge, he decapitates the first. A single strike through the jaw dead. The monsters freeze in terror. He hurls an axe, splitting the second orc's skull instantly. A bald orc gives chase, but he sprints toward the cliffside. He swings through the air like a jungle king. The beast loses sight of him. Suddenly, he drops from above like a reaper. Outside, Choi demands payment. Even S ranks won't survive this hellhole. But the contractor asks, what level is this dungeon? Inside, the protagonist crushes another skull with his bare fists. So, Young watches in awe. 3 level 2 bosses erased with 0 effort. As the last one charges, he shrugs at the difficulty. In this system, Manhwa world, he just needs to kill. The final orc strikes, but he dances around the blade. With a swift sidestep, he launches the monster flying. The beast is impaled on a jagged branch. Death was instantaneous. Pure calculation. He gains 32 conquest points. This place, it's a literal gold mine. So Young stands dazed as he hands her a pack. Carry the blood crystals, he commands. She's baffled. He's an irregular with F rank experience. Yet, somehow, his cold efficiency is terrifying. Is he a hero or a psychopath? As he harvests the crystals, she activates her search ability. The crystals are massive, but she has a dire warning. Danger is approaching. He demands answers. She snaps. Despite slaughtering 4 orc chiefs, the gate remains sealed. She hurls the bag at him, revealing nothing but useless stones. Was he really that oblivious to the obvious trap? Are you for real? Our hero scoffs. At least an empty bag means more room for those precious blood crystals. Staring at him in utter disbelief, she can't believe his nonchalance. To her, he is a fool. This is clearly a level 4 dungeon or higher. In a place this treacherous, surviving together is a gamble they are likely to lose. Our lead is stunned, not by fear, but by Choi's deceit. That level 2 gold mine was actually a high-tier gift. A level 4 dungeon for free? He is actually grinning, leaving the girl absolutely speechless at his madness. He bellows a thank you to Manager Choi, promising the man a grand reward once they clear this floor. She brands him a total lunatic who else finds joy in a literal death sentence. This is the ultimate system Manhwa power leveling dream. He came looking for copper, but struck a mountain of gold. Terror strikes as a massive orc warrior's blade narrowly misses her head. She reaches for her plunder skill, only to realize her blade is missing in action. Her weapon is on her bike. Just as death looms, our hero intervenes, decapitating the beast with a single strike. She watches in stunned silence as the mountain of flesh collapses beside her. He tells her to breathe, claiming he is still strong, even if he is not at his former peak. Her mind races. How could anyone be more terrifyingly powerful than this? Sensing a shift, she activates her clairvoyance, only to witness a tidal wave of orcs rushing their way. Honestly, girl, you would be dead 10 times over if it were not for him. Imagine charging into a dungeon like this without even remembering your own sword. Once you witness his true power, that mating offer might start looking like a legendary deal. We're surrounded, she shrieks, spotting an elite warchief, commanding the massive squad behind the front lines. Our hero remains unfazed. The monarch is missing, but the buffet of monsters is endless. Shut it, she snaps, as snarling wolves emerge from the shadows alongside the orc horde. Great, now they are dealing with a cavalry of mounted beasts. He looks at the wolves with hunger, warning her to stay back. These kills belong to him alone. With effortless grace, our protagonist begins tearing through the monster ranks like a whirlwind. He knocks the riders down while she summons a spare blade, slashing an orc's ribs. She curses her luck. With her primary weapon, that beast would already be cold. I told you, they're mine, he roars, launching himself back into the thick of the fray. A brutal blow sends an orc flying. Before she can blink, he is already dancing through the mob, executing lethal attacks. Every swing claims a life as he charges deeper into the heart of the enemy formation. He accelerates into a blur until a massive strike connects with his gut, hurling him backward. The warchief bellows a blood-curdling war cry, ordering every remaining orc to swarm him. He skids across the dirt, nearly crashing into the teeth of the approaching horde. He rises with a manic grin, eyeing the chief. The monster roars, demanding a duel to the death. Kill him, the chief commands. Our hero draws his dagger, diving toward the beast's swinging club. With feline agility, he slips past the crushing blow with ease. He sinks his blade deep into the warchief's spine. Is it over? Kim So-young gasps. Not even close. A devastating counterblow shatters his dagger, sending him flying once more. She watches in horror as he is tossed aside like a ragdoll. Elsewhere, a voice alerts Kim-sun to an anomaly. Did Kim So-young go to meet Son? They ask. The signals have been static for over an hour in 2 completely separate locations. Park Soon is pinging near a level 1 gate, but Captain Choi's location is a total mystery. Confusion takes hold. That's impossible, she mutters. They were supposed to be right next to each other. Meanwhile, Sun's Guild concludes another raid, and the streamer grants them 1 hour to recover before returning back. Sound announces they will reorganize and purge their inventories before they head back out for one final conquest. Suddenly, the streamer looks inside the car and realizes Sion left without taking his phone. Meanwhile, the girl's device was left on her motorcycle. Kim-sun is blowing up her phone, demanding to know what he is doing and Choi Kim So-young's location. He discovers they have entered a fresh level 5 dungeon, leaving her paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror and shock. She vividly recalls the moment she pressured Kim So-young to step through that shimmering portal with him today. The girl asked if she had to go. Now, she wonders why they entered a level 5 dungeon so suddenly. The DGB manager confirms their entry. She immediately orders whoever is in charge of the portal to call her now. Our protagonist is currently fighting for his life, barely staying ahead of the savage, bloodthirsty orcish hunting party chasing him. The girl screams for him to wake up. The protagonist snaps his eyes open just as orcish blades descend. Things are looking grim, but he suddenly seizes an orc, pulling the beast in front of him as a shield. He snatches its axes, burying one in an orc's forehead while a volley of arrows whistles through the air. Kim So-young bolts into a sprint, realizing that elite enemy archers have them pinned down from the shadows. She narrowly escapes death, using a point-blank flash bomb to blind the horde and incinerate several in the blast. The protagonist shows up, grabbing her and narrowly dodging a crushing blow from the massive warchief's heavy weapon. As they retreat, the monstrous chief roars out, his eyes locked onto our hero, with singular, murderous intent. She demands a plan, but he just yells to run. There are orcs everywhere, yet he sees an opening. She cries out in disbelief. He is heading for a dead end, a sheer cliff with no hope of survival. The protagonist just smirks, claiming that the dangerous precipice is exactly where their only path to safety lies. Still leading her by the arm, he suddenly shifts his grip and scoops the girl up into his arms. She asks what he is doing. He tells her to hold on tight before jumping off the cliff with her. Orcs leap after him but splatter. He twists midair, landing perfectly on his feet with the girl in his arms. Dazed, she asks if she's even alive. The protagonist drops her, grunting that he nearly died just then. The girl is utterly flabbergasted. Surviving a fall of that insane distance is something only a high ranker could achieve. He leads her to a cave while those bastards howl outside, still desperately searching for any sign of him. She calls out, asking his plan for this high-stakes system Manhwa nightmare. If he kills just 4 more orcs, he can level up, and after that, they will attack the horde again. She is surprised, saying that raising his level limit will not make him strong enough to survive this chief. For him, it is like removing restraints. He explains that he will get much stronger once the system updates. She stares at him with skepticism as a thunderous commotion begins to build outside the entrance of the cave. Authorities struggle with the surging crowd at the portal as a news reporter prepares to begin his live broadcast. A news report states they are in the level 5 dungeon managed by DGB, where a tragedy occurred recently. And so, Sun's Guild gathers there to pray while the reporter reveals they caught a man named Choi for questioning today. Major Kim Yang exposed his web of lies, forcing a confession regarding his criminal role in the dungeon entry. The press asks for Park Sun's final words, but he secretly finds this entire media circus to be irritating. While the world focuses on the safe return of Park Sun, the journalist considers the massive national losses ahead. Everyone is focused on the potential return of the explorer from the mysterious and dangerous new 4th planet. They emphasize the crippling economic blow the nation faces if they lose these portals in the Age of Dimension. Just then, Kim Miso arrives on the scene, demanding to know what the director is doing with this investigation. He stares back, clearly confused by her sudden appearance and the intensity of her line of questioning now. She says they must catch all those bastards, but he asks if she means the ones already in custody. The head of Dragon Loan has fled, but they have placed a massive bounty on his head for capture. She scoffs at his tactics, pointing out it is a level 5 dungeon and not just one man's work. He asks if she wants them to investigate the DGB Guild, a tier 5 guild far too powerful. She pleaded, wondering if Sun and So-young will truly return. He scoffed, questioning if she really thought it'd be that simple. He suspects Park Sun isn't some legendary traveler from another world. He's likely just a dungeon survivor masquerading as a returnee. His dismissal only fueled her growing fury toward the director. Meanwhile, dark reports revealed that syndicate-led crimes were surging across the city. Public outrage boiled over, demanding harsh penalties for the guild's reckless and sloppy dungeon management. Panic gripped the director as the press release went live. His dreams of an easy extortion scheme were crumbling instantly. Hidden in the shadows, Miso wept. The guilt of sending Captain So-young to her doom was becoming unbearable. He turned, his gaze cold. Do you really think I'm heartless enough to feel nothing about this? Yet, they were powerless. All that remained was to keep faith in her and wait through the silence. On the screens, reporters delivered the grim news. Speculation suggested their chances of survival were practically zero. Miso's sobs intensified. Beside her, the director wore a mask of grief, hiding his true hunger for profit. While Miso mourned, a deadly game played out in the dungeon. Our hero's spirit form began taunting a prowling orc. The beast lunged with a roar, but the spirit slipped through its fingers, like mist. Blinded by rage, the orc swung its massive axe wildly, falling straight into the protagonist's lethal trap. As it reached the lure, death descended from above. 1 strike. 1 kill. Total silence. The notification flashed. He only needed 3 more souls to reach the next level. So-young activated her clairvoyance. Target detected. 100 meters ahead, she whispered urgently. He lunged forward, ignoring her warning, but as he went for the kill, she screamed, "Wait, it's a trap." Suddenly, a massive log catapulted him into the sky. The impact was devastating, knocking him unconscious instantly. Even in a high-stakes *** system Manhwa ***, seeing an elite player fall for such a basic trap is a rare sight. Her blood ran cold. The orc raised a horn, sounding a thunderous alarm to every monster in the vicinity. Monsters swarmed from their hiding spots, encircling our heroes in a tightening ring of steel and fangs. These weren't mindless beasts, they were using sophisticated pincer tactics far beyond their supposed intelligence. "Get up," she yelled. His consciousness snapped back just in time to see an army of orcs closing in. His vision blurred. Was it the trap? His strength vanished, leaving him paralyzed as his senses began to fail. The lead orcs closed the distance, their blades thirsting for the final blow. "Wake up, you haven't eaten in 2 days." So-young's desperate voice pierced through the chaos. It clicked. Hunger was his downfall. She unleashed her defensive bombs, turning the front line into a fiery graveyard. The effort was too much. She collapsed, her energy spent, falling unconscious amidst the rising smoke. Adrenaline surged. He seized the axe, cleaving through 2 orcs in one fluid motion. "Just one more until I level." In this world, the first rule of survival is simple: never get cocky. When you think you've won, that's exactly when fate likes to strike you down. Suddenly, the war chief appeared. A massive club sent him flying. The sheer impact forced So-young's eyes wide open. The beast bellowed as he crashed into another orc with bone-shattering force, taking them both out of the fight. Then, the unthinkable fluke happened. His axe spun wildly through the air, miraculously embedding itself deep into the orc's skull. Pure luck. Level up. 175 points gained. The *** system Manhwa *** window flickered. Unlock beast transformation. His eyes gleamed. The war chief lunged toward the helpless So-young, who lay broken and trembling on the cold earth. Her limbs felt like lead. She couldn't even muster the strength to crawl away from the coming blow. Death loomed over her. Elsewhere, far from the carnage, a grandmother called out for her beloved dog, 𝗦𝗡𝗩𝗜𝗓. Dinner time, she served a bowl of food as the loyal beast rushed to her side. 2 days without your master, she sighed. That was the tragic reality of the boy's disappearance. While the dog fed to grow strong, So-young desperately parried the war chief's lethal strike, barely clinging to life. In that instant, our hero triggered the beast transformation skill. The skill surged, ripping 𝗦𝗡𝗩𝗜 through space just as he was about to take a bite of his food. Before vanishing, a surge of energy erupts, sending the old woman reeling in sheer terror. Meanwhile, our hero is swallowed by shadows. As the girl evades the war chief, a primal evolution triggers within this unique system Manhwa. She clings to hope, desperately stalling until his monstrous transformation reaches its peak. At the final breath, he becomes a true lycanthrope just as the club descends upon her. Her blade clatters away. The war chief raises his weapon to extinguish her life. Suddenly, a transformed Siyun blurs forward. Before the chief can react, he's seized and dragged into oblivion. The girl watches, paralyzed, as the beast slams the war chief down, preparing for a brutal beatdown. A rain of relentless strikes follows, leaving the war chief broken and bathing in his own blood. Witnessing this savage display, she realizes the terrifying monster is actually our brave hero. He sinks his fangs into the chief's throat. Silence falls as the girl stares in utter disbelief. After finishing his gruesome meal, the system grants him 45 achievement points. Her terror only intensifies. The beast turns his gaze, their eyes lock in a moment of heavy tension. Recognizing Park-soon, the mood shifts as he lets out a rather pathetic, confusing bark that she cannot comprehend. She questions if he's just a dog. He offers a simple woof in awkward confirmation. Translation is impossible. His canine dialect remains a total mystery to her. Outside, reporters announce 3 days have passed since the 2 hunters vanished into the dungeon. A lonely motorcycle waits. Nearby, the DDM director is pressured to explain the dungeon's true nature to the viewers. He reveals it is a high-risk sea-level dungeon. Known as the Orc's Castle, it requires 30 rank B members or 10 rank A members to survive. Behind the scenes, the cameraman scoffs at the media blackout, calling it a complete farce. He suspects they're using Park-sun's disappearance to extort guild funds, complaining about how long he must film. The reporter counters, imagining the legendary ratings if the pair actually returns alive. But the cameraman isn't buying it. He laughs at comparing rank F Park-sun to legends like Layun. He expects a tragic headline. Meanwhile, the old woman wonders about the strange phenomenon while preparing her meal as the scene shifts back. Back inside, Kim So-young watches as our hero completes his awe-inspiring metamorphosis. This wasn't just a change. He had achieved a perfect fusion with his tamed beast. Noticing her trembling, he casually asks what she is doing. He suggests looting and grabbing a meal, but she claims this place will be their grave. Despite the war chief's death, the gate remains sealed. Hope begins to wither away. She asks what that implies. A cold dread washes over our protagonist. The air grows heavy as rain falls. He asks if the chief was merely a subordinate. She confirms it. A far more malevolent presence still lurks within the shadows. He wonders what could terrify her this much. She reveals she has faced this nightmare before. 3 years ago, an elite team of 30 entered an S-level dungeon, only to meet a devastating catastrophe. A fellow hunter checks on her, asking about her injured ankle. She reassures him as Captain Kim watches over the squad with a vigilant eye. Jokes are exchanged about couples in the field, momentarily lightening the grim atmosphere. Then, the orc horde ambushed. The captain barked orders to seize the central tower. She was tasked with holding the 3 o'clock position against the green tide. Using her powers, she held firm, even as the 4 o'clock defensive line began to crumble. Kim Jong at the 4 o'clock line was devastated by a single, crushing blow. Desperate, she calls for backup as the situation spirals into chaos. Kim charges to protect her, but she stumbles, falling directly into the path of death. Suddenly, a lightning whip crackles through the air, hoisting the monsters up and saving her life. Kim commands a total slaughter to pave the way. She barks orders at 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 and Choi-Kim, So-young, demanding an immediate retreat toward the 2 o'clock position. Their eyes lock for a split second before he roughly pulls her away to safety. He urges her to move, but she hesitates, sensing a foul presence. Tyron brushes it off, insisting they can talk once they're out. Desperate, she pleads for him to stop, feeling a sinister mana signature nearby. As they hit a wall, she realizes the terrifying energy is radiating from right there. Perched on the peak, a 3-eyed orc monstrosity screeches, lunging down and severing Tyron's arm in one brutal strike. She's tossed aside like a ragdoll as his blade clatters onto the blood-stained earth. The team watches in horror as Tyron collapses, lifeless. The 3-eyed beast raises its spear, ready to deliver a final, soul-crushing blow to his broken body. So-young's screams echo through the air. Yet, with his final breath, Tyron only gasps about the sword. She curses the useless weapon, yet his past lessons reserve his commands to pour her very soul and feelings into the cold steel of the blade. Like the duality of yin and yang, your blade, body, and spirit must achieve absolute unity. He begs her to take up the sword, but the beast crushes him instantly. Back in the present, she shudders at the traumatic memory. The main character dries her tears, utilizing high-level perception to sense the sorrow and gravity of this system Manhwa reality. He offers comfort, his mind reeling from the brutal tragedy that scarred her past so deeply. Suddenly, her blade hums with life. Nearby, the shameless streamer continues his broadcast, filming their plight while whining about their survival odds. The chat explodes in disgust. Viewers can't believe his blatant lack of empathy during such a crisis. Kim remains shrouded in sorrow. Meanwhile, news reports highlight Kim Yo-sen, the legendary shaman, preparing a sacred rite. This master of ancient arts begins a divine ritual before the gate to stabilize the chaotic mana. She dances to guide the missing home, her movements a desperate plea to the heavens. This sacred performance, fueled by hope for the hunter's return, finally begins to dispel the lingering gloom. High-ranking elites from the Seoul district assemble at the dungeon entrance, forming a specialized strike force fueled by pure vengeance. Powerhouses like Kang-minho of Shinra and Storm Guild's Shinjun have arrived to join the fray. The protagonist Stalker scoffs, claiming this disaster was avoidable if the hero had simply signed with his guild. He cynically notes that working for the department only leads to a numb acceptance of such tragedies. Over in Japan, the defector watches the feed until a girl playfully interrupts, curious about his screen. When she asks if it's Korean TV, he sneers at his homeland's predictable and weak emotional outbursts. Back in the dark cavern, the main character eats while So-young watches, asking if the food is good. He explains his new abilities after leveling up, a classic perk of this system Manhwa world, while offering her a premium sirloin sandwich. She jokes he should start a restaurant. He chuckles, noting her surprisingly massive appetite for a top-tier hunter. She casually asks if 12 bacon double cheeseburgers is excessive. Man, this was supposed to be a romantic date. Is she eating like it's her final meal? Has she been fasting for a year? This girl's stomach is a literal black hole. She finally taps out, stuffed. He looks confused mid-bite of his 20-second burger, wondering why she's stopping so early. If these two entered my buffet, I'd lock the doors and declare bankruptcy immediately. They're absolute eating machines. I'd pay them to leave. So-young is left stunned by his metabolism, but she politely offers her thanks. He shifts focus, asking if that blade slew the Orc Lord. She shakes her head, admitting she blacked out instantly. She woke up in a hospital bed with Tyron's broken sword resting silently by her side. 2 more S-rank hunters died just to stop that beast. A single Orc Lord can easily crush 5 war orcs simultaneously. The main character is stunned. An Orc Lord? He demands to know its current location. She suspects it's lurking deep within the Orc castle. Yet, no such structure exists within a 1-kilometer radius. Typically, war orcs guard 4 towers surrounding their central lord. Scaling those walls triggers a relentless onslaught of hundreds of orcs in organized waves. His companion Fairy flutters in with intel. He grins at So-young, announcing they've finally located the Orc castle. She's incredulous, but he confirms it with a sharp, "Let's move." She nervously asks if he even has a strategy. His plan is simple: find them and kill them all. She sighs, tempted to smack him, yet realizing he's their best shot. They approach the fortress. At the gate, a swarm of orcs bursts forth, hunting for the main character's scent. So-young signals the attack. The protagonist erupts from the brush in his massive wolf form, charging straight into the enemy heart. Total chaos erupts among the orc ranks, and she sees knights closing in, screaming at him to push beyond his limits. Archers fire as the bridge rises, but her shield blocks the deadly rain. As it stands vertical, he makes a desperate leap to the top. They tumble inside as she detonates a bomb to destroy the bridge. Breaching the defense, they charge the Lord while he tells her to hold tight. Orc warriors swarm down from the towers to intercept their path. Our hero scales the wall, but she is snatched by a monster. He turns back, but she tells him to keep running while falling alone. She recovers on firm ground, only to face 2 more massive orcs. She calls her sword, preparing for a bloody showdown. He keeps advancing while she prepares to slay the orcs below the tower. The 3-eyed Orc Lord awakens, radiating a wicked aura from the edge. Looking down, the monster finds our hero staring back with murderous intent. He seizes the Lord's neck, biting deep as if to rip it off. He impales the Lord on the spire, and his system Manhwa level rises. Leaping down, he destroys the tower, crushing the orcs beneath the rubble. An explosion rocks another tower, drawing the gaze of the surviving orcs. Kim So-young falls through debris, surrounded and fearing her end is near. The protagonist swoops in, catching her securely in his powerful arms. She gasps about the Lord, but he says it's dead and takes off. She asks if he's serious, doubting the beast is truly slain. Our hero confirms the kill, noticing the gate has finally opened. She's stunned by his speed. While outside, agents detect the clear. An agent shouts that Dungeon 127 has been cleared. He displays the shocking data to everyone watching outside. The streamer watches in disbelief as the castle gate break countdown begins. Hope rises as the crowd cheers for Kim So-young's safe return. He sprints toward the gate, 700 meters past the castle walls. They have 10 minutes and 20 seconds before the gate ruptures. He catches a scent and changes course, ignoring her panicked warnings. The protagonist abandons the path, determined to tame a new beast. Terrified wolves follow his command, leaving the girl in complete shock. He declares them family now, leading the pack of wolves toward freedom. Orcs block their path as she screams that they are surrounded. A fairy whispers an escape route, which her radar quickly confirms. She signals a right turn, and the entire pack follows his lead. Confused orcs can only follow behind as the protagonist leads the way. She spots the exit ahead, and he charges toward the portal. Reaching the forest, they see the gate with 1 minute remaining. With 23 seconds left, an orc hurls a spear at her. She glances back as the steel pierces her, falling to the ground. He watches in shock as the girl lies still, while wolves escape. She writhes in agony, surrounded by her scattered belongings. She begs him to run, but he seizes the spear to kill her attacker. He hurls the beast skyward as the orc crashes violently into the dirt. 8 seconds remain. The crowd outside counts down as the gate nears its rupture. Everyone prays for their escape, realizing they failed to conquer the dungeon's depths. Viewership hits 60%. If they escape now, they have struck the ultimate jackpot. Deep inside this system Manhwa, our hero finally reaches the fallen Kim So-young. He grabs her. She calls him a fool, but he gathers his surging mana. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts. The force hurls every orc and wolf away. 0 seconds. The gate shatters, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of shock. Blinding light consumes the orcs as the entire realm crumbles into absolute nothingness. As the countdown hit 0, the air was thick with desperate, lingering hope. Why have they not emerged? The silence following the collapse is truly terrifying. The portal reacts. Suddenly, a swarm of wolves begins pouring out in droves. Are those really wolves? The stunned onlookers watch as the creatures flood out. Then, the portal spits them out. He shields her during the violent fall. What was that? The crowd gasps, watching a figure fly through the air. Check them. Someone screams. It is 𝗏𝗏𝗏, still shielding Choi from impact. Euphoria explodes. They made it out alive, marking an impossible, legendary success. The wolves howl in triumph as sirens signal the arrival of an ambulance. Within this Manhwa story leveling system, surviving a level 5 dungeon is a miracle. Miss Kim notes the photo was taken immediately after they exited the portal. Rushed to the hospital, their strange positioning raises eyebrows, but duty demanded it. Headlines across the nation are now dominated by Park Soon's incredible survival story. Expectations for our hero reach absurd levels, yet the director just laughs it off. Provocative reports flood the news, and the director is praised for the hype. Taken aback by the sharp jab, he recoils with a startled expression. Flustered, he demands they focus on solutions instead of blame and resumes meeting. Reports about Park Soon are spreading like wildfire following this legendary dungeon incident. International scouts are arriving. The director curses the bastards trying to steal talent. Victor Dobb of the KGB and L. Gorenstein are already moving in. Mossad agents arrive, along with Nakamura Koji from the Tokyo Federation of 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗧. Hearing Nakamura's name, the director furies. Did that imbecile really come back again? He stole their wrestler before, but the director fears America's influence even more. We must secure Park Soon. Is there any contract that can truly bind him? As long as his family remains in Korea, he will never leave us. The director is skeptical. Does he truly value his family more than immense wealth? He survived 1,000 years with wolves, longing for his family every single day. Paradoxically, after returning home, he began to miss the wolves he lived with. He is a complex man, yet he simply values family time above all else. Give him territory to live undisturbed, and he will never defy the department. The director agrees. They will grant him his own private sanctuary and territory. Shouldn't we stop those foreign scouts from making contact with him right now? Seizing the chance, she suggests an abandoned factory in a remote, quiet area. Why there? She proposes granting this land to the Song Guild as territory. Mark the surrounding area as private property, far from the prying eyes of town. That way, even if a new portal opens, his home will remain secure. Those structures are salvageable with minor repairs, the director notes. Will Cho Kim So-young continue her surveillance duty? Mr. nods, confirming that she remains the ideal choice for this operation. He asks if she's awake. Muo confirms her recovery, while the director wonders if she's resting after reporting on Park Soon. Misor mentions the report a bizarre claim that the main character behaves like some sort of beastly dog man. Confused by the odd description, the director simply urges her to proceed. Elsewhere, a massive arena erupts. The moment for the ultimate main event has finally arrived. The grand finale begins as the crowd's roar shakes the very foundations. The legend, Lion, takes the stage. He's the world's top-ranked warrior, defending his title for the 21st time. Undefeated in 45 battles, he is Earth's strongest apex predator. A beacon of hope amidst these dark and desperate times. Japan's ultimate weapon, Hero Okita, emerges. The fans go feral as he unsheathes his lethal twin blades. Acknowledging the cheers, a sinister black flame erupts from Hero's enchanted magic sword. From above, the girl watches his flashy entrance. The champion has graced the arena, unleashing his signature move, the Flaming Phoenix. His challenger, an S-rank human weapon, Russia's Mad Bear, 𝗦-𝗥𝗍𝗶𝗷. This undefeated rising star charges forward with raw, primal fury. 𝗦-𝗥𝗍𝗶 strikes with everything, declaring Hero's reign finished. Faced with certain doom, Hero gracefully retreats with an effortless dodge. "Stop running, you little rat," 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 bellows, unleashing a torrent from his mana machine gun. Mana-infused rounds slam violently against the idiom barrier, the only thing shielding the terrified audience. Hero dances through the hail of lead at godlike speeds. Desperate, 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 locks on with his mana bazooka. A devastating beam streaks toward Hero, who leaps skyward with breathtaking grace, leaving the spectators speechless. Now, the champion initiates his lethal counteroffensive. Hero's sword intent lashes out. 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 sprays 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗫, but the ore-clad blade strikes again with terrifying precision. Though 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 blocks, his weapon shatters into scrap metal. The champion closes the distance in a heartbeat. 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 swings a mana blade in desperation. Hero vaults over the edge, landing silently behind his prey. He circles like a ghost until 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 fires a hidden snare of high-tension chains. Hero is ensnared, yet his composure remains unshaken. Believing victory is his, 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 roars, "I've got you now. Time to die." Hero stares coldly at the seventh villain, 𝗦-𝗥𝗍𝗶𝗏. "You are already dead." Suddenly, blood sprays from 𝗦-𝗏𝗏's body as he collapses. Silence grips the arena, the challenger is utterly broken. Confusion reigns. How did this happen? The unstoppable warrior is on the floor, coughing up blood in agony. A timeout is called. Medics sprint toward the dying man. Healing spells fail as he remains motionless. Finally, the judge delivers the grim verdict: the fight is officially over. Victory. The champion secures his title for the 22nd consecutive time. Back in the elevator, his team is buzzing. "Was that a new secret technique, boss?" "I simply released my sword's aura," he says casually. The staff is stunned by the unseen strike. He praises their work, promising drinks later tonight. Rejoining the girl, she rushes forward with a panicked whisper. "Did you actually kill him?" Knowing 𝗦-𝗏𝗏 was destined to become a villain, he justifies his ruthless actions. He stands firm, but she begs him not to carry the world's weight alone. He thanks her, then scans for trouble. She mentions a routine call from headquarters, claiming nothing out of the ordinary occurred during the fight. Okita confirms it was the director. He apparently just wanted to ensure she stayed safe and out of harm's way. She urges them to leave as the team waits. Suddenly, a shocking piece of intel flashes across her mind. Word is out, the survivor from that level 5 dungeon escaped. This feels exactly like a classic **** system Manhwa **** story. He's stunned. Rumors suggest this man is Korea's next #2 hunter. The expectations surrounding him are reaching a fever pitch. Intelligence reports indicate that the Defense Department is already moving to secure this powerful new asset. Okita asks for a name. They call him 𝗏𝗏𝗏, she replies. "Remember the guy the media obsessed over, the one left for dead in the rank 5 dungeon?" She's already compiled a full dossier, expecting him to be intrigued. Yet, to her shock, he claims he doesn't recognize the name at all. He wonders aloud if his awakening class was finally a swordsman. She notes swordsmen are rare lately, claiming he's likely a druid. If he truly returned from another world, this system Manhwa miracle could link Earth to a 4th planet. Okita ponders this information with deep suspicion. She mentions he's only F rank, yet finds his existence shocking, assuming Okita already knew. Okita scoffs. It's impossible. This is his 25th regression, reliving 5 centuries of cycles. Consequently, he knows every legendary awakened, destined for greatness, but the name 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is missing. Never in 500 years has a 𝗏𝗏𝗏 emerged as a world-crossing returnee. History shifts slightly by his hand, but the butterfly effect has limits. A great villain destined for a decade later might perish prematurely. Or, a doomed man survives. Small ripples happen, but rank 7 dungeon breaks are absolute. Or the inevitable cosmic union with the 4th planet. Such fates are fixed 5 years out. No new planet should appear yet. I suspect this returnee hype is pure fabrication. These anomalies are a headache. Imagine being a side character to a protagonist obsessed with endless regression. Kiko suggests recruiting this park guy, seeking Okita's tactical opinion on the matter. He hesitates, baffling Kiko, since the man is currently Korea's most beloved icon. Okita chooses patience, his mind haunted by the inevitable future. He knows the great apocalypse is creeping ever closer. Survivor strongholds fell like dominoes as endless dungeon breaks unleashed waves of monstrosities. Beasts claimed the earth and sky, forcing a desperate mass exodus from death. Amidst the amnesia of war, Asian awakened heroes sought one final sanctuary. That refuge was Japan. He'll build his fortress there, regardless of being labeled a traitor. By purging Japanese dungeons with future legends, this island becomes the ultimate safe zone. He then recalls Korean survivors arriving, hailing him not as a traitor, but the long hero. A faint smile crosses his lips, a sight Kiko finds deeply unsettling. He dismisses it all as a mere performance, confusing her completely. He calls the hero a fraud, but she argues even the Defense Department is convinced. 𝗦𝗏𝗧 concludes, if he survives the coming cataclysm, only then will he be worth recruiting. Elsewhere, Misu visits Kim So-young, wondering if her reading posture is painful. She grumpily admits it aches. Misu remains skeptical, though So-young doubles down on the pain. Misu teases her about hospital rumors, a masked man visiting nightly. Is it Sunhwa? The girl ignores her, engrossed in a romance novel titled He Really Loves Me. Misu calls her a lucky brat, jealous of the food and the mystery man. So-young grumbles about the wrong beer. Misu snaps back that any dark ale suffices. Next, she complains about the chicken. She wanted Olivia's signature recipe. The ungrateful whining continues, but Misu has reached her breaking point. After a forced meal, Misu demands she stop lounging and start working immediately. So-young begs for a nap, but Misu shuts it down with a terrifying threat. Reluctantly, she gets back to the grind. Meanwhile, at the CIA, agents monitor the hero who annihilated the 𝗬𝗏𝗓s. They're stunned. The 𝗬𝗏𝗓s were monsters, yet they were crushed with such terrifying ease. This hero is evolving rapidly. A SSS-rank awakening seems like an imminent reality. They search for 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀𝗏 location, but the agents only have these covertly captured photos. Where's that? The bald man barked. Seoul Station? What's he doing there? He's been haunting that place lately, the other replied. Is Park Sana lonely? Talking to pigeons? He looks like a guy who just got dumped hard. The bald man scoffed. Ridiculous. I can find him many beauties in seconds. We can't let anyone steal our Park Soo. Do you understand the stakes? Our agents reached Korea this morning, sir. But I have a bad feeling. Speak up. What's the fear? The assistant gulped. The skies, they feel wrong. High above, a girl pointed. Mom, look. A strange little bird is there. Her mother looked, her face turning pale. A winged nightmare shadowed the plane. The creature screeched at them, its eyes locked on with pure predatory malice. Panic surged through the cabin. It's following us, a terrified passenger screamed out. Wait, is that a wyvern? Another gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. It's just a hatchling. But why did a wyvern dungeon leak out here? We must alert headquarters the very moment we land, they shouted in fear. Then horror dawned. If a hatchling was here, something massive was surely coming. A gargantuan shadow swallowed the plane. The Alpha arrived, and it wanted blood. A torrent of hellfire incinerated the aircraft's wings instantly. Mayday! Flight 758 is under attack by an unidentified flying monster. The plane exploded. Below, a swarm of wyverns darkened the entire Siberian horizon. Breaking news. A catastrophic dungeon break in Siberia has unleashed a wyvern calamity. Alongside our hero's new guild. The streamer checked his map. Are we there yet? This neighborhood looks abandoned. John pointed. Right there. The streamer blinked. That haunted ruin is our HQ. The monk began praying. The house looked cursed, like a rotting wooden corpse. He's not kidding, the streamer whispered. This is a literal horror movie set. Live here? You're joking. The team wailed. It's a total, unlivable wreck. What sponsor would ever sign with a guild based in a dump like this? A girl shivered. I swear, I just saw a ghost in that window. Kim So-young glared at the commissioner. We cannot live in this hovel. Hush, she whispered. Our leader is taking it in. He's never been here. Don't worry, she assured him. Renovations start tomorrow. We will fix everything. He smiled unexpectedly. Actually, I like it. I could move in right now. Are you insane? So-young gasped. His wild instincts are truly on another level. We must set the boundaries, she explained. He tilted his head, quite confused. As his *** system Manhwa *** interface flickered, he summoned his aura to define the boundaries. Spirits swirled as he marked the land with energy. What's happening? Someone asked. So-young watched, breathless. He's claiming his domain. Massive roots erupted, weaving a living wall of towering trees around the property. Look at the size of those. The crowd stood frozen in absolute awe. A massive wall of trees erupted. It's done, he stated. A 1-kilometer perimeter centered right on this house. Incredible. From now on, this land belongs solely to the 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀𝗏 Guild. He asked if this was too generous. She smiled. It's protocol. Besides, our department views you as family, son. He smiled softly. Family. I truly like the sound of that. She offers the contract, and without hesitation, he seizes the pen to finalize the deal. Kim So-young quickly stops him, warning that he must carefully review every clause first. The commissioner grows impatient, ordering her aside for the signature. Instead, the main character simply sketches a wolf. I swear, his randomness is unmatched. No matter how much I watch, I'm never ready for his antics. Grateful for his cooperation, she provides his copy, pledging their best efforts until the gate inevitably opens. The hero vows to honor his word. She urges government trust before departing in her car, ordering Choi Kim So-young to stay sharp while demanding a renovation crew by tomorrow morning. Lennon is visibly repulsed by the girl's brazen and disrespectful attitude. She taunts her rival with a mocking tongue. Driving away, she grumbles about the girl's growing arrogance. Meanwhile, the driver wonders if such a vast territory can truly be held by so few. The commissioner coldly notes that their failure will provide the perfect excuse to seize total control. She immediately orders a standby list of all elite attack units ranked above level 5. Far out at sea, pirates spot a cargo ship and attack, thinking they've hit a massive jackpot. The crew screams a desperate mayday, identifying their vessel as the Emerald Coral Queen under fire. They beg for assistance against unknown pirates. A voice crackles back, "This is the 𝗦-𝗦 SSO unit. Position confirmed. It will take 2 hours and 45 minutes for the rescue team to reach you. If boarded, they are commanded to kill the engines and hold their ground at all costs." The pirates strike too fast. Another frantic mayday rings out as enemies scale the ship's hull. The final order is given: shut down all systems and take cover within the engine room. Suddenly, a violent tremor rocks the vessel. The crew is paralyzed, unable to identify this new threat. As the ship sways violently in the dark waters, pirates are hurled into the air like ragdolls. The captain freezes, spotting a colossal, writhing tentacle. A monstrous octopus coils around the hull, crushing steel as it prepares to drag them under. Falling into the depths, the captain stares into the gaping maw of the beast about to consume him. The crew is annihilated by a nightmare, a shark featuring dreadlock-like fins instead of a tail. The massive octopus continues its relentless descent, pulling the broken vessel into the abyss. More mutant sharks emerge just as backup helicopters arrive at the scene of the slaughter. They reach the coordinates, but after searching 16 kilometers, the Queen Coral Esmeralda has vanished completely. A full-scale search expedition is immediately requested to scour the current location. Yet, the same beast that sank the ship now sets its sights on the rescue team. Back home, the protagonist releases his fairies. They bless the land, circling a towering, majestic tree. Renovations have transformed their house into a true sanctuary. By morning, Kim So-young's phone rings incessantly. Still groggy, she finally answers, only to be mocked for seemingly enjoying her leisure time. She defends her duty, but the caller suspiciously asks if she's currently with Park Zero. She denies it, having no clue where he went. Miso scolds her for being a lazy agent. With the sun high, Miso fumes over the girl's sloth, labeling her a truly useless brat. Preparing coffee, she gazes at the protagonist's tree, amazed by how much he's grown in days. The sapling is rapidly evolving into a legendary and massive world tree. Just then, wolves dash across the land, while the *** system Manhwa *** interface displays notifications. He names one 𝗏. A system warning flashes. If a wolf's energy exceeds his, he risks losing control during fusion. He realizes he must carefully limit the wolf's growth. The girl approaches, curious about his early start. Surprised, she's awake. He explains he was simply naming the newest members of his family. Baffled by him calling monsters family, she pouts, asking why he didn't wake her to join him. Just then, Bio bounds forward, growing visibly larger every day. The protagonist mentions the others left for the dungeon at dawn, relentless even in this blistering heat. He suggests a cool-down stroll, then suddenly fuses with Bio. Climb on, he commands, leaving her stunned. The girl. She mocks his gardening hobby, but he promises a demonstration. Is he just showing off his hard work? Hold tight, he warns, accelerating to a terrifying velocity. Panic surges as she screams for him to slow down. The wind howls as she loses a shoe, struggling just to stay attached to his back at this pace. Elsewhere, sentries stand guard outside a silent cavern entrance. The heat is suffocating, and reports remain empty. Said ordered updates, but the stillness is growing unbearable in this sun. 2 months away from home and still nothing. They wonder if anyone has dared to cross the restricted boundary yet. One guard points toward the high-tech surveillance cameras monitoring every inch. Any intruder would face the military or get devoured by wolves first. No one knows when the portal might activate. 2 units stand ready nearby. Strict locks prevent foreign spies and persistent reporters from infiltrating the hazardous zone. Suddenly, the 𝗦 Guild vehicle emerges from the depths. Expecting Park, the guards realize it's just the main guild members heading out instead. Jun-ra complains about the sweltering weather and the vultures of the press. Is this Dongguk TV or Soro's channel? He checks the stream and freezes. What in the world is happening here? He dismisses Jun-ra's curiosity while staring at a flood of donations from America, Japan, Russia, and England. Why are global viewers suddenly pouring money into this? The total hits 4 billion won. High-profile foreign scouts are watching. Should he even mention this fortune to Soro? Down the road, they spot Soro racing alongside Kim So-young. She perches on his back, surrounded by wolves, waving cheerfully at the passing car. The streamer calls her sister-in-law, sparking an immediate threat. Living under one roof makes it official to him. He brags about Soro's favoritism while she fumes. Apparently, only the best gets a ride from the king. In a blur of speed, the duo overtakes the guild's luxury vehicle effortlessly. Jun-ra floors the accelerator. The stakes are set. The loser of this race buys a massive dinner. They activate sport mode, screaming that he's definitely cheating. Amidst the high-speed chase, So-young senses a disturbance. Did you feel that? She asks urgently. A dimensional breach within 200 meters. She recalls his tales of the savage planet he once inhabited. A world of beasts. She wonders if only animals truly live there. He describes a nightmare realm of hostile monsters with energy readings exceeding 700. The sheer scale of that dimensional power sends shivers down her spine. Survival, there is a constant, bloody war. To even lead a pack, an S-rank level is the minimum. Even as their king, he fended off challengers for hundreds of brutal years. If a bridge portal opens, the gate swings wide for monsters to cross over. This world will become a literal war zone against invaders from another dimension. An army of S-rank beasts is coming. Will his old home be friendly? The director dismisses her fears. High risk brings legendary rewards in this system Manhwa world. You are king, she cries. Can't you just command them to stop? His current form is a shadow of his former self. They might just try to kill him. He's weak now. Who would follow a leader without strength? In this world, power is everything. A weak leader is a disaster waiting to happen. It's a total mess for everyone. She bristles with irritation because his cold logic makes perfect sense. She orders a full-speed retreat to the northeast fields, far away from the crowded city center. As they plunge into the forest, the rest of the guild stays hot on their heels. The sky tiers open, space is warping, but the protagonist senses a much darker anomaly approaching. Kim So-young alerts her team. The dimensional rift is finally cracking open. Relay the portal's exact coordinates to all units on standby. Now, soldiers converge on the site, weapons locked onto the swirling spatial distortion. The capital's 1st Division and artillery units are in position, ready to fire. The protagonist senses the mana. This isn't that world. It's just a standard *** system, Manhwa *** portal. She looks baffled. How can you be so certain without any detection equipment? He stops, sensing a mismatch in energy. She argues it's a typical returnee teleportation gate. Perhaps the resonance feels different because it's a temporary bridge. Wait, the dimensional pressure from your arrival was far stronger than this rift. The energy was so intense I thought my scanners had actually malfunctioned. Her instincts scream the truth. This portal isn't nearly as dangerous as he is. It's clearly a dungeon portal, but is it really just a standard dungeon? Outside, the public trembles, fearing the signs of an imminent dimensional break. Helicopters swarm overhead as the detection department's elite teams arrive on the scene. A portal has manifested. Everyone wonders if it leads to an undiscovered planet. The rift tiers open before them. Kim So-young confirms it's a standard dungeon. Asterisk. His intuition exceeds my rank S detection ability. Asterisk, she thinks, feeling completely outclassed. Suddenly, the rest of the gathered crowd and hunters reach the perimeter. An excited streamer records everything as Team 11 begins installing mana measurement devices. These tools calculate the dungeon's internal level and the time until a break. They lean in for a closer look. The screen flashes the number 402080. The tech expert sighs. It's only a level 4 dungeon, a low-tier threat. The MC looks relieved, seeing a chance to utilize his *** Manhwa story leveling system ***. The director is stunned. A level 4. After all this preparation and hype? We aren't certain yet, So-young insists. We must determine if it's a new rift. She orders a memory-type hunter to stay behind and monitor the entrance's mana. The director is spiraling. This situation is driving him toward a total breakdown. Do you have any idea how much capital we've poured into this project? His demonstrated power is way beyond a level 4, she retorts, defending his potential. If a returnee's first rift is just a dungeon, then they're just dungeon returnees. He demands to know who will trust their investments if the hype fails. She argues he's a high-value irregular. The director scoffs. Potential doesn't pay the bills. If the public hears he's a dungeon returnee, our stocks will plummet instantly. Furious, So-young tells him to use the inspection as an excuse to buy time. The director snarls an order. Find a way to profit, or we're all finished. The scan completes. The dungeon is scheduled to break in 50 days. Dismiss the military units. We have 50 days before the monsters emerge. The MC smiles, but the nerd is baffled. You'd have to clear this daily. With our current numbers, a daily grind like that would be pure suicide. It's not difficult, he replies calmly. By the way, what's the price of that? The mana tracker? Most guilds own them, but the latest tech is pricey. This model costs 3 billion won. It's definitely not a cheap piece of gear. Actually, it's yours. Consider it a permanent loan and a gift for signing. The protagonist blinks. A 3 billion won gift just for a signature? Why? The nerd shrugs awkwardly. The department treats every high-rank returnee like royalty. Word on the street is foreign powers are courting him, yet our hero senses something fishy. The official begs him to stay, calling him Korea's ultimate national treasure, just as he was ordered. The protagonist frowns. Foreign offers? I haven't received a single message. Cold sweat drips as the nerd realizes he's said far too much. The streamer approaches with a serious face. To be honest, brother. He whispers that overseas powers are currently in a brutal bidding war for his talent. Since he avoids the internet, a mountain of donations has piled up in his name. The streamer worries about his indecision. Curiously, our hero asks for the total amount, 5 billion won. But he tells 𝗫 that no amount of gold should ever enslave a man's soul. True friendship and someone to talk to are worth far more than any fortune. 𝗫 nods, taking those wise words to heart. Still, he insists on showing him the top 3 high-tier offers waiting for his approval. Our hero scoffs. Will assassins come if I look? Just tell them I saw it and ignored it. He then instructs Junho to change into proper gear immediately. 𝗫 agrees, splitting the funds before heading toward the portal. Do as you wish, he calls out. 𝗫 thinks, man, he's generous. Totally my type. Whoa there, buddy. Hold it. Just because he's rich doesn't mean you should fall for him like that. He brags that being with Rang makes money fly into his pockets. 3.6 billion won already. Our hero signals the start, but the government nerd frantically calls for a timeout. A professional combat team is inbound. He begs them to wait for the official reinforcements. He refuses. Per the contract, he'll only allow 2 inspectors to enter this dangerous zone, but they strictly cannot join the hunt. Kim, so young, agrees, but the nerd trembles. A rank 4 dungeon? Is this small group enough? She tells him to shut up and just record the data. They enter. Be'Hio rushes over, and our hero agrees it's time for some serious leveling up. Stepping through the portal into a new realm, So Young asks if this is the target location. He's uncertain, so she activates her detection skill at once. A sense of familiarity hits him, but something still feels horribly wrong. The nerd panics, wondering if they should be walking so carelessly in enemy territory. 𝗜𝗏𝗟𝗏 just shrugs. The protagonist is leading, so just keep up. Suddenly, So Young screams, "Stop!" 3 monsters detected only 70 meters ahead. The group halts. The terrified nerd doubts their chances once again. Annoyed by the coward, the group watches as a dark shadow emerges from the trees. Junho begins to grin like a total psychopath. Even 𝗜𝗏𝗟𝗏 is speechless at this madness. With a wild roar, Junho charges forward with everything he's got. To save his brother's life, our hero delivers a swift knockout blow. Give him a sedative. 𝗜𝗏𝗟𝗏 rushes over while the nerd stares in pure confusion. So Young explains the truth. Junho suffers from a madness triggered by holding a blade. As the medicine takes hold, our protagonist steps forward. Everyone, get back. A grotesque, eye-covered beast slithers out from the alien foliage. This isn't an earthly creature. A pack of lizardmen appears from the shadows. He orders a defense zone as he lunges into the heart of the fray. The nerd records the massacre as monsters fall from single strikes. They're weak. With every kill, the system grants him 84 achievement points. The nerd is stunned. Is that godlike reaction speed even humanly possible? The protagonist commands 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Junho to harvest the spoils, sending them toward the fallen beast. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 grumbles at Junho's messy methods, complaining about the chaotic blood splatter everywhere. The analyst notes Junho's terrifying shift into a cold-blooded killer once the blades are drawn. So, Young remains unmoved, coldly ordering the group to maintain their forward momentum. Our hero plans to keep the next wave alive, as this system Manhwa requires real-time combat. The nerd's voice trembles as he struggles to grasp the protagonist's insane training methods. He questions the logic of pitting rank C lizard men against a rookie and a lunatic. The leader commands his loyal summon to vanish into the woods and lure more prey. Panic flares in the nerd as the small dog charges ahead, fearing a massive monster wave. He dreads the possibility of being swarmed by hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters at once. The team leader ignores his pleas, demanding he focus solely on recording the battle data. Fear consumes the nerd while Junho's murderous intent flares as the enemies close in. 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 fails to sedate the berserker, who charges toward the monsters with reckless, wild abandon. The protagonist barks orders as his summon weaves through a deadly rain of primitive spears. Junho's daggers flash with lethal precision, carving through the first monster to reach the next. Seeing his ally overextended, the protagonist blurs forward to intercept the impending counterattack. He suppresses the beast's power, allowing his teammates to claim the precious experience points. The system grants his summon 14 points in strength, while Junho narrowly avoids a decapitation. Looking back, the protagonist sees 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 landing a critical shot that halts the beast's charge. A follow-up barrage rains down, rapidly depleting the monster's remaining health bar. Junho delivers the final, brutal strike, pushing 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to reach level 9 through perfect teamwork. Stunned by their efficiency, the nerd asks if this truly is a rank 4 dungeon. So Young scoffs at his doubt, while he worries their overconfidence might lead to disaster. She shuts him down, demanding absolute silence to focus on documenting their incredible progress. Suddenly, the alarm pings as enemies swarm from every direction, surrounding the entire party. A massive beast erupts from the tree line, leading a pincer attack from multiple flanking positions. Outside the gate, a media frenzy erupts as reporters swarm Kim Miso's arriving vehicle. Miso's icy aura flares as she threatens any reporter foolish enough to block her path. She demands they clear the way, only stopping when a journalist offers a tempting trade. He reveals that Captain Lee's elite combat team has already entered the dungeon depths. Realizing the public suspect's a rank 4 threat, Miso struggles to maintain her composure. The reporter reads the flicker of concern in her eyes, confirming his dangerous suspicions. She orders them aside, unknowingly confirming the biggest scoop of the journalist's career. The press corps buzzes with excitement, realizing they have stumbled upon a massive secret. She announces a rank 4 returnee is inside, determined to end this orchestrated media charade. Her driver worries about the fallout of leaking such high-level, confidential hunter information. She prioritizes Park's safety over corporate greed, leaving her driver in a state of confusion. Publicly acknowledging Park Seo as a returnee in this system, Manhwa reality will deter enemies. The driver warns of the director's wrath, fearing the political storm this revelation will cause. Determined to find a solution, Combat Team 13 prepares to breach the dungeon entrance. Captain Lee takes point, rallying his soldiers to exterminate every monster in their path. A sudden shout halts their advance as a messenger demands they remain on standby. Confusion ripples through the squad as they question the sudden change in their mission orders. Miso arrives with a grim warning. Entering now means they might never return alive. Lee demands an explanation, refusing to accept that his elite team is barred from entry. She declares that until Park Seo approves the combat team, entry is strictly forbidden. he immediately challenges the order. He demands to know why she's spouting nonsense after they rescheduled everything just to rush here. She blames unforeseen issues, but he fires back, exposing a massive flaw in the contract's fine print. He asks if it's even sane to deploy a recon team without any combat support. She insists on a contract revision to fix this, mentioning the director is also caught in the mess. Frustrated by the complexity, he groans, so she suggests they continue their conversation in the car. Meanwhile, the director sees the news. The protagonist is a returnee from a rank 4 system Manhwa dungeon. At that moment, he's desperately telling his boss not to worry about where the money went. He tells the minister a mistake occurred and demands a full investigation before making any official statements. He slams the phone down. Losing his mind, he wonders why 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗧 is still unreachable during this total PR disaster. The doctor also learns our hero escaped a rank 4 system Manhwa dungeon, fearing Korea's hope is dead. He scoffs at the twist, noting the guy's life plays out like a primetime soap opera. He recalls the hero's words, before finding the fruit trees, he hid by a coast full of food. But he quickly realized survival there was impossible. Massive, terrifying crustaceans rose from the depths, forcing him to flee for his life. A sea? There's no way an ocean exists within a level 4 system, Manhwa dungeon gate. This proves the theory. Dungeons are broken planets forming a unique system Manhwa world. He remembers the hero's desperate plea to find his younger brother, who might still be alive. He agreed to help, but only under one specific condition. He wanted the full story of the 500 years spent as the legendary king of wolves. He craved details on the guerrilla wars and his reign as the forest's true king. He looks at this ordinary returnee, claiming he ruled a jungle for centuries. It's hard to believe. Who would believe him? He regrets his choice, mourning the loss of a legendary and truly epic story. Meanwhile, our hero is busy slaughtering lizardmen, his blade carving a path of absolute devastation. The nerd is stunned by the hero's combat prowess. The hero just tells them to collect the loot. They exit the thick woods, venturing deeper into the unknown territory. Kim So-young marvels at a glowing stone, while Dansor notes its beautiful yet sinister aura. The hero hasn't been here before, yet a strange sense of familiarity washes over his soul. Suddenly, they spot a familiar writing. It's Hangul, the Korean alphabet, carved into the world. It warns of a place where no one returns. Seeing the leopard's territory, a dark memory awakens. So-young assumes it's a prank. When Dansor denies it, her face pales with sudden dread. She asks if the nerd is recording, baffled by Korean marks in a place like this. She turns around only to see the protagonist walking away. Entering the cave, a heavy chill settles over them. Something big is about to happen. The protagonist guides them further in. The glowing walls are covered in frantic scribbles, the work of someone losing their sanity. Since every inch is covered in Hangul, they wonder if another Korean was trapped here. Don reads the carving's longings for home, fried chicken, and warm stew. It's heartbreaking. He jokes about a dungeon Robinson Crusoe trying to mask the grim reality. The nerd notes the sheer desperation etched into every stroke of the stone. They find some crude rants. Doran realizes the survivor was driven mad by isolation and desire. They sigh at the immaturity until they notice the strange drawings alongside the text. Among the phrases, one line stands out. He even misses the people he once hated. He yearns for the family he once resented. Even Dom S. notices Junro's name etched in stone. Junro sees the message his brother left. The shocking truth hits them both at once. Kim So-young stares at him, and that's when. These glyphs resemble ancient cave art. They claim his writings hold incredible scientific value. When she asks if he lived here, he freezes. His diary mentions 500 years of mastery. The king's sovereign mark. For 100 years, Goryeo never invaded. He remembers the tiger he fought for ages. He relives the carnage until her voice snaps him back, asking if he's okay. His eyes find another entry detailing the epic war for Moon Hill. 30 years since the rebellion began. Within 3 sunsets, the final battle will commence. It all comes back. A grim entry states that one of them will surely die. The hellish experiences of that alien world burn through his mind again. Danso finds glowing blades. Could these crude weapons rival a high-tier system Manhwa artifact? Overwhelmed by the memories, he suddenly bolts outside. They shout after him. Kim So-young fails to keep up, blaming Emsu's teasing for his anger. He sprints with desperate purpose, scaling the tallest peak to find answers. He gazes out, wondering how his planet fell. A shocking theory is starting to form. Time moves faster here than on Earth. Did the world collapse after he left? She reaches the summit, breathlessly asking if these ruins were once his home. He nods grimly, but his eyes narrow. Something is fundamentally wrong with this landscape. He remembers a snowy peak, lush fruit groves, and a vast sea beyond. A sea, he calls it the Thundering Sea, a forbidden zone where no mortal dared tread. Stunned by the level 4 sea monster, she asks if he truly wrote those logs. He confirms it. Writing was his anchor to a civilization that felt like a dream. When he first arrived, he hid from predators, etching his soul onto the cave walls. Even after leaving, he returned to log his journey, terrified of losing his humanity. He'd scribble random memories, obsessively reading them back to keep his mind sharp. She asks about the lizard men, but they weren't here then. Where are his animal companions? This was the Leopard King's domain. Those predators would never surrender to mere lizards. She points to the impenetrable fog. That's the dungeon's edge, a barrier no soul can cross. Confusion clouds his mind, but then she spots a swarm of lizards ascending from below. It's an ambush. 80 bloodthirsty scales are crawling up the cliffside toward them. Everyone scrambles to stay close. Straying means death as 102 lizards surround them. Why are they swarming? The protagonist draws his daggers, preparing for the slaughter. The Lizard King screeches. Our hero freezes, seeing a fanged skull crowning the monster's head. It's the Leopard King. He orders her to stay back and dives headlong into the fray. Kim So-young screams in terror, but he's already plunged into the horde with murderous rage. Meanwhile, at Grandma's house, she comments on the pigeon's appetite, only for the bird to teleport exactly like 𝗜𝗏𝗏. Kim So-young watches as wings erupt from his back. He's a vengeful angel of death. A spear whistles through the air, but he weaves through the danger with divine grace. He confronts the Lizard King, initiating a sudden transmutation with bow that shakes the earth. Transformed into a demon, he sinks fangs into the king's neck, dragging him into the abyss. Kim So-young fears he's gone insane. From the ledge, Dansoa screams of sorrow. Echo. Mew scoffs, saying no amount of embarrassment justifies such a reckless, suicidal leap. Juno panics, asking who just fell, but Kim So-young insists he's alive despite the terrifying drop. The girl repeats her claim that lethal fall wasn't enough to end his life. Meanwhile, a swarm of lizard men scales the walls, spears sharpened for the kill. Kim So-young screams, 30 meters in closing, prepare for impact and hold the line. The nerd weaponizes a stone while Dansoa, crossbow in hand, commands everyone to keep climbing. J-Unro positions himself, ready to rain heavy boulders down from the heights. As the horde nears, they're met with projectiles, but our hero is below with the Lizard King. Pure rage ignites. He pummels the beast's face, delivering a brutal, fatal beating. He annihilates the king until the monster finally collapses into a heap. Grabbing its throat, he rips the leopard head helmet from the skull and hurls it away. Where are the leopards? He demands, but the dying king only offers one final, pathetic strike. That act of defiance snaps his sanity, sending him into a total, uncontrolled fury. He launches into the sky, clutching the lizard, while the others fight off the climbing horde. Minsu wonders if these long-range tools drain more dimensional energy than a standard blade. Dansoa explains power scales with levels. Right now, these desperate measures are their only hope. They're on us, he barks. Draw your steel and prepare for close-quarters combat. J-Unro unsheathes his blades, but his eyes go cold as he descends into a bloodthirsty trance. Dansoa warns against the lunatic jumping, but Minsu spots something far more terrifying above. The protagonist is hovering in the clouds with the king, leaving Kim So-young paralyzed with dread. Holding the king's lifeless carcass, he drops the body like a bomb onto the climbing subjects. A system Manhwa alert pings. He levels up, gaining a new skill and the wind attribute. That morbid projectile wipes out the horde, granting him a surge of powerful new abilities. But the sheer force shatters their footing, sending his entire team screaming into the abyss. Find cover. He bellows through the wind as Minsu and the others plummet toward the earth. Rubble buries the survivors in dust. Kim So-young crawls out, desperately calling for signs of life. Minsu emerges, coughing, while Dansoa realizes he was inches away from being flattened. J-Unro is found alive. The gate is open, the hero shouts. Move out, now. Kim finds the timing suspicious, but Dansoa doesn't wait, sprinting for the exit. They escape the nightmare, though Minsu wonders what the point of all that chaos even was. M is ecstatic, but Lemon looks grim. The hero wonders if Park Soon is actually weak. Emissor tries to approach, but the look in his eyes stops her dead in her tracks. She offers a greeting, but he transforms into a pigeon and flies away, leaving them stunned. Did he just turn into a bird? The captain asks, praying it was just a hallucination. They weigh the deal while Minsu teases Sai about her dog comment, leaving her speechless. She senses the shift in atmosphere and asks if something went wrong during the chaos. If this was just a negotiation, she snaps, then you should leave right now. Kim So-young cuts the talk, ordering Minsu back to headquarters to finalize their report. But Minsu insists she comes too, revealing her mission to watch Soon has been terminated. Her new orders: a grueling support mission on the northern border near Dao. The gravity of the situation sinks in, leaving her reeling from the sudden, overwhelming reassignment. Minsu notes that 4 portal managers will stay behind to maintain the essential equipment. J-Unro tells them to relax, promising they'll be treated as honored guests for now. He suggests hiring more staff immediately, responding with a chillingly polite and civilized demeanor. Minsu shivers, unable to tell which of his many faces is the true monster. But Bung is confused, asking why she isn't cooperating with Park Sun as originally planned. She insists they return immediately for salary negotiations. The director is waiting, and they can't afford a single second of delay. But he snaps back, demanding to know why Pero refused the meeting. He begins hurling curses at those arrogant guild bastards. He mocks them as absolute fools, questioning how a fake level 5 guild thinks they can conquer that dungeon alone. He knows their game. Once the dungeon breaks and chaos erupts, they'll come crawling to the Ministry of Defense for salvation. They'll be begging for help from the Ministry of Defense. Dano's blood boils at that bastard's arrogance, but Jay coldly commands them all to just get out. On her way back, Uni takes a call from the director. He's frantic, asking if she leaked the story to the press. Because of her, his phone won't stop ringing. Every agency is backing off now, leaving only the management team in play. They'll settle the score later. Seeing her grim expression, he realizes something is terribly wrong and asks what happened. Back at the agency headquarters, Uni reveals the truth, playing back the secret recordings for everyone to see. They stare in awe at ancient Korean scriptures. They've discovered Seuna's hidden diary, etched directly into the cave walls. He fast-forwards to the peak of the battle. In a flash, he soared into the sky and hurled the Lizard King. He explains that while recording inside the dungeon was impossible, he captured everything the moment they emerged. The room falls into a stunned silence. The legendary protagonist had actually transformed himself into a common pigeon. It's unbelievable, but they realize he can merge with any beast he's tamed. That concludes the shocking footage. Lim trembles, realizing the sheer terror of his power. Overpowering a Lizard King like that is simply inhuman. The director notes a level 4 Lizard King is B rank, but Minsu corrects him it's A rank, and he crushed it effortlessly. The director realizes Seuna's power exceeds S rank. Yet, Kim So-young notes his current dimensional energy is only E rank. His raw combat prowess is S rank, but after merging, his power scales entirely based on the animal he chooses. They suspect he's reached SSS rank. In this system Manhwa world, Seuna is an anomaly with absolutely no level up limit. A limitless state? Lim wonders if every irregular possesses this kind of world-breaking potential. Kim So-young shakes her head. She doesn't know about the others, but Seuna is truly one of a kind. The director is haunted by a single thought. If he's this powerful now, what were his stats before his return? Minsu imagines a future where everyone lost during the cataclysm returns like him. Their nation would become a global superpower. But Mu kills the dream. Entering a portal without gear usually means certain death. Another like him is nearly impossible. The director argues the test proves Seuna is a level 4 returnee, but she insists they still lack definitive proof. The director sighs, admitting he doesn't want to believe it either, but the evidence is staring them in the face. This isn't a new planet. The key to Seuna's godlike abilities lies deep inside that dungeon. Yoon-hee solemnly confirms his theory. But the director is frustrated. If Seuna signed the contract, why is he still blocking the scouts from entering? Lim-ong scoffs, calling him a greedy bastard who just wants to keep the secret of his strength for himself. Kim So-young immediately jumps to his defense, insisting that Seuna isn't the type to be driven by greed. Yoon-hee suggests they just need better terms. The director is baffled. What more could he possibly want from them? That's the mystery. Yoon-hee wonders what kind of leverage he's looking for this time around. Kim So-young walks away, her mind racing. What is the real secret behind his overwhelming surge in strength? Negotiations continue. Lim-ong strikes a deal. If he gets 80 C-rank soldiers for his 37th squadron, he'll find him. With that force, he'll take full responsibility for the search, and the minister's investment issues will vanish. The director agrees. Even if they claim all the loot, the trade-off is well worth the price. Lim-ong raises the stakes, demanding triple the standard pay plus a massive 780% bonus. If it ends this headache, the money is irrelevant. They just need Seuna to grant them free access to the dungeon. She asks about the extra item they have in storage, but he's hesitant about giving him something that valuable. Meanwhile, in a moment of peace, the monk leads his young apprentices to the warehouse for the tomato harvest. But as they open the doors, something ancient and transformed is waiting for them, lurking silently within the shadows. The military is mobilized and fully armed. Every soldier stands ready as the commander receives the final green light. He calls in Team 11. Kim So-young, lost in thought, reports that the team's detection systems are clear. The time has come. The operation begins now as they move to seize control of the portal. Whispers of the Ego border spread among the hunters, a place described as hell due to constant dungeon breaks. The squad doubts a detection team would be sent to the front, questioning Kim So-young for the truth. She tells them to write their final wills before the signal dies. This grim system, Manhwa reality, terrifies them. Far from the chaos, our hero enjoys a tranquil moment, deep in slumber amidst the farm's hay. Dano notices his lethargy, assuming donations vanished once the world learned he returned from a level 4 dungeon. Suddenly, an unusual sight catches the young man's attention. Junho arrives, and Dano scolds him for failing to knock. Junho teases about adult sights, but the kid scoffs, noting it is broad daylight. When asked about the monk, Dano shakes his head. Silence has fallen between them, sparking genuine concern. Dano jokes about enlightenment, figuring the monk is likely just playing with local children somewhere. Junho explains his grandmother bought supplements, fearing the protagonist's hallucinations are mere vitamin deficiencies. They are both surprised, as the protagonist looks remarkably healthy. Dano mentions the hunter's excessive sleeping. Junho nods, originally planning to wake the slumbering giant himself. However, the main character is awake, staring intensely at the tree. He hoped for a reunion when the portal opened, yet only a fragment of home returned. Instead of friends, he found red lizards. He recalls the Red Wolf family and Jack's tribe from that world. He wonders if his old companions fled in terror from the lizards, scattering across that world. He shrugs it off. If destiny wills it, their paths in this system Manhwa will cross again. Suddenly, Junho calls him for a meal. The protagonist agrees, realizing his long slumber left him famished. He heads inside, asking about Blondie, knowing the lobster-loving girl would never miss a feast. The room goes silent. Dano is horrified that he cannot recall his own sister-in-law's name. He asks if Blondie is wrong, leaving Dano absolutely speechless at such idiocy. Dano explodes, shouting that her name is Kim So-young. 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗓. Shocked by his ignorance, Dano asks if they were dating. Our hero thinks he means monster hunting. At that moment, Dano realizes the terrifyingly simple way the man's brain actually functions. Is combat all he thinks about? Junho mentions she was deployed, catching the protagonist's interest. She called while he was out, and Junho emphasizes the need to recruit new guild members. The protagonist seems hesitant, but Junho insists it is a mandatory move. They need staff to monitor the gate meters, as new portals could rupture within their territory anytime. Their current numbers are failing. The protagonist turns to Dano, asking for capable recruits. Dano suggests checking with boxing contacts and scanning their channel subscribers for potential talent. He looks at the main character, remembering he only recently returned to this modern society. The protagonist asks about the monk, but Junho confirms there has been zero contact. He recalls the monk mentioning a sanctuary for orphans and the elderly located in Seoul. Dano grows worried as calls go unanswered. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗓 finds herself in a total mess. Entering the necrol-infested red zone, the team nervously questions if they strayed from the route. So-young gazes at her phone before cutting the signal and stepping into the heart of darkness. Back at the farm, the protagonist notices 2 missed calls on his screen. He attempts to call back, but only receives an unavailable signal. She turned her phone off. Inside the zone, a gruesome war erupts against zombies. One monster wears a face from the monk's past. He continues to dial, unaware that her phone now lies shattered and blood-stained in the dirt. Meanwhile, a visitor arrives, asking Junho for a meeting with Sunwoo. Suddenly, Limong spots a dog-faced stranger. The lady stands there, completely baffled by the scene. Our protagonist stares at a dead tree, asking if this is just another inspection. She nods, claiming this isn't some alien world. Why so obsessed? He asks. She admits they're hunting for the hidden system behind his dungeon's insane power. He shrugs, telling them to just train for a millennium. Why won't they believe his system Manhwa's secret to leveling up? Leong snaps, losing his cool. He pleads for the hero to stop playing games with his fellow countrymen. In this era of calamity, we must stand together as one, he urges with nationalistic fervor. But our hero doesn't care for talk of national crises or duty. Leong explains, level 6 dungeons are appearing daily, countdowns to breaks are shrinking, and the countryside is crawling with infected monsters. Food and labor shortages are strangling the city under massive pressure. High rankers are desperately needed, but the protagonist pauses. What exactly does he mean by infected? Leong recalls the post-cataclysm chaos. A mysterious virus spread across the wilderness. Patient Zero was a man named Bill, found in North America's abandoned fields. These creatures are neither living nor dead, attacking everything in their path. They call them necrophiles, and their territories are red zones. If these zones expand, hope for the world fades. Land routes will vanish, making rural dungeon breaks impossible to stop or contain. If it's an unknown virus, there's not much I can do, he notes coldly. She counters, it's an alien pathogen from the gates. It's spreading too fast for their current manpower to even resist. He smirks. If I let you inspect and hunt in my dungeon, what gifts are you offering me? She promises to immediately promote his guild to level 5 status. So we can challenge level 5 dungeons now, he muses internally. Exactly, she smiles. Thrilling, isn't it? Then she reveals the second prize. He's being granted his own territory. He's skeptical. She points to Gyeonggi, near the Sunwoo borders, as his new sovereign domain. Can I even manage such a wasteland? He questions. The countryside is a graveyard, he scoffs. You just want me to be a human shield for East Seoul, don't you? She admits the truth. Outside the major cities, the world has become a lawless void. Most of the nation is now a dead zone. After the Great Disaster, rural survivors fled to the cities to escape the necrophile hordes and constant dungeon breaks. But cities are overflowing, so you want me to conquer Gyeonggi and house the refugees? He asks. When people gather, hope returns. Trade, farming, and dungeon clearing can rebuild the foundations of civilization. The Sana Guild would be hailed as legendary managers of their own realm. The profits would be truly astronomical. Mobile housing will serve the dungeon districts. If a gate with a long break time appears, his guild hits the ultimate jackpot. I don't know. I still wouldn't trust that woman's snake-like smile. She's definitely using him for free labor. He knows the risks, but asks, what about the situation in North Korea? Their leadership was shattered during the initial Great Disaster, leaving the North in absolute ruin. Coups erupted, the command structure dissolved, and the elite fled to the mainland like rats from a ship. Now, survivors wander the wastes. Without a system to manage the gates, dungeon breaks are ravaging the entire peninsula. It's only a matter of time before they storm Seoul, he realizes. A smirk plays on his lips. Is he the one being played, or is he playing them? Fine, I'm in. He signs the contract as Miso beams with predatory joy. Is my 100-day travel ban lifted? He asks. She confirms he is finally a free man. He adds 2 conditions. First, he needs a meeting with the genius who engineered the dimensional energy measuring device. And the second, she asks, he wants her to track the signal of his missing guildmate. Her eyes widen in surprise as he explains his friend has suddenly gone silent. She agrees, labeling them simple requests. Beside her, Leong prepares to commence the next dangerous mission. Meanwhile, 3 mysterious figures arrive for the 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗓 Guild's open mercenary recruitment. Whispers say 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗓 Guild is the elite mercenary force backed by Korea's titan, 𝗕𝗏 Corp. They only recruit biannually, yet most applicants are ruthlessly purged during the initial screening. In this system, Manhwa reality, 𝗔𝗴 is the dream notoriously exclusive but offering unparalleled support. One desperate kid applied just for scraps, fully expecting another rejection from the prestigious guild. Miraculously, his application somehow made the cut. 3 years of low-tier mercenary work were finally paying off, but the true trial lay ahead. From 50 survivors, only 10 will survive the final interview to become official members. This was a once-in-a-lifetime shot, but a sudden phone notification left him paralyzed with shock. Inside the interview hall, the failures were already being dismissed with cold indifference. An interviewer sighed, claiming this recruitment cycle was filled with nothing but mediocre talent. They're only fit as porters who'd guard crates with their miserable lives. Suddenly, a scout noticed something rare, a candidate with a swordsman class. It's Jay. Despite years of experience, his file reveals a pathetic E- rank. If his awakening is swordsmanship, he's worth polishing. I'll claim this one myself. The next group is summoned, but only 4 candidates enter the room. Panic set in as they realized Jik had vanished. He walked out without warning, leaving the confused interviewer who had just handpicked him. Jay was staring at a recruitment message from our protagonist's personal guild instead. He shreds the 𝗔𝗴 guild offer without a second thought. Why hesitate when the man who saved his life Korea's biggest star is calling? Elsewhere, a squad dives into this deadly system, Manhwa world, frustrated by the low experience points. These cowards are hiding, but an ambush could strike at any moment. A soldier jokes with Sergeant Ran about that time they faced 2,000 ghouls. The road turned treacherous, they regretted deviating from their usual, safer route. It was a necessary gamble to meet their strict deadline at the entrance. The driver gasped, alerting Captain King to a nightmare looming in the distance. A pack of undead were feasting on a fallen beast nearby. One monster glared with murderous intent, prompting the captain to order an anti-tank strike. The driver hesitated, fearing the blast would provoke the entire necro horde. Fire, the captain barked, desperate to clear the Bang military zone in time. Obeying orders, the soldier unleashed a literal storm of fire upon the necros. The zombies barely noticed the incoming shells before being vaporized into crimson mist. They floored the accelerator, crushing everything as the relentless horde swarmed their rear. They're coming. Lock and load, open fire, the captain screamed. Lead rained down, erasing the undead threat instantly. In 𝗕𝗏, a frantic monk speeds toward a campground, fleeing the growing shadow of death. The undead were gaining ground as the group raced for the safety of the office. The driver wept, regretting his stubborn insistence on taking this cursed path. It was unthinkable that these monstrosities would reach such a peaceful sanctuary. The monk could only hope to prepare a fresh, hearty meal for the orphans. Monjin's words cut deep. Those vegetables were still waiting to be harvested. Escape is the priority. They must survive to feed those hungry children. They agreed through gritted teeth, while the relentless dead snapped at their heels. The office was in sight, but 𝗦-𝗔 watched in horror as the zombies accelerated. When we stop, run for your lives, he shouted to the terrified children. 𝗦-𝗔 swears this time, he will ensure not a single soul perishes under his watch. As the car screeches to a halt, they leap out to escape the monsters, while the monk bellows for everyone to run. The elder monk warns 𝗦-𝗔 to watch his back before ushering the terrified children towards safety. Standing as a lone bulwark against the beasts, he swings his staff and crushes the first creature instantly. He unleashes divine retribution to obliterate the undead until a massive, suffocating horde appears on the horizon. He stares in disbelief, muttering that they look like towering mountains of rotting flesh. With 6 minutes left on his dragon's rush cooldown, he spots a glowing fairy fluttering toward the swarm. Suddenly, the fairy conjures violent tornadoes that hoist the entire zombie legion into the sky. 𝗦-𝗔 and the monks stand frozen in awe until a mysterious figure emerges atop a nearby skyscraper. The protagonist smirks at the carnage, muttering that the new ability looks incredibly useful. The monks look up to see the man 𝗦-𝗔 reverently refers to as their great benefactor. He warns them to stay back, unless 𝗦-𝗔 wants to be sucked into the localized vacuum. With a wave of his hand, more cyclones erupt, effortlessly grinding the massive zombie horde into dust. He grins, realizing how easy it is to dominate this *** system Manhwa *** world from a safe distance. While soldiers burn through ammo, Captain 𝗏 desperately requests aerial military support for Area 7, TWO-MOONS. He reports to command as 𝗦-3, informing them that ghouls are hot on their heels. He begs for immediate support, but the earth betrays them as massive boulders begin raining down. The driver screams for them to brace themselves, flooring the pedal to outrun the collapsing mountainside. They plunge over the embankment, tumbling alongside the undead before the vehicle flips into a mangled wreck. As Vehicle 2 goes dark, Kim So-young feels her blade begin to pulse with a strange vibration. A soldier cries out that they are doomed as a fresh wave of zombies swarms their transport. She toggles the external feed only to recoil as a maggot-filled eye stares back from the screen. The undead pile high atop the truck, their sheer weight threatening to crush the armored carrier. As they claw at the APC, the blonde commander orders the hatch open, while a soldier curses his nightmares. Despite the growing terror, they finally force the rear doors to hiss open. She descends into the fray as her men shudder at the nauseating stench of the approaching swarm. She barks an order, telling them to make a desperate sprint for Team 7's vehicle once outside. Kill anything that moves, she screams, unleashing a shockwave that sends the swarming zombies flying. She vaporizes the front line, clearing a path and proving to her team just how formidable she truly is. With the immediate threat blown away, she yells for them to jump before the next wave arrives. But before the undead can close the gap once more, the situation grows even more dire. She orders a full evacuation, commanding the driver to abandon the metal coffin immediately. 𝗦𝗡𝗩 lunges from the roof, but her steel flashes, bisecting the creature before it can strike. With a single graceful arc, she sends out a crescent of energy that reaps the undead like wheat. Behind her, the soldiers struggle through the gore, barely managing to fight their way toward another vehicle. They finally link up with the battered survivors trapped within the ruins of Vehicle 2. A report comes in that the drivers are dead, while the relentless tide of rot continues to advance. Finding the doors jammed, they scream for the breaching equipment as the zombies crawl closer. They order Team 7 to stand clear for a forced entry, while lead continues to fly into the dark. Overcome by pure terror, one soldier drops his rifle and collapses into a trembling, broken heap. As his comrades fall around him, a panicked voice calls out that staying there means certain death. "Shut up and keep firing," the captain bellows, spraying hot lead into the approaching nightmare. The zombies refuse to stop, surging into their defensive line with mindless, cannibalistic hunger. From 40 meters out, the sheer volume of the arriving monsters makes the situation feel truly impossible. He orders the men to prepare for close-quarters combat, but then, he senses something far worse approaching. A shimmering barrier surges forward. Pure energy shreds every zombie like paper in this ruthless system Manhwa world. Rotting limbs rain from the sky. The survivors stare in shock, tracing the source to the heavens above. Hope arrives. The special unit descends, their legendary commander slamming onto the vehicle's roof with godlike impact. Reinforcements unleash hell, slaughtering monsters in a whirlwind of steel. Nearby, the blonde huntress continues her dance of death with lethal precision. She whirls around, blade ready for a killing strike, only to find a special unit soldier. Stunned, she wonders if this mysterious warrior is from abroad. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, the commander charges a devastating skill, shouting for them to take cover. Jor instantly raises his shield, shielding the blonde woman from the coming blast. Channeling through his claymore, he fires glowing orbs that hover menacingly around the undead horde. Confusion reigns until he snaps his fingers, triggering a violent detonation. A massive shockwave vaporizes the surroundings. Thanks to the shield, the team remains unscathed amidst the raining debris. Overhead, helicopters circle the carnage, demanding a status report as the ground team tallies the fallen. Suddenly, a chilling blip appears on the tactical radar. Panic flares as an unidentified object closes in at impossible speeds. It's already far too late to react. The pilot glances sideways, only to see the cockpit shredded into scrap metal. Elsewhere, our main character and the monk reap the undead like wheat. The rescued children watch, mesmerized by this display of overwhelming power. Even the monk gapes in disbelief at the slaughter before him. They're all gone, the kids cheer, rushing toward Monk Jin. Their guardian warns them to stay back from the corpses. "That was a good warm-up," the main character smirks. "Let's head home." The monk asks how his savior knew where to strike. They ask about the mysterious stranger. Jin begins introductions, but the hero's gaze sharpens. A new threat is lurking. A hidden crawler sinks its teeth into the monk's foot. Terror takes hold. In Japan, space ruptures. A horrific portal tears through the asphalt, unleashing a beast that sends the crowds into a frenzied panic. Mothers clutch their infants, their desperate cries echoing through the chaotic streets. A stroller slips away, rolling towards certain doom. Suddenly, a figure intercepts it with lightning speed, stunning the mother. It's 𝗦𝗡𝗩. The hero has arrived to turn the tide of battle. A hooded squad joins the fray, engaging the beast. The monster roars, spitting lethal fireballs at the elite team. Reacting instantly, they deploy defensive skills to neutralize the incoming inferno. They douse the flames and charge. With one thunderous vertical strike, 𝗦𝗡𝗩 cleaves the monstrosity in half. He follows up with a blur of diagonal slashes, reducing the beast to a pile of gore. The terrified citizens stop and cheer, erupting into a thunderous ovation for their savior. "The hero's team saved us," they cry, as news cameras capture the triumphant moment for the breaking bulletin. Reports confirm a portal rupture in 𝗦𝗏, Osaka, letting loose a tide of monsters. Total devastation was averted only because the hero's team was returning from a grueling level 5 dungeon crawl. Supernatural Department's commissioner observes. As they discuss the event, a girl tells Rio that the hero handled the threat with impressive speed. Rio asks what she's watching. "It's Park Do-han," she replies, reminding him of the legendary druid she once mentioned. He wonders if the druid is trapped, but she clarifies he's just another mysterious dungeon returnee. As the news covers our protagonist, Rio scoffs at the hype surrounding a mere returnee until his eyes widen in realization. "Scroll down," he commands, his heart sinking as the truth reveals itself on the screen. He recognizes that face, a phantom from his past. A look of pure shock freezes his features. She asks if he knows the person. To his horror, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 identifies the boy as the 8th perverse. Though young, there's no mistaking him. Right now, he should be an orphan, alone and broken in this world. The 8th perverse Korea's most terrifying future villain. That is why he was placed last on the kill list. Why is he here now? No. This shouldn't be possible. Rio spots another familiar face, 𝗔𝗴𝗓𝗂, the future swordsman of hell. He shudders, remembering the dark fate awaiting the Buddhist monk. Legendary immortal destroyer, the Buddhist high priest Jin. He wonders how such monsters gathered in a single place. The main character leads a squad of absolute psychos. He recruited villains before their descent, forging a powerful system Manhwa team. She shows the hero a recording, swearing it is authentic. The footage reveals the main character destroying everything in both forms. He's stunned. She asks if a rank F survivor should be this strong. His destructive power exceeds any normal dungeon returnee's capabilities. She now believes the rumors of him being a hidden irregular. He's stunned. No unrecorded irregular should exist in this system Manhwa world. Did he return to the past to recruit these monsters for a hidden purpose? Suddenly, a terrifying realization strikes. Perhaps his goal is to change the future, just like mine. If so, my 500-year regression plan could become entirely useless. He tells Kiko they must depart for Korea very soon indeed. She is utterly speechless. He insists on meeting the druid, ignoring her confusing protests immediately. The main character's home transforms into a breathtaking Garden of Eden. Onlookers are breathless. The children love the new, majestic elephant. They spot cabbages, peppers, and eggplants growing alongside ripe tomatoes. Fruit ripens instantly. The monk has never seen such high-tier magic. A worker asks how many plots of land they must pave. A lush vineyard sprouts while the house continues its supernatural evolution. Watchers report 37 squads of 20 elites stationed near the area. 4 full teams have been inside for 28 hours since entry. Their 8th clear took 11 minutes, a shocking speed. Investing 10 hours daily in a level 4 dungeon clears it fast. She panics, realizing she should have limited their total raid count. Jack beams with joy while clutching his new, glowing infernal blade. The main character offers it as a gift, checking if he likes it. Jack agrees, noting his old sword was getting far too dull. He vows to reach rank B to master this system Manhwa weapon. After thanking him, the monk asks his benefactor for one favor. The main character listens as the monk complains about his staff. He wants a critical hit weapon, making everyone doubt his holy status. He ignores the nun joke, asking the monk for his weapon choice. He mentions a winged spear, though he cannot afford one yet. He buys the upgraded 120 million won spear instantly. Shocked, they watch the monk expertly handle the weapon with ease. He vows to repay this debt with curses and slaughter. The group trembles, terrified by his talk of bloody massacre. The streamer explains his specialty. The main character turns to Dong-su. He already possesses a weapon. He claims his weapon is enough, then asks why an elephant is inside. The monk notices too, but the main character remains totally confused. Jay stares in pure disbelief. An F-rank squad inside a level 4 dungeon, their casual vibe is insane, and he wonders if he will ever get used to this madness. Our main character ignores the chaos, simply asking Junro if he has taken his medicine yet. Jix shudders, imagining the fallout if that guy skips a dose. But the leader calmly promises to handle the medication himself. Elsewhere, Soro looks ready to snap. At least, that is what Jason suspects is about to happen. With a smirk, he orders the advance, but when Kiko halts Hiro, he demands to know why they are stopping. The airlines are dead, she warns. He stares back, completely blindsided by the devastating news. She pulls up a breaking report. A wyvern nest break has grounded every flight after a plane from America to Singapore plummeted during a monster strike. Horror washes over him, but she adds that it is not just the skies that are blocked now. Sea routes are closed too. He is reeling. This wyvern break happened far sooner than his original timeline predicted. His phone buzzes. It is the minister. The voice on the other end is strained, citing a dire, urgent emergency. The mission is clear. Deploy to Hokkaido immediately. A catastrophic level 7 dungeon has just manifested on the map. Impossible. Kiko's jaw drops. According to his calculations, this S-rank threat was not due for another 5 months. The schedule is breaking. He realizes the terrifying truth. This is way too early. The wyvern break was 3 months out, and reclaiming the skies should have taken weeks of military intervention. With the level 7 dungeon erupting unchecked, a global catastrophe is now completely inevitable. The entire world is spiraling into a total mess. If this keeps up, his preparations are worthless. The only anomaly in this twisted fate, Park Soro. He is convinced that Bastard is also a regressor. He just needs the final proof to confirm it. Soro's allies are future legends. But wait, he thought only a single regression stone existed in this world. Did Soro jump back 20 years too? No. Perhaps he is from a future, even more distant than his own timeline. That means Soro knows everything. If he is a threat to the future, he cannot be left to roam free. A confrontation is mandatory, and it needs to happen as soon as possible. If their paths diverge, he will eliminate him to save humanity. He turns to Kiko, ordering a detour to Hokkaido. She nods, promising deep intel on Park Soro. Suddenly, the entire convoy swerves toward a brand new fate. Back at the raid, our hero commands Mong Jin to activate his area taunt. The monk roars out to everyone. Dong-su shouts for more volume and soul. The monk's voice booms, luring every monster in the vicinity toward them. J6 prepares for the clash. Deep within the shadows of the dark forest, something primal is approaching. They are here, the streamer yells. As monsters emerge 40 meters away, our hero's brother feels the bloodlust rise. J6 trembles as a massive horde of lizardmen charges forward with lethal, murderous intent. Dong-su counts them. 125 lizardmen are swarming from the front. Our hero summons his spirits, unleashing a devastating tornado that sweeps the monsters into a lethal aerial meat grinder. One tries to flee, but Dong-su snipes it instantly. His score climbs to 13 as he mows down every runner. The numbers are overwhelming, but the monk steps up. With a draconic impulse, he obliterates the front line instantly. The monster ranks are crumbling under their absolute might. Our hero's brother dives in, craving the kill. Dong-su barks at Jae to join in, but the kid is paralyzed by terror. As they push deeper, the cold eyes of the lizard men lock onto the team with predatory hunger. Dong-su drops the first target. Junro follows like a whirlwind of blades, though Dong-su narrowly dodges a counter spear. Suddenly, Jiuk vaults to the front line. He cleaves through the spear and shreds the monster to bits. Dojin pants, admitting 10 targets is his current limit. But Ji's stress gauge hits the red. He goes berserk, tearing through his foes with a terrifying, primal fury. Dojin stares in awe. The Hellblade's destruction is absolute. This kid is playing a completely different *** system Manhwa *** than the rest. Jihak questions their true power, recalling his old dreams of joining a powerhouse like the Sheila Guild. He knows the truth. No top-tier guild would ever drag an E-ranker into a level 4 hellhole. Mid-slaughter, a massive blood-red shadow looms over him. It is the boss, the Lizard Man King has joined the fray. In that heartbeat, Smur lunges forward, severing the beast's arm. Jihak seizes the moment, ripping it to absolute shreds. They slaughter the monster in seconds. The sheer speed of the kill leaves him paralyzed with shock. Our hero stands frozen. It's like a broken system Manhwa where limits don't even exist. The Lizard King is decapitated effortlessly. Ji-haeok stares at the corpse, stunned by the easy victory. Dojun demands to know how he killed the king. The kid just looks on, totally clueless. Leave the blood crystals, Dojun commands. The logic behind his choice remains a total mystery. Regret hits him instantly. My bad, he mutters. I guess I just got a bit carried away. A portal appears with 5 minutes left. He shouts to move, but they smell massive profit. 400 million gold is at stake. Yet Dojun insists they just walk away and forget it. Suddenly, Dojun shifts gears. All he craves now are some savory meatball skewers. They'll feast later. But nearby, the monk winces as pain stabs his bitten ankle. His injury lingers. Meanwhile, across the forest, the command center demands a status report from Team 2. Sector 3 is 30% clear. Nothing unusual, Park reports, unaware of the lurking shadow. Park spots a strange trace. Could the mysterious intruder have left a clue behind in these ruins? They finish the wall analysis and move out. Suddenly, an urgent transmission pings Team 1. 6 spear-wielding lizards are closing in from their 4 o'clock. They're 70 meters out. The leader nods coldly. He sends Donjin and Sunungu to silence them without a sound. Secure those blood crystals. The captain then barks for the Lizard King's exact location. The search intensifies as scout groups fan out across the treacherous, monster-infested terrain. That rare item is elusive. Then, a glint catches his eye, triggering his detection skill. 8 lizard warriors are marching toward their 3 o'clock, only 70 meters from the base. The monsters approach. He spots a detonator on the path and snatches it up instantly. Come closer, you scaly bastards. He's ready to blow them all to absolute smithereens. Thick drool drips onto his face. He looks up to find the king's breath hot on his neck. Terror strikes. A blood-curdling scream shatters the air, while the others are busy looting. What was that? The captain shouts. The radio crackles. The base has been breached. Chaos erupts. They race back, cutting through a wall of lizards like a hot knife. Back to base now. Meanwhile, government reinforcements descend into a literal sea of zombies. The necrotics are swarming. Ground troops scream for air evac to rescue the wounded and scouts. The undead horde is endless. There isn't even a single second to stop and think. Grab the survivors and move. The command echoes, we need to get out now. A distress signal intercepted them while en route to the Guangdong Book Field mission. They've arrived in the nick of time. She remembers their designated rendezvous with the CDC. 5 level 2 dungeons broke and the portal exploded. Now, the entire CDC is mobilizing for war. They must escort the scouts to the armored brigade and follow the CDC's instructions. Suddenly, a massive fireball streaks across the sky, obliterating the lead chopper in a violent explosion. Fire rains down as a gargantuan monstrosity emerges from the smoke, towering over the ruins. That's where the footage ends, the soldier reports. The final transmission from 707 Alpha. He believed the department needed to witness the sheer scale of this horrific disaster. Are you telling me there's been total radio silence since that recording, she demands. He expects a follow-up, but she's furious. That wasn't their route. What happened there? The soldier has no answers. If they broke protocol, the disciplinary board will investigate soon. She's livid. Who's the idiot who led them into a necrotic red zone? It's suicide. If that bastard actually makes it back alive, I'll kill him with my own hands. She storms out, but her phone rings hollow. The number you called is currently unavailable. The captain gapes in pure shock. A soldier screams that a portal is forming 120 meters away at 9 o'clock, with only 10 minutes and 30 seconds before the gate breaches. In that horrific moment, the captain realizes this dungeon invasion was nothing but a complete, soul-crushing humiliation for the entire military. Meanwhile, at the high-security defense command center of the capital, a sleek black car screeches to a sudden halt. Kim So-young grants them permission to speak. The officer grimly reports Strike Team 1's return, confirming Ramsho and Kinro are dead while 2 others are currently recovering. And just like that, So-young reels from the news of 4 casualties. She demands to know how a simple level 4 dungeon raid turned into such a bloody and devastating massacre. The officer explains that because reconnaissance was the priority, the squad was forced to split up, making the entire operation a tactical and difficult nightmare. They plan to re-enter in 2 hours after recovering, but So-young immediately commands them to wait while she assesses the situation. She suggests finding replacements from other teams, but the officer admits everyone else is currently locked in the middle of their own desperate operations. Therefore, she presses for any leads or found items, but the officer reports they were swamped with rescues after their base was ambushed, leaving them with 0 clues. He confirms a 2-to-1 time dilation. While the team spent 48 hours inside the dungeon, only 24 hours have passed in our world since they entered. She stands frozen, breathless at the realization that time flows twice as fast. 10 years passed before Son returned. With time flowing twice as fast, he endured 20 grueling years inside that *** system, Manhwa *** hellscape. She recalls his bizarre claim that she would only need to spend 1,000 years training to reach his level. She realizes now that his claims of a 1,000-year training arc weren't just lies, but the cold, hard truth. If dungeon time is doubled, 500 years on Earth would equal a millennium inside, but how did he endure 1,000 years in there? She acknowledges the Soon Guild's clearing speed is terrifyingly fast. They must secure that position, even if it requires expanding their elite strike forces. The officer notes that the Soon team vanished after only 7 hours, having already achieved an incredible 50 clears. They've abandoned the level 4 dungeon in Son's territory and are currently heading to the department to officially update their hunter cards. She is stunned that they stop raiding. Meanwhile, Johnner takes the wheel, sensing that everyone in the car has experienced a massive and sudden surge in their power levels. The protagonist checks if he's exhausted. John shakes his head, admitting the entire day feels like a surreal and impossible dream. John reflects on 14 years of grueling labor, where he never even dared to dream of stepping into a level 4 dungeon. He'd never even touched a level 3 gate, yet here he is, having cleared a level 4 50 times in a single afternoon. The lizard warriors they faced were easily as powerful as the final bosses of lower-level dungeons. After 3 years of rotting at the bottom, joining the Son Guild promoted him to D rank on his very first day, changing his entire fate forever. Had he joined the 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀 Guild, he'd likely be stuck doing basic rookie chores and training drills right now. He questions if this reality is real. The protagonist jokingly offers to punch him awake, but the kid quickly declines with a smile. The moment they arrive, the protagonist rallies his team, telling them to finish this quickly so they can all go enjoy a massive lobster feast. During the test, he feels invisible eyes watching. A voice whispers that an unknown entity is observing and recording his information. He realizes that as his level rises, the whispers of this *** system Manhwa *** world become hauntingly clear. He remembers So-young mentioning that the genius behind the dimensional energy measurement device was a doctor from England. She had already reached out for a meeting and promised to notify him the second she received a formal response. The protagonist decides that the moment the invitation arrives, he must board a plane to England without a second's delay. During his meditation, the meter flares to life, displaying a staggering dimensional energy reading of 488. Soul exclaims that his energy far exceeds C-rank standards, offering confused yet sincere congratulations on the massive power-up. He scans the room, wondering if others can see his true stats, realizing he might be the only one with this player insight. He asks who designed the status windows, but Dansu is baffled. Don't levels, inventories, and shops just manifest automatically. The doctor calls it the Godstone legend. Post-cataclysm, it birthed the entire *** system Manhwa *** world we now inhabit. It was the core relic that changed everything, yet its true origin and function remain a total mystery to modern science. Intrigued, the protagonist asks for more, and Dansu recalls a legend he once heard. A massive stone pillar with red scriptures appeared in northern Europe. Hunters there could see status windows after the rock arrived. The world changed forever when that rock landed, granting humanity the power to level up and survive the coming darkness. Survivors of the Great Cataclysm worshipped the pillar, hailing its inscriptions as divine revelations. Once the holy script was decoded, ministers scattered shards of the pillar across the globe. This divine shard birthed the world's first *** system Manhwa *** reality, manifesting status windows for all awakened. Men call this sacred relic the Godstone. Through the department's dimensional mainframe, the Godstone monitors every awakened status window. Dansu is baffled, while our hero questions if this is a sermon or a briefing. The doctor explains the awakening update mechanics and the secrets of harnessing dimensional energy. It was a discovery that shook the world back then. He asks if this is God's plan. Dansu jokes about meeting him after death. Not everyone meets their maker. The protagonist wonders about the deep, hidden truth. He asks, does dropping a nuke during a dungeon break trigger a massive awakening? Dansu says no. Awakening requires direct contact with pure dimensional materials, not explosives. He recalls that rule, then pivots to congratulate the entire team on their level ups. Ji is acting foolishly, dreaming, while the others grow tired of his constant chatter. Junho spots a level 0 appearing and questions if the adjustment system has glitched. The protagonist insists on returning to the level 5 Orc Castle dungeon immediately. Jun asks why, but our hero reveals his savage level has finally skyrocketed. He'll tame more Grey Wolves before recruiting more members for his growing family. He sends them on an expedition with Jake to grind experience while he is away. The team agrees, though Dan-soo is stuck carrying the heavy loot as usual. With their levels higher, Dan-soo realizes his retirement pension should finally be increasing. Jun-ho notes that a single day's raid now earns them hundreds of millions. He's shocked the kid worries about pensions after clearing $5 billion today. They made that fortune even after burning through a mountain of expensive blood crystals. Jun-ho starts crunching the numbers of their massive earnings. After the guild's 50% cut, $2.5 billion is split 5 ways. The kid is stunned by his share, but Dan-soo credits Soro's legendary kindness. Our protagonist abruptly shifts the focus to something else. He demands lobster, causing Dan-soo to react with pure, flashy comedic shock. Dan-soo fears he'll be murdered soon, but no one understands his sudden panic. They check the livestream screen and G is floored by the astronomical donation numbers. Billions are pouring in from America, Russia, England, and even Japan. Jun-ho asks why the world is still obsessed with a single dungeon returnee. Dan-soo tells him to read the desperate messages being sent. They need his plant control powers as human territory continues to shrink rapidly. With food imported from Oroka, Soro is their only hope against global famine. They're calling him the absolute best, the only one who can prevent mass starvation. The protagonist simply asks why death threats are flying his way. Donors are throwing money just for a meeting he keeps ignoring. If he doesn't appear in 2 days, they've threatened to kill him for being stubborn. Annoyed and drunk, he pulled a prank that went horribly wrong. He emailed saying their billions weren't enough to earn a single moment of his time. Now the protagonist is in deep trouble, searching for an exit from this mess. He fears being cancelled or murdered unless he returns every cent to the donors. The protagonist simply agrees, staying cool under the pressure. Dan-soo, eyes sparkling, vows to deposit every cent of sponsorship and monetization into the guild's account. He's even ready to rebrand the entire channel to the Soro Guild on the spot. Our hero just nods, urging him to record already because that lobster dinner won't wait. Dan-soo goes live, announcing that the legendary Park Soro, the man everyone's been waiting for, has appeared. He offers a moment for a personal message to the global donors in this system, Manhwa. Jun-ho stares into the lens and simply says, "I'm not going. I'm busy eating lobster." The kid is left devastated, shedding tears of blood while asking the protagonist what that was. Jun-ho shrugs, wondering what more he could want. That was exactly the right response. As the kid stands there in a complete daze, Fake delivers a new notification. An email arrives from groups asking to visit him since he won't go to them, puzzling Jun-ho. The kid explains they're desperate for a serious conversation and will come if he invites them. Jun-ho nonchalantly tells them to come over, leaving Dan-soo floored by his casual attitude. He reasons that if they're so eager, why stop them? But then he asks, which country? It's a Japanese organization, and their representative is already weaving through traffic, rushing to make contact. Meanwhile, another executive complains over the phone about how annoying this whole ordeal has become. Frustrated by the old man, he tells his driver he's stressed and needs a club visit. A sudden call interrupts his subordinate reports that the elusive Park Soro has finally surfaced. He demands to know where, only to hear Soro is heading for a dungeon after eating. The director's eyes narrow as he asks exactly which dungeon they're talking about. It's the level 5 one from the last incident. The director gleefully orders his team to intercept. Over at a rival agency, another director summons his subordinate to discuss their next tactical move. He brings up the idol group Vitamin, specifically asking about a member named Song. He recalls her saying Park Soro is her ideal type in an interview, and the subordinate confirms. With a new song coming, the director suggests scandal marketing, leaving his assistant utterly confused. Suddenly, he barks at the driver to turn around. They have an important client to pick up. The driver executes a reckless U-turn, completely obliterating every traffic law in the book. The rulebook itself is weeping as the chairman calls, demanding to know the director's location. He claims he's working tirelessly for the DGB group, acting like a devoted son. But the president sees through the lies, demanding to know what scheme he's hatching this time. He orders his son to return immediately, threatening dire consequences if he dares to wander off. The director scoffs, reminding his father he's the sole heir and claiming this move helps the group. His father remains skeptical, asking what kind of disaster he's brewing in this system Manhwa. He confidently declares he's going to recruit Park Soro, the man everyone wants. The president questions his sanity, ordering him to stop causing trouble and return to the office. But the son insists he has his own plans, leaving his father fuming in disbelief. He hangs up, lamenting the tragic lack of trust his father has in his own heir. He then calls Song, who excitedly asks if it's true that she'll finally meet Park Soro. He tells her to meet him at the entrance, secretly plotting to outmaneuver that old fox director. His heart is full of spite as he vows to steal all the credit for this work. He believes young people should handle young people, and his trap is perfectly set. Even Park Soro won't resist a top idol, and success means inheriting his father's group comfortably. Once he succeeds, not even the sky will be able to limit his rising power. Meanwhile, at the dungeon site, a helicopter descends over zombies as high-tech drones scan the area. Thermal sensors pick up hordes of goblins, but the elite soldiers feel this mission is overkill. They complain about using state-of-the-art gear and top-tier training just to find some random bum. Dragged in on his day off, he's itching to end this shift and grab a cold beer. Suddenly, a strange blip flashes across the motion sensor. Is that a human? They pivot the drones and finally confirm their target. Scarface is fuming. First, they used him, and now they're trying to cage him. They bark orders to freeze, but the noise draws a swarm of hungry goblins. He's cornered, staring straight into the maw of a drooling green monster. Move in, but panic takes over. He blasts a goblin's skull and bolts. The horde closes in for the kill as the chopper descends for extraction. Typical. Emergency help is never there when you actually need it. Sprinting for survival, he narrowly dodges a strike and guns a beast down. The pursuit is relentless. He trips on the stairs, watching his weapon skitter away. A goblin lunges through the air, claws out for the final blow. Asterisk. Boom, asterisk. The monster's head erupts in gore. The rescue team has finally arrived. The DGB squad demands his surrender, but he's not going down without a fight. Elsewhere, the director gets the call. Target secured. Toss him in the warehouse. Meanwhile, the heir to the corporation stands there, utterly baffled. Excuses fly as the subordinate tries to justify this massive tactical blunder. He was face to face with Park Soro, the legend who dives into dungeons solo. He approached the kid, flashing his DGB credentials and offering a business card. But our hero couldn't care less. He ignores them and vanishes into the portal. The kid was like lightning. He moved with insane speed, ignoring everyone. The young master's rage boils over. How long did the previous team take? A duo cleared it in exactly 4 days, 11 hours, and 27 minutes. So a solo run takes 8 days. That's an eternity in a dungeon. A level 5 solo run. The guy is either a god or a lunatic. Death seems certain. Yet, the idol in the car only cares about meeting Soro. Irritated by the constant pestering, he leaves the starlet hanging without an answer. Inside the dungeon, our hero slaughters an army and checks his *** system Manhwa *** interface. Conquest points, 4,997. Wild Druid points, 350. The Beast Farm unlock requires 5,000 conquest points and 300 wild points. Lacking only 3 points, he activates his tracking skill to find any remaining life. Sure enough, one of those wretched creatures is still clinging to life. He lunges, delivering a lethal strike. Ding. 23 conquest points and a stone gained. Loot secured. With his points capped, it's finally time for the system's reward. System, would you like to unlock the Beast Farm for 5,000 conquest points? He confirms the command, claiming his own territory as the foundation for the farm. Capacity, 100. Tamed, 22 wolves, 1 hybrid, and a single pigeon. He stares at the status window, puzzled. What exactly is this hybrid unit? No time to think. A fresh wave of goblins charges with murderous intent. The system demands a summoning command as a horde of orcs closes in. Visualizing the skill, he raises his palm and speaks the summoning incantation. Portals rip open as the wolves pounce. He's absolutely loving this leveling carnage. Pigeons and the big guy join the hunt. Let's hit 100 today. Back at headquarters, the wealthy director scoffs at his crew's pathetic performance. Forget those losers, he sneers. Call in some beautiful girls to liven things up. Suddenly, the director receives a frantic call. Park Son has already cleared the gate. He berates his assistant, demanding if he's drunk. No solo hunter clears it that fast. But the shock deepens. Our legendary hero has already dived back into the portal. The snack bar lady confirms it. This is already his second clear today. He actually finished 2 hours ago, leaving the director completely baffled by his speed. Suddenly, Aiden gets a call, stunned by the timing of this unexpected contact. Inside, our hero is peak system Manhwa, slaughtering orcs with terrifying, godlike ease. Spotting a lethal rain of arrows, he orders his wolf pack to retreat immediately. He opens portals for every beast, ensuring a flawless escape from the incoming volley. Using transmutation, he sprouts wings and takes flight, diving straight for the enemy archers. He unleashes a lethal tornado, shredding orcs until a sinister hooded monster suddenly appears. He maneuvers quickly, escaping the threat. It's the three-eyed orc king. He prepares to transform despite his active skill cooldowns. Merging with the gray wolf, he triggers a new evolution, becoming a ferocious werewolf. The orc king charges with fury, but our hero remains unfazed. Language barriers mean nothing. He delivers a punch that sends the monster flying back. He follows up with a tornado kick, slamming the king into the earth. As the king struggles, a final stomp kills him, triggering another massive level up. 238 points secured. The gate opens as the 15-minute countdown begins. More orcs swarm, but he's already moving. He sprints through the horde, taming every wolf he passes before ordering their escape. He extracts his pack through portals before vanishing back into the human realm. He notes that the physical toll feels different from his usual beast fusions. His army has reached 88 beasts, just 12 more until his farm finally evolves. Suddenly, an idol approaches, trying to charm our cold-blooded protagonist with her looks. Someone should warn her. The last person who tried this got a soul-crushing response. He spent 1,000 years alone, losing all his romance. On a planet of animals, his social skills vanished. Let's keep the recap professional. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, seeing the idol standing next to Park Son. Are they dating? The fans are losing their minds over this potential power couple. The hype grows as fans speculate wildly. The director is ecstatic, believing the girl successfully seduced the legendary hunter. The director laughs, assuming Son is just a man. Fans go wild, seeing them enter a cafe together. Overjoyed, the director rushes over, telling his driver to step on the gas. When he arrives, Son is gone. He finds the idol in floods of tears. She sobs that he left after one drink because he was just thirsty. The hunter coldly rejected her for being too weak. Broken and insulted, she vows to undergo an awakening to prove her worth. The director is stunned. Apparently, only a powerhouse can capture this man's attention. The assistant suggests another candidate, a top-tier ranker who might meet his standards. He mentions Min Jung, a warrior so fierce she might fit his tastes. In his eyes, true power is the ultimate charm. The director is baffled, learning that Son has already dived back into the dungeon. Just as things get complicated, the hunter emerges again, defying all logic once more. The director stands baffled as our hero looms there with a cocky, knowing smirk on his face. It's pure madness. Only a few mere minutes have passed since he stepped into that gate. Grab him now, the director screams, racing toward our completely unfazed and clueless protagonist. Soro asks what the fuss is, while the director awkwardly attempts to introduce himself. He's completely ignored. The director fumes as his assistant confirms the hero just walked away. Fury explodes. Did you see that arrogant brat? He treated me like I was invisible. Sir, your voice is getting too loud, the assistant whispers, desperately trying to stop the scene. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the air, commanding the director to cease his tantrum immediately. Who dares? The director's rage vanishes instantly upon seeing the chief secretary has arrived. With a respectful bow, the assistant listens as the secretary warns that many prying eyes are watching. The crowd gasps in shock, realizing they are standing before the high-ranking director of the DGB. Stunned by the snub, the director wonders what kind of catastrophe this brute will trigger next. He's terrified. If rumors of this public humiliation spread, his career will be in serious jeopardy. My apologies, I made a mistake, he stammers, allowing the secretary to take full control. The secretary suggests he call it a day, but the director stubbornly clings to his professional duties. You've done enough. There will be plenty of time to tether ourselves to Soro's rising legend. The director pauses, his ego bruised and battered. Is that really the best path forward? He retreats, fuming at the meddling old man while leaving the final negotiations to the secretary. Standing at the dungeon's edge, the secretary reports his current status to his high-ranking superior. The director worries about the guilds, but Soro's speed clearing in this system Manhwa world is smashing records. This is the exact miracle they've been searching for to change their destiny forever. They are investing everything into Soro. Suddenly, he emerges, announcing he has already harvested 100 familiars. Once his farm hits level 2, he'll need 200. One more raid should finish it. But hunger strikes first. Even a god-tier hunter needs to stop for a proper meal. Soro notices the secretary waiting and realizes his fame is drawing quite a massive crowd today. I am 𝗫𝗏, chief secretary of the DGB, the man announces with a formal bow. The gate's administrators, Soro recognizes the name as 𝗫𝗏, offers a polite and affirming nod. I've come to atone for our past mistakes. Soro wonders if he means that previous dungeon disaster. He's definitely talking about that life-threatening level 5 dungeon incident that happened recently. Why show up now? Soro asks. 𝗫𝗏 claims a sincere apology takes time to properly prepare. Soro remains skeptical, while 𝗫𝗏 praises the young man who is still processing the news. He explains how Soro's actions have sent massive shockwaves throughout the entire hunter community. The gate is famous, and the local economy is thriving, all thanks to Soro's incredible presence. 𝗫𝗏 reveals they've prepared a massive reward to finally settle the debt between them. Join us for a culinary masterpiece in the 4th district. Let's continue our talk over dinner. Now that is a proposal our starving protagonist simply cannot find the strength to refuse. Soro agrees instantly, hopping into the luxury car and admiring the high-end interior. Meanwhile, the team returns home, done and basking in the glow of a truly legendary day. They celebrated with lobster and drinks, enjoying a rare moment of luxury they won't forget. The only tragedy was Jun, who had to stay sober to drive the rowdy team home. They realize they need a professional driver and more recruits before Dunnan suddenly freezes in fear. The interviews. I forgot all about the new guild applicants waiting for us tonight. He blames the lobster, while Man realizes he also blew off the construction office visit. If they don't get organized fast, their guild's reputation will crumble before it even starts. Lobster first, business later. Soro jokes, as Jun wonders if Rohan should handle these interviews. He's right, but he still lacks a mercenary license. Only a porter, Man urges him to get certified immediately. The application is tomorrow, there's zero time to waste. Dunan notes the heavy dungeon load and endless tasks. Apologies are made, but the kid will handle it. The master handles everything as family comes to greet him. The feast ends, leaving the hero satisfied and ready. 𝗫𝗏 is happy, but the protagonist cuts the talk. 5 luxury trucks arrived, each worth 300 million. Too much. Not when a life was nearly lost. At the docks, a man spits blood and teeth. A hit is ordered while gifts serve as distractions. You're a funny kid, he says with a smile. Speak your mind. DGB wants a partnership with Son. As everyone knows, the rankings are finally shifting. DGB lacks a level 6 team to claim a sector. Even with massive backing, they failed to bridge the gap. It's a bitter blow to the chairman's prideful heart. The chairman is struggling, but Sunhwa ignores the politics. Ruling the 12 sectors was never his ultimate goal. DGB proposes a 13th sector, leaving him totally stunned. In this system, Manhwa, a level 6 guild, builds cities. The current 12 are buckling under new dungeon pressure. Public anxiety rises as the old guard begins faltering. A 13th guild could be the savior everyone needs. Property values will skyrocket as hope shifts to Seon. Yet, one massive problem remains for the guild alone. Seon lacks the infrastructure to manage a metropolis alone. They need administrators, government deals, and corporate synergy. You have the capital, I have the absolute power. He wants to trade gold for the guild's strength. Investing in Seon is the only path to victory. Top guilds rely on corporations, not the government's help. DGB promises to be the perfect partner for Seon. They aim to monopolize the commerce around the dungeon. He knows his guild isn't ready for city management. On the surface, DGB is the best possible ally. I'll consider it. A new sector takes time. 𝗔𝗏 wonders if the behavioral reports were actually wrong. Is he really a simple glutton who loves animals? It's late, but one final, chilling gift remains. It was hard to find him, he whispers darkly. A wanted man had vanished into the world's shadows. DGB's intel unmasked the loan company's elusive president. He's legally dead. His fate is now entirely yours. The protagonist scoffs, claiming such mercy was never even necessary. Do as you wish with him, he says, leaving 𝗔𝗏 bewildered. He's dead regardless, the hero shrugs, but 𝗔𝗏 seeks a confrontation. The hero's refusal is absolute. Why waste energy? Just toss that trash into a random dungeon. As 𝗔𝗏 reels, the hero dials out. Meanwhile, family tensions boil. The brother answers, stunned. Perfect timing. The protagonist whispers coldly. Jun-Roo asks what's wrong. Someone is dying to meet you. The coordinates are sent. It is the DGB distribution center. Departing in a luxury ride, he vows to handle his brother. 𝗔𝗏 bows, begging him to treat them like blood family. He leaves. The DGB president calls a superior. Still working? Always. The man sighs. Why call it this ungodly hour? The president reveals the meeting with Seon-woo went perfectly. Don't thank me. I must ensure these massive investments pay off. Runaways will flood Seon-woo's land, just like a system Manhwa. A massive urban awakening begins. We shall build a new world. Allies matter most. The protagonist's brother finally reaches the DGB facility. Follow us, Jun-Roo. Inside, the loan shark sits broken. Even bloodied, the wretch continues to spit out empty threats. The door swings open. Just kidding, he screams, begging for mercy. Jun-Roo freezes. Their eyes meet, sparking a shock of recognition. Tense silence breaks. Why are you here? The shark stammers. Someone wanted me here, Jun-Roo says. The shark laughs wildly. Is your brother here? No? A sinister grin slowly spreads. Why summon me? Jun-Roo demands. I wish to apologize. I only attacked because your brother provoked my men. Forgiven. The shark denies the level 5 dungeon trap. It wasn't me. Jun-Roo's gaze remains cold. Think. Could a small-time shark like me pull that off? DGB guild planned it all. I was just their fall guy. You feel wronged? Jun-Roo asks. My life is ruined. Hunted and bankrupt. I'm left to rot in this hole. Tragic, Jun-Roo says, walking away. Wait, you must help. I lent you cash. I even found your mother a job. He stops, realizing he just exposed a secret she kept hidden. My mother. What job did you set up for her? I ran the center. She came to me, desperate for help. I kicked down her door. Her useless husband was gone. Interest was piling up. I blamed her incompetent man for everything. Kill you? Who would ever waste such a beauty? She begged for mercy, trapped by a marriage to a loser. Is there anything to eat in this pathetic house? With that face, you could clear every debt in 3 months. A woman's fate can flip in a second. Stop begging. He leaves the cash and his ultimatum on the table. Find her husband, or she will be the one paying with her life. She weeps as he vanishes. Meanwhile, Jun-Roo presses 𝗦 for the truth about Gung-gu's mother. He remembers how she begged so piteously while clutching their child to her chest. Jun-Roo is shattered, returning home to find only a note and his lonely son. She wrote she was done with him, but he suspects 𝗦 knows her location. 𝗦 promises a reunion if they escape, yet his gaze is far from friendly. The protagonist receives an email from Dr. Tobler. A meeting in England is set. Excitement surges through him. The pieces are finally falling into place. Tobler is the legend who invented dimensional measurement tools and blood crystal generators. He is the architect who birthed the golden era of the dimension industry. In this system Manhwa, he suspects Tobler knows the truth about the rifts in mixed time. Perhaps there's a way to find his siblings, but the person he calls doesn't answer. Fear takes hold. Turn the car around right now, he commands the driver. He heads for the DGB containers while 𝗦 escapes with Jun-Roo, cursing his enemies. 𝗦 mocks his driver while focusing on their high-speed getaway. They arrive at a desolate spot. We are here. 𝗦 calls out to his passenger. Waking from a deep nap, the man wonders if they have reached their destination. He laughs at the truck, noting how far Jun-Roo has fallen in status. Jun-Roo asks for his wife. 𝗦 smirks, promising his men will lead him there. Thugs surround the car. They are stunned to see the Yongar boss is still breathing. They were certain he had been caught and executed long ago. I nearly died, he brags. The thugs sneer at Jun-Roo, spitting insults at him. They mock the loser, Park Jun, laughing at his pathetic luck and cheap ride. 𝗦𝗦𝗓 tells them 𝗔𝗴𝗶 wants his bride. Take him to her at once. They jeer at him, asking if he is here for the runaway, 𝗦-𗥥, inside that building. They shove him through the door, laughing at his desperate struggle to see her. Get inside, you wanted this, they howl, ordering the lights to be switched on. The floodlights reveal a meat grinder drenched in fresh crimson blood. Confusion turns to horror. 𝗦𝗦𝗓 laughs, noting the abundance of grinders in the room. He explains the place was once a famous rental hub for industrial meat machinery. A thug asks if 𝗦-𗥥 was in the second batch of 200 bags of meat. 𝗔𝗴𝗶 screams in agony, "Where is the mother of my child?" A brutal strike floors him. "We fed her to the grinder as a favor," 𝗦𝗦𝗓 sneers. The thugs chime in, mocking her for not being grateful for their hospitality. They claim she could have been loved, but her irritating personality ruined everything. They tell 𝗔𝗴𝗶 that his wife's fate is the least of his problems. 𝗦𝗦𝗓 swings a baseball bat, blaming 𝗔𝗴𝗶's brother for his ruined business empire. The onlookers worry the boss might kill him before the real fun begins. "I will have my revenge on your brother," he growls, plotting a slow, agonizing death. He shouts about the endless sleepless nights he spent dreaming of this retribution. 𝗔𝗴𝗶 wheezes on the floor, yet 𝗦𝗦𝗓 is surprised he is still conscious. Throw freezing water on him if he faints, he orders with cold indifference. Within the darkness, 𝗔𝗴𝗶's suppressed murderous instincts begin to boil over. He remembers his childhood vow: once school ended, no one would ever torment him again. Even as an adult, his life remained a pitch-black abyss with no light in sight. Violent games were his only sanctuary from reality. Only 𝗦-𗥥 ever truly knew him. Later, as a father, the fool would scream at screens while his family suffered nearby. He cursed the heavens, venting his real-world rage into the digital void of the game. His wife could only weep in despair, trapped with a man lost to his demons. He realized he had offered her nothing but hollow delusions and crushing, bitter poverty. A thug activates a machine for the boss, mocking 𝗔𝗴𝗶 to go meet his wife. In that harrowing moment, 𝗔𝗴𝗶 yearns for redemption. The villain laughs, promising to shatter his ankles like his wife's. The executioner arrives, hefting a heavy sledgehammer to begin the brutal torture. "Bite down hard," the thug sneers, preparing to crush the boy's feet into fine dust. While others anticipate the carnage, John whispers thanks for rekindling his dark memories. His calm voice terrifies the mob. A scumbag deserves agony, yet he feels nothing at all. The thugs freeze in confusion, wondering what this sudden change in atmosphere means. The hammer swings, but Jun vanishes. He tears the attacker's arms off in a crimson spray. Their leader watches in absolute horror as the predator finally awakens. Jun murmurs a promise made to his mother: he would never become this monster again. Panic erupts. A monster has awakened. Jun declares their lives are officially forfeit. As a staple of system Manhwa, the awakened hunter begins his ruthless, bloody slaughter. 𝗦𝗏 stands paralyzed while Jun descends like a whirlwind of blades, dicing through flesh. Severed heads fly as the gang members scramble in a pathetic, desperate attempt to survive. Jun hunts them like vermin. They scream for sniper support that will never come. High above, our protagonist has neutralized the snipers, enjoying the show with a satisfied grin. A subordinate asks if his brother is safe amidst the carnage. He dismisses the concern, focused on erasing any evidence that could cause future trouble. The CIS agent notes these thugs are unregistered ghosts. Their deaths won't trigger alarms. Jun continues his carnage. The protagonist sees the boy has truly mastered the system. He's ready now. The hero flashes a twisted smile, savoring this hunt of human prey. The tragedy of the boy's mother was far darker than just a bad life choice. Those monsters exploited her, putting her through a living hell of torture and abuse. The vengeance is cathartic. Elsewhere, elite teams are clashing with colossal, terrifying monsters. Gyeonggi Province stabilizes thanks to special forces from Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju Province. Yet, whispers spread that guilds are failing against the dungeons. Public terror mounts daily. Suddenly, a roar of triumph. Soldiers cheer for the ultimate combat unit, Korea's most formidable team of hunters. The 77th Special Forces emerge, known across the land as the legendary Black Berets. Fans scream for Hong-sae as the heroes return to their barracks after another victory. Kim So-young watches the praise with bitter resentment, wishing she could just disappear. Meanwhile, the tabloids explode with news of a scandalous celebrity connection. Song, the idol from Vitamin, is caught on camera with our mysterious protagonist. Dating rumors ignite like wildfire, and the public is obsessed with this unlikely pairing. While fans speculate, a certain blonde beauty is absolutely fuming at the screen. She wants to find that man and beat him senseless for this public embarrassment. Back in the depths, the protagonist's team is struggling as team numbers swell to 12. More hunters roam the gates, but the legendary treasures he seeks remain hidden in shadows. Kim So-young is left in deep thought, recalling the protagonist's cryptic advice that a millennium of training is her only path. She remembers the captain's hushed words to the blonde girl, admitting his desperate desire to keep his secrets buried deep. In this world, who'd willingly expose their hidden stats? Yet, his sincerity is starting to break through her icy skepticism. Shift focus to Park Seoro. She realizes grinding that level 4 dungeon was a total waste of their precious time. Suddenly, the main character calls. He confirms his brother was found thanks to her, but now, a chilling curiosity haunts his mind. What happens to an awakened? He asks. When the venom of a necroll begins to surge through their veins, panic flares in her voice as she demands to know if someone was actually bitten by that nightmare creature. It's the monk. He's bedridden, his wound festering as he deliriously oscillates between desperate prayers and jagged, hollow curses. He claims it's just a theory, but he knows the dark truth. The monk's transformation is already beginning to take hold. The data is grim. In the history of this system, Manhwa, 38 cases of infected awakened show a terrifying pattern. She reveals the timeline. By day 48, 2 succumbed to sudden leukemia, while 26 lost every strand of their hair. 7 felt nothing but phantom pains, but 3 rankers suffered the ultimate horror, completing the full mutation into mindless necrolls. The warning signs are unmistakable: a scorching fever, agonizing body-wide tremors, and corneas bleeding into a demonic, hellish red. It's a cruel law of this world: the lower your level, the faster the zombie infection consumes your very soul. And that's the monk's reality. His eye is a map of bulging, blackened veins, signaling the end of his humanity. Desperate, the protagonist asks if a bite means immediate quarantine behind the cold walls of a government facility. She explains they're shipped to Australia's Disease Control Center, where the international community keeps the infected under lock and key. There's talk of a vaccine trial, a slim hope that the protagonist believes might save the monk from his fate. But fate takes a turn. While walking, he spots a mysterious man hawking strange amulets on a dusty street corner. Intrigued, our hero stops at the humble stall, feeling a strange pull toward the merchant and his odd wares. The man smiles, recognizing him instantly. Back again? Do you need more of that specialized medicine for your brother? Not this time, he replies. A friend was bitten on the leg by a sick person. The merchant's eyes go wide. He asks for a miracle cure, desperate for something as effective as the previous batch that saved his brother's life. The merchant claims his remedy heals everything from kitchen nicks to rabid bites, handing over a mysterious pot of ointment. The protagonist glances at the label, reading the simple, almost underwhelming name of the concoction: Antiflam. Apply it to the wound twice daily, morning and night, the man instructs. In just 1 week, it should take effect. When asked for the price, the merchant offers a loyal customer discount, promising a deal that seems almost too good. Usually 4 million won per can, but for him, only 1.2 million. He offers 10 cans to ensure a full recovery. Deal, the protagonist agrees, swearing he won't forget this favor as he secures the life-saving medicine for his friend. But the hooded man leaves him with one chilling warning: if he starts convulsing, knock him out cold immediately. The main character departs with the cure, just as guards swarm the area to shut down the illegal street vending operation. With supernatural agility, the merchant vanishes, leaping into the air and leaving the baffled guards staring at an empty street. Only a single pigeon remains. This guy is definitely a hidden master, playing the part of a lowly street peddler. It's a classic trope, the legendary expert concealing his true power behind a mask of ordinary, everyday mediocrity. Back at the base, the monk's condition turns critical. Tension mounts as everyone wonders why Sun Woo is taking so long. The hero asks if the transformation is inevitable. Danyu confirms the grim reality as the monk's screams pierce the air. Danyu prepares to deliver a mercy kill, but Ji-won spots a mysterious device, the final trap set within the room. Will this kill him? Danyu asks coldly. Without a second thought, he slams his hand down on the lethal-looking button. Silence follows. Nothing happens. They all stand frozen in shock, while the monk continues his agonizing, twisted writhing. The protagonist's intuition was spot on. This kid is a total psycho with zero regard for human life or consequences. Keep your eyes on him. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, or perhaps, the tree is even more twisted. Did you think it was real? Danyu smirks, disappointed that hundreds of spears didn't erupt to skewer the dying monk. The atmosphere is heavy. Everyone is looking at that kid with pure dread. There is something fundamentally wrong with him. Suddenly, Grandma breaks the tension, screaming for them to come eat before the soup loses its warmth and flavor. Miracle or madness? The monk somehow stands up, leaving the boys staring in disbelief at the impossible recovery unfolding. Ji-won trembles, questioning if his transformation into a bloodthirsty monster is now truly inevitable. Danyu gathers his strength to eat just as the protagonist arrives, demanding an explanation. Relief sweeps through them upon Sunwa's arrival, just as the monk's humanity begins to fade. With a single strike, the hero ends the threat. Elsewhere, Saporo's level 7 dungeon looms. After 10 days and 11 hours, the world awaits news of the 25 heroes inside. Civilians fill the streets of Sapporo, praying for the safe return of their champions. The hero finally emerges with his battered team, though many bear heavy, painful wounds. In a successful raid, returning without a single casualty is the ultimate sign of mastery. The commentator shouts that the hero's elite team has once again saved all of Sapporo. The cheers vanish as the warriors collapse, including the hero, leaving the crowd in shock. The crowd watches, realizing the absolute lethality of this mission. Breaking news confirms the tragedy. 7 brave members never returned from that dark dungeon. The world is shaken. The most powerful combat team just suffered 7 devastating casualties. As dungeon fears rise, Yu finally opens his eyes in a cold hospital room. Startled by his sudden movement, the girl asks if he is finally okay. He begs for water while drowning in guilt, though she insists the failure wasn't his. She mentions Seuna's strange invitation to Dr. Daigo, hinting at a much deeper conspiracy. He is shocked. Daigo is the powerful second in command of the elite supernatural department. This prestigious state institution serves as the nation's primary defense against supernatural chaos. Their status far exceeds that of the Federation that first brought him into this world. The government wants 𝗦-𝗏𝗏. That bastard is clearly using everyone as pawns for his future. He realizes he can no longer afford to delay his plans. Though 7 comrades perished in the early dungeon break, he feels only a chilling numbness. Across countless dimensions, he has already witnessed hundreds of thousands of his allies die. Looking at Akko, he recalls the nightmare of watching her perish 10 times before. This isn't grief, it is a lethal fury directed solely at the man responsible for this. That snake won't ruin the destiny he built while surviving this cruel system Manhwa. He knows those who recruit criminals have no honor. For humanity's sake, he must kill him. He orders Akiko to find every boat capable of reaching Busuzan from Tsushima immediately. If no ships exist, she must build one. His focus is now sharp and terrifying. Back at the mountain retreat, Jung-ho finally wakes from his long, necessary rest. His head throbs as the grandmother warns him against the dangers of late-night drinking. He agrees to join them for breakfast, noticing his new ID, a registered mercenary at last. Nearby, Dansu manages the guild's channel, tracking their rising influence in the digital world. Despite a dip in views after the returnee reveal, the channel's momentum remains unstoppable. With 1 million subscribers and 10 billion won, he realizes that connections are the true currency. He believes that recognizing talent and befriending the strong is a legendary skill itself. Flush with newfound wealth, he begins mapping out his next strategic move for the guild. Suddenly, Jun-ho kicks the door open, ignoring the request to knock before entering the room. The boy apologizes, announcing breakfast while wondering where the training-obsessed 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏 has gone. He scoffs, knowing 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is likely lost in his usual, relentless combat training. Downstairs, 𝗜𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 chants Buddhist mantras while his blade slices through endless wooden stumps. He finally stops, his breath heavy from the exertion. He curses his lack of speed. If he remains weak, he will surely be left behind. He continues his assault, vowing that he will never let history repeat its tragic cycle. The protagonist, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and his wild nephew are currently deep in the woods, hunting deer. A wager is set, catch the prey or pick apples, but the boy refuses to lose. Even the giant elephant joins in. Meanwhile, our hero finds the temple built with elite craftsmanship. The monk humbly clarifies that it was not a simple task. He invites the master to see the unshakable foundation they have firmly established. Alert me if issues arise, the MC says, while the monks express eternal gratitude. Touched by his care, they wonder how they could ever repay such a noble leader. Suddenly, Gangu roars past with his beasts, urging 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to sprint faster in their wild chase. Our hero smiles, seeing the formerly lonely boy finally find true happiness in this world. He recalls the painful days when cruel parents forbade their children from playing with an outcast. A mother's harsh warning echoes through time, a bitter lesson in cold social rejection. It is a classic origin story. Yet this kid carries no fox, just pure, haunting loneliness. Mrs. Suck announces lunch, preparing a feast to nourish the many gathered children. The monk offers a seat, but the MC focuses on Monkman's mysterious recovery instead. Bedridden and drifting through shadows, his condition had seemed dire for the longest time. Now, he trains at dawn. His face is marked by a crimson eye and battle-scarred features. Memories of childhood torment resurface those days when the other children were truly merciless. They mocked his baldness, calling him a hairless monkey and taunting the defenseless orphan. Suffering from rare alopecia, he was an easy target for those cruel, small-minded brats. Battered and broken, he would sit alone in the fading light, nursing his invisible wounds. Realizing his difference, he built an internal fortress, severing his heart from the entire world. Then, a master appeared, offering him sanctuary at the temple and a life of purpose. He stayed until monsters stained the temple red, leaving Mongjin to mourn his fallen master. As the temple burned, a dark seed of pure hatred bloomed within his shattered spirit. His staff became a tool of slaughter as he avenged his master with blood-soaked hands. To purge the resentment, he embraced the path of an Asura, a demon of relentless fury. Even if eternal damnation awaited him, he would gladly walk through the fires of hell. But destiny shifted when a fellow monk reached out to his fractured, dark soul. Without that kindness, he would have rotted. He credits our protagonist with his final salvation. The MC pulled him from the abyss and restored the sacred grounds of his temple. The heavy burden has lifted, granting him a new, divine purpose in this grand story. Unfamiliar with this system Manhwa logic, the protagonist watches Jin unleash a violent cloud of dust. Everyone stares in shock at the monk's sudden, explosive display of terrifying martial prowess. He vows to walk the Asura's path, making Dango realize their team is full of lunatics. Little do they know, a third monster is currently awakening right before their eyes. As Grandma yells about the idiot swinging swords, the MC feels a sense of apprehension. The monk shatters the window in a dramatic exit, heading out to sharpen his skills. Another mealtime arrives, yet that same chaotic energy continues to radiate from the warrior. He smashes a mirror with his head, a bloodthirsty grin revealing his true, terrifying nature. Only psychos join this crew. Out at sea, Ōida and Kiko approach on a fishing boat. Upon arrival, he leaps off the boat instantly, desperate to track down our legendary protagonist. At dinner, the group wonders if the monk has abandoned his training and run away. Grandma Suck's patience is wearing thin as rumors of the monk's desertion begin to spread. Junho reports that city plans are finalized and residential infrastructure projects begin tomorrow. Our hero warns the team not to slack off while he is away. Junro agrees, but Jake suddenly asks where his journey leads. His destination? England. Meeting Dr. Toddler, The entire crew is stunned. Demanding details, Dunham points out they are crossing Pyongyang heading for Shanghai's vast coastlines. Tracking was impossible, yet Soru wonders if a solo flight is even viable. His pigeon transformation is weak, lasting a mere 10 minutes in the air. Crossing the ocean to England suddenly feels like an impossible dream. Soru laments his weak wings, envying those born for the sky. How long must he wait? Reports confirm China's elite combat units engaged the threat with everything they had. Experts predict victory within a month, but Soru's gut disagrees. Dunham hints at a secret path. The answer lies in taming a legendary beast, a powerful awakened golden falcon. Where? The DMZ. Dunham recalls seeing the creature on a survivalist's viral video. Unfamiliar with the DMZ, Soru learns it is now a wild sanctuary for untamed beasts. Massive, awakened monsters roam there, but one giant golden falcon rules the sky. Soru recruits Dunham as his driver, claiming the man has nothing better to do. Nothing to do? Dunham cries out in sheer disbelief at the audacity. His eyes ache from endless video editing, yet Soru claims he is doing him a favor. Dunham protests, more filming just means a mountain of new footage to process later. Soru ignores the whining. Elsewhere, 𝗦-𝗦𝗏 and 𝗦-𝗥𝗏𝗏 drive, while lost in dark reflections. She suggests rest during the 10-hour trek to Seoul, but he refuses to close his eyes. A location leak would be disastrous, sparking a massive diplomatic crisis between warring nations. Wouldn't official SFC channels be safer? She wonders if brute force is truly necessary. Time is up. A silent assassination is the only way to end this cleanly. The GPS pings a warning. 1,200 meters ahead lies a deadly necrovia red zone. Forced to detour, they veer onto an overpass to avoid the creeping danger below. At the site, Dunham steps out only to face a monstrous, towering wild boar. Soru casually asks for an opinion. Dunham notes its terrifying strength and hatred for humans. Danger. Soru doesn't care. His blood boils with an insatiable hunger for battle. Dunham screams for caution, but the beast charges, nearly crushing him into the dirt. He leaps up a tree, but the boar pulverizes the trunk, sending him crashing down. Safe. Not quite. Hot drool hits his face as a giant, mutated rabbit looms over him. Seeing Soru calm beside the boar, Dunham asks if the monsters will strike. Soru shrugs. In truth, he has no clue if they will turn on him or not. Dunham relaxes slightly, yet begs for distance from the crazed, wide-eyed creature before them. Like a true system Manhwa, a screen appears. Rank C, level 2 carnivorous black rabbit. Terrified by those crimson eyes, Dunham watches as Soru banishes the beast into his portal. The boar is a level C awakened tank, fueled by 455-dimensional energy. Soru demands a ride, summoning the mysterious 𝗦-𗥗𝗏 to serve their immediate needs. Mounted on a wolf, they depart. Dunham worries if the transformation risk is becoming dangerous. Soru claims his personality barely shifts, but Dunham sees a terrifying darkness taking hold. That is exactly why he avoids transforming when facing higher-level opponents. Soru mocks his fear, but Dunham realizes with shame he lost to a murderous bunny. They failed to find the falcon, instead gathering these two. How long will this take? They reach the precipice, confident that once the target appears, the hunt will be over. Soru dials Kim So-young, cutting straight to the point. Where is Blondie hiding? It's been ages since their last contact. Kim So-young reveals her dispatch to 𝗦-𝗏𝗏, and he asks for a direct line. Meanwhile, within 𝗦-𝗏𝗏's borders, chaos erupts. The operator warns the captain only 10 minutes remain until a catastrophic dungeon break occurs. Stunned, she orders an immediate tactical withdrawal, cursing the delayed response from the requested strike teams who have gone silent. Suddenly, a chilling update crackles through the tech guy's headset. Both observation and canine strikes are unavailable. Her frustration peaks as she demands to know why the warning came so late. Air support arrives in 10 minutes, while Kingdom 1's combat team is a grueling 15 minutes away from the site. She scoffed at the absurdity. They were essentially being ordered to face those deadly spiders in close-quarters combat alone. The crew warns the captain that survival is the priority. They must abandon the position instantly or die. She relents, barking orders to secure the gear and retreat while labeling the entire command chain as cowards. The squad scrambles into the chopper, whispering to move fast before the witch decides to change her mind again. She mutters that their pathetic behavior is exactly why they constantly receive so much criticism from her. Captain Choi Soy answers a call from Soru. She's shocked to hear his voice after their long period of silence. He asks her to locate a specific falcon, wondering if her clairvoyance skill is powerful enough to track it. Enraged, she slams the phone down after branding him a total pervert for his strange and suspicious request. Confused, Soru turns to Danso, asking how tracking a falcon could possibly make someone sound like a sex addict. Danso ignores the question entirely, instead pointing toward a mysterious anomaly and asking Soru what he sees. Soru stares at the massive black cloud looming ahead, noting it looks exactly like a thick wall of smoke. Suddenly, Danso checks his phone and mentions a starfish. A breaking news alert confirms a breach at the starfish dungeon. Escapees from the starfish dungeon are now swarming toward the Gangwon region. These monsters breathe fire and explode upon death. Soru is visibly shaken by the realization of their post-mortem blast radius. Suddenly, the guy screams for Soru to take cover as a murderous flock of crows dives toward them. As fire consumes the landscape at an impossible speed, Danso urges Soru that they must flee this inferno immediately. While wildlife flees the roaring flames in terror, Sora watches the spreading fire with a strange, calculating intensity. He realizes the forest fire is a lethal trap, incinerating animals and forcing the survivors to stampede directly toward him. Amidst the circling crows, a majestic golden eagle suddenly descends from the heavens. Sora admires the creature's aura, noting how truly impressive the magnificent bird looks. It's a rank C, level 6 creature with dimensional energy at 462. It evolved by consuming monsters while dying. Sora realizes this is the perfect chance for him to take her along. Later, the news claims the massive Gangan fire dissipated naturally, narrowly avoiding what could have been a national disaster. Experts suggest a convenient local air current extinguished the flames ignited by the starfish monsters. He scoffs at the blatant lies, claiming this pathetic reporting is why traditional TV ratings are plummeting. With a smirk, he announces the upload is complete. Now, the world will see the death-defying footage he captured. The video shows our protagonist launching a brutal assault, using a massive tornado to annihilate every last starfish monster. The storm completely erased them, despite being freshly posted. The video has already exploded with 412,000 likes. Viewers are reeling in shock. There's no way a rank C hunter could wield such devastating, high-level magic. Danzo watches the views skyrocket, vividly recalling the moment the protagonist stepped in to halt the total destruction. He found the protagonist collapse and realizes he should have edited out the part where the hero passes out. Revealing weaknesses is dangerous, but if he transitions this content to TikTok, the system Manhwa hype will go nuclear. Someone shouts for Danzo, asking if he's still planning to join them for the upcoming dungeon raid. Jay and JK announce that a new level 2 dungeon has just manifested in their neighborhood. They urge him to join their raid team. With 3 passes left, he's unimpressed by a level 2, wondering why they can't just clear such a weak dungeon alone. John-Roo insists that his diverse skill set is essential, begging for his help to ensure a smooth run. Jastic reveals Mionin is waiting. They've drained their bank accounts to buy every possible skill book for this mission. Strategic raiding in this system Manhwa requires a versatile skill set for small parties. Versatility is survival. He signals his descent after finishing one last viral video upload. Actor Soru is summoned to London, claiming Earth is now besieged by monstrous entities. Skies and seas have fallen, but he remains unyielding, promising a swift, legendary return. Guard the house. He leaps, eagle wings unfurling as he takes to the sky. The teaser ends. He smiles, knowing this cinematic ad will be an absolute blockbuster. Kiko realizes Soru has left Korea. A confused Kea demands to know his location. She points to the footage. Kia's eyes widen. What the hell is he doing? Why London? If he's from a distant future, he likely knows my every scheme. He's dodging me. Running away proves he isn't ready for our inevitable, final clash. I must confront him immediately, before his secret preparations reach their full potential. We can't wait. Kea growls that they must lure the bastard out, but how? I'll provoke that coward, he sneers. High above, our hero hits his maximum speed. At this rate, the flight to London will take far longer than he anticipated. A chilling thought strikes, he still hasn't mastered his fusion time limit with Gillian. A fire skill alert, he missed the system notification after blacking out from exhaustion. The Fire Fairy achievement is pricey. Suddenly, a red warning flashes on his status. 60 seconds remaining. The fusion is failing. In midair, he realizes he's absolutely screwed. While he plummets, local hunters stalk a massive, high-level bull deep in the wilds. Make it count, Shuan. Don't release your shot until you're certain of the kill. Relax, he scoffs. The beast has tanked 3 arrows and still possesses terrifying energy. It's weakening. He urges Uncle John closer. Just don't miss, the old man grunts. Poor beast, this ends now. He hits its leg, forcing a pained, guttural roar. Still standing, tenacious. Crippling its leg was the right move to halt its escape. Uncle, look. He points skyward. Something is plummeting toward them at terminal velocity. Boom, the protagonist crashes down like a meteor, right in front of the beast. The shockwave of his transformation sends the bull flying. The hunters stare, utterly shell-shocked. What just fell? Uncle John ignores the crater, focused only on their monstrous prey. Approaching the impact site, a strange hum vibrates. The protagonist is surging with power. Agony erupts. A primal scream pierces through a shimmering dome of raw, violet energy. Is that a person? Careful, Uncle warns. It could be a mimic from beyond. A human hand reaches from the light. The mysterious visitor begins to speak again. Suspicion grows. Inside, Soru's head throbs. He truly believed his journey ended in that crash. Blinking, he sees 2 figures. State your nature. Are you human? John demands. He's human, Uncle. Soru identifies himself, asking their names in this strange, new land. Kim-sha introduces himself, amazed Soru survived a fall that would kill anyone else. Yeah, it hurt like hell, Soru winces, but I'm surprisingly still in one piece. Where am I? Singinju. The Yalu River is ahead. Soru stares blankly. He's completely lost. You look like a southerner, John observes. How did you fall from the heavens? I was flying then. I wasn't. The hunters exchange skeptical glances at his claim. Surviving that impact proves it, Shaw marvels. He must be a high-tier awakened warrior. Soru shrugs off the title, simply stating his strength. Are you traveling alone, traveler? I have allies, but for now, I walk this path alone. Soru replies calmly. Move along then, the bull is ours. John sends Shaw to track their prey. Sora lingers, the names Singinju and the Yalu River echoing like a distant riddle. He confirms his path is correct, but panic strikes as he reaches for his device. His phone is missing. Was it dropped? He locates the device, but it's completely totaled. The screen is shattered, leaving him in a desperate bind. Elsewhere, the duo tracks the bull and finds it collapsed. The beast is motionless. They wonder if life remains in that massive body. The uncle realizes the bullet didn't finish it. This beast died solely from the impact of that man's crushing fall. Dismounting, the uncle warns him to be alert. To claim this prize, they must begin the grueling task of butchering. Evading predators here is lethal. Cleaning this kill will take all day, and they are deep in dangerous monster territory. They must hurry. Without this meat, the entire village faces starvation. Every second counts in this grim survival struggle. Our hero interrupts, desperately asking to borrow a phone. His own device is ruined, leaving him completely cut off. Sean mentions a phone at their village. However, the stranger must follow them home to actually use it. The uncle snaps at him to be quiet. Sean remains oblivious, failing to grasp his uncle's sudden, sharp hostility. We have families to protect, he warns. Bringing a dangerous awakened into their midst is a lethal risk. Sean finally understands. Suddenly, the stranger grips the massive bull and hoists it overhead with effortless, truly terrifying strength. They stare in horror. The hero casually offers to carry the load if they'll just let him use that phone. The uncle shivers, realizing this man's power is absolute. Even a firearm wouldn't stand a chance against such raw strength. Sean whispers, suggesting they accept the help. They need that bull, regardless of the strange circumstances. Without this haul, their people will starve. Survival outweighs their fear. The uncle recalls the past horror. Another nomad once betrayed them, bringing a gang to pillage their entire village. Suddenly, the hero asks if they're leaving. Reluctantly, the uncle nods and commands the stranger to keep up. The two mount their bike and speed off, leaving the stranger in the dust. Hold on tight, the uncle yells. No human can outrun a bike while lugging a massive bull. Sean regrets losing the meat, but they accelerate, putting distance between themselves and the bizarre newcomer. The uncle promises better prey across the river. But suddenly, they realize the hero is running right beside them. Watch the road, the hero warns. Distracted by his speed, they nearly veer off and wreck the motorcycle. Back at the settlement, tense villagers wait. Suddenly, a strange, rhythmic thumping echoes from the distant horizon. They spot J-sang, but a massive shape follows. Is a bull chasing them? No, someone is carrying it. Shouts erupt as the pair arrives. The uncle ignores the questions, demanding to know why the gate is shattered. Panic fills the air. Was there a stampede? They explain that everyone left to save Rayon from a disaster. Tell us everything, the uncle demands. They reveal a winged monster descended from the sky without warning. Hearing of this beast, our hero's interest ignites. It rained fire, leaving death and destruction. Chaos swallowed the village. Amidst the flames, Mong led them to safety. But when Rayon tripped, he risked everything to save her. That's when horror struck. A wyvern swooped down, snatching Rayon and soaring into the clouds. Where did it go? The uncle roars, his heart sinking as they describe the flight. He demands a location, but the survivors tremble. What could they possibly do against such a nightmare? The uncle orders a rescue party, but the villagers hesitate. They believe waiting for the chief is safer. Speak, he bellows. He refuses to wait while Rayon is in that beast's clutches. They point toward the peaks. Without a word, the uncle guns his engine and roars toward danger. Sean turns to our hero, begging for help. Please, he sobs, save Rayon from that monster. He promises eternal gratitude. To his shock, the hero gives a simple nod. He's actually going to help. Just have that phone ready, he says. Suddenly, he taps into a system, Manhwa power and sprouts wings. An elder whispers, he's a legendary awakened, a king of beasts. Our hero then ascends toward the summit. Meanwhile, the rescue team arrives, but Rayon isn't there. Instead, a colossal, predatory bear blocks their path. Instantly, the beast targets the group. One yells for Cho to bait it toward them. Disaster strikes. Cho trips, leaving his back wide open to the predator's lethal claws. As Cho falls, a killing swipe narrowly misses his head. Death was mere inches away. He barely evades, but the bear's secondary paw sends him crashing through the air. The team charges in desperation, but the monster's fury slashes them into total submission. Screams erupt from Manhwa to retreat. This titan is far beyond their current level. Fleeing means certain death. They can't find Rayon if they abandon the field now. The bear strikes again. Despite their efforts to dodge, they're tossed aside like dolls. Hope vanishes. They fear Rayon is already lost to that winged nightmare's hunger. Only 4 awakened remain. They cannot afford to lose another single soul today. Facing the beast's return, he realizes running is the only bitter option left. Panic sets in as someone screams for the leader. That massive paw is closing in. Suddenly, a projectile blasts the bear. Our hero descends, shedding his majestic wings. The impact hurls the beast back. The survivors watch, paralyzed by this sheer display. Our protagonist reverts to human form while the group questions his very existence. Is he even human? He appeared like a bird. He simply states Shu Yang sent help. Where is Rayon? The creature took her to its lair. Behind them, they check Cho's pulse. As the leader explains the situation, our hero's gaze shifts toward the wounded. Noticing the severity of the injuries, he tells them to use a high-grade potion. He hands it over freely, leaving them stunned by his casual use of such treasure. Suddenly, the bear rises, but our hero's kick connects first, halting its momentum. He doesn't stop. A relentless combo follows, striking with surgical and lethal precision. With one final blow, the massive predator is slammed violently into the dirt. Witnesses gawk as this system Manhwa Titan, with 448 energy, is humiliated. He mocks the beast, commanding it to rise, bow, and serve its new master. Terrified by his overwhelming aura, the bear immediately submits, awaiting his next command. He tamed the target instantly. The group watches in awe, asking for its name. He reads the data. Its name is 𝗦-𝗥𝗩𝗜𝗜, the fallen king of this peak. Dethroned and humiliated by the winged monster, its pride was utterly shattered long ago. Understanding its rage, our protagonist asks if it knows the winged thief's location. It is time for revenge. The bear roars, its spirit finally reignited. Zhao's song arrives frantically seeking Moon, only to learn of Ryan's dire disappearance. The hero promises her return. He sprints off, commanding 𝗦-𝗦 to lead the way. They vanish into the forest, our hero's wings unfolding for a high-speed pursuit. The witnesses are speechless. A man who tames monsters, he is their only hope. The leader collapses, whispering a desperate prayer for Ryan's safe return. Meanwhile, the predator isn't a bird, it's a wyvern, feasting amidst a graveyard of human remains. Cowering in the shadows, the girl trembles, her mind filled with thoughts of her father. The wyvern shrieks, ready to finish its meal, until 𝗦-𝗦 bursts into the nest. The dragon turns its gaze. They clash, but our hero suddenly appears, de-transforming right above the wyvern's head. His system immediately scans the monster's attributes. 556 energy, but wounded, our protagonist smirks at this tactical advantage. As the beast snaps, his arm undergoes a monstrous transformation, overpowering the creature instantly. He hurls the beast from the cavern, but the wyvern recovers, soaring back for blood. Turning to the terrified girl, he promises her safety and commands her to stay hidden. With a look that fierce, anyone would flee. Confused, the girl asks for his identity. Seeing the beast return, he notes its high-dimensional energy. Can he tame this monster? In this *** system Manhwa***, taming requires the target's constitution to drop below 10 points. A grin spreads across our protagonist's face, but his darker half craves blood, fueled by a relentless desire to crush the beast's skull. He punches the beast mid-air, dropping its constitution to 16. 𝗦-𝗦's hostility begins taking over. 𝗦-𝗦's voice echoes, screaming for the kill. His transformed hand strikes with Urzine power. He tries to stop, but the momentum is unstoppable. Another crushing blow lands. He can't let it die yet, but his control is slipping fast. Realizing 𝗦-𝗦 is untamable, he severs the fusion and banishes him to another dimension instantly. His constitution hits 129. He activates his taming skill, a perfect success. He immediately triggers emergency recovery. Constitution refills to 24, healing its wounds to nearly 100%. Now, he commands it to fly. The protagonist mounts the beast, soaring through the skies on his legendary new companion. Below, old man Chosong weeps in despair until a shadow looms over the terrified village. The winged beast, he screams, ordering the archers to ready their bows for a final stand. They vow to slay the monster this time, no matter the cost. Wait, a scout bellows. The confused leader demands to know what's stopping them. Figures are visible on its back. They realize the girl is alive, leaving Chosong absolutely speechless. The wyvern lands, and the girl leaps off, racing into her father's tearful embrace. A feast begins as they roast the bull they caught earlier that day. Though she's stuffed, her father insists she eat more, refusing to let any food go to waste. Nearby, children laugh and play with the once fearsome wyvern. The adults stay back in fear, watching their children play with the beast they couldn't face. To his master, the wyvern is loyal. To allies, it's a gentle, protective guardian. Taming it grants him its memories, a tragic tale of a horde slaughtered by global powers. Only a hatchling then, he was left behind, narrowly escaping the carnage of the battlefield. Starving and broken, the creature limped across the border in a desperate search for survival. He found a village, a child, and 𝗦-𝗦's cavern filled with hoarded prey. Those remains belonged to 𝗦-𝗦's stash, a grim testament to the bear's past hunts. The villagers rejoice, thanking the protagonist for the first full meal they've had in years. He mended their homes with magic and healed their wounds, restoring hope to their broken hearts. An elder recalls the days before the world fell and the government vanished into smoke. After the great disaster, warlords rose, tearing the land apart with endless, bloody civil wars. They were poor but happy once, living as a family where neighbors cared for one another. When unity shattered, they became prey. How could they hope to stop the encroaching monsters? Life became a waking nightmare, forcing the survivors to flee toward the distant continent. They believed crossing the river to China was their only chance at a future. Chosong explains that countless thousands have been forced into this brutal, nomadic existence. Between the famine, raiders, and monsters, their numbers have been decimated by the harsh journey. Starting with 400, only 60 weary souls remain after 2 long years of wandering. They were ready to move again when tragedy struck. But is the continent truly safe? Chosong skeptically asks if a true sanctuary even exists in this monster-infested world. Given the massive territory, the creature levels and raider counts likely dwarf everything they faced. He's heard of Beijing's legendary barriers, but surviving as a penniless foreigner without connections is a death sentence. Yet for these desperate refugees, reaching that fortified haven is their final hope for survival. Our hero realizes Asia is devolving into a lawless system Manhwa world as civilization rapidly collapses. He foresees a day when the burden of these northern refugees falls upon his own territory. Suddenly, a crucial lesson about the hierarchy of power echoes in the protagonist's mind. To survive, the weak must join a stronger pack, but such protection always demands a heavy price. The elder notes the late hour and invites him to rest in the prepared second-floor guest room. He apologizes for the modest accommodations, urging the weary traveler to recover his energy there. Our hero politely declines, citing urgent matters even as the old man insists it is far too late. The leader yields, realizing they shouldn't further delay a benefactor who has already done so much. Reassuring them, the protagonist watches as 𝗓 is sent to fetch a high-grade redstone phone. 𝗓 immediately rushes to fulfill Chaos's command without a single moment of delay. Receiving the device, our hero appreciates the elite satellite navigation, a vital tool for any high-level traveler. 𝗓 insists no thanks are needed, as their savior's mere presence was a gift from the stars. With a flash of mana, the hero stuns them by summoning a bounty of rare red stones. Use these to level up your defenses, he says, bidding the astonished group a legendary farewell. Wishing him safety, they watch as our hero mounts Ivern and charts a course for England. Breaking news. The high-level Wyvern horde on 𝗦-𝗥𝗏𝗬 has been completely annihilated in one strike. Elsewhere, disaster strikes as a portal ruptures on Bando Bridge without any warning from the system. Two elite fire ants emerge, instantly plunging the vital bridge into a scene of absolute carnage. As security fails, a mysterious, long-haired warrior appears, effortlessly slaughtering every monster in his path. Disbelief ripples through the crowd. Could this be the legendary Lee Sun-woo appearing in person? It is confirmed. The world's #1 ranked hero has arrived alongside his elite guild members. They clear the threat in 10 minutes, efficiently farming everything that crawls out of the gate. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight joins Russia's armored forces to crush the advancing scorpion monster swarm. Tension peaks at the Moscow airport as the legendary S-rank tamer Sylvia finally makes her entrance. The world watches in awe, wondering who this mysterious Dragon Knight leading the charge truly is. Reports flood in that the Dragon Knight is now spearheading the aerial assault against the ogre tribes. The shocker, this wyvern-riding legend is none other than the surprising Korean powerhouse, 𝗏. Footage of 𝗏's bravery goes viral, capturing the hearts of a world desperate for true heroes. However, Lee Sung-woo steals the spotlight with a controversial interview regarding the Bando Bridge incident. Reporters press Sung-woo on his open hostility toward the rising star, 𝗏, demanding an explanation. Sung-woo scoffs, calling Sun's God of Tornadoes title a complete fabrication of his true level. He declares he traveled here specifically to expose Sun as a fraud to the global community. The media erupts, demanding more details on this shocking accusation against a world-class hero. Sung-woo sneers that Sun hid in Korea just to escape the inevitable exposure of his weakness. Are you implying Sun's high-rank status is nothing but a lie? The reporter asks, completely stunned. They question if the extraordinary combat abilities shown in his videos are merely staged illusions. Sung-woo insists Seyun is a low-level tamer being used by the government to farm public funds. The reporter notes the intense rivalry, asking if he has a final message for his opponent. Staring into the lens, he asks if Siru is watching this broadcast through his magic eyes. Stop the circus act and face me on the SPFC stage, he baits, shocking the protagonist's crew. The group's streamer is left speechless. Why is this guy so desperate to prove his own strength? I'm not interested. No way. The guy's just living his life. You're throwing a tantrum, demanding proof of his power. He's even trolling online, calling our hero the Tornado God and claiming he'd win blindfolded. Then, the protagonist resurfaces in the headlines, but the world is in for a shock. Reports claim the main character, whose status skyrocketed after the champion's provocation, is now rubbing shoulders with Russia's President Gorbachev. His brother is stunned. He thought he was England-bound, not playing diplomat. Junho takes a call from the director, who's also been ghosted. The streamer asks if it's that same persistent official again. Junho sighs. The man has been blowing up his phone every single day. Junho knows calling won't change fate. The streamer notes that months ago, that official wouldn't have dared meet the main character's gaze. Now he's buzzing around like a persistent, annoying fly. He claims the hero found nothing in his tower. The government thinks all their surveillance was for naught. The other guy dismisses the secrets, deciding to hunt for leaks like every other desperate team. The streamer laughs. Seeing the main character thrive abroad must be driving them insane. The protagonist's worth is hitting legendary levels, leaving Junho absolutely speechless. S-level dungeon alerts are spiking, and the public is screaming for Korea's true hero. After a level 7 dungeon devastated Japan, 60% of the public is paralyzed by fear, expecting the Seiru Guild to stabilize the 13th district. Junho is shocked that people are fleeing the area. The streamer notes the world hungers for the hero's strength. That's the peak hunter life. However, Junho mentions a massive offer from the director, making the streamer freeze. The deal? A protective wall for the 13th district, total tax exemption, and clearing only low-tier gates. The streamer gasps, asking what he actually thinks of the deal. Junho hesitated, though the streamer thinks he should have agreed instantly. But there's a catch. They want the guild to spearhead every S-level dungeon raid. The streamer is floored. J-Ho can't sign off on a suicide mission while the main character is away. He doubts the guild can survive the heat of a level 7 dungeon and 13th area management simultaneously. Suddenly, the streamer realizes the terrifying gravity of the situation. Leading a level 7 raid is a death sentence. No amount of prestige is worth throwing their lives away. While the main character is busy networking with Russia's elite, the streamer realizes Korea is in shambles over the crisis, yet the star of this system, Manhwa, just does as he pleases. At that moment, they ask if he's still off the grid. J-Ho nods. Cut to a car racing through a war zone. Inside, they're contacting Soon. He asks if the boy sees him approaching the rendezvous. The protagonist confirms he's in the red car. The gentleman welcomes him to London, pointing out 3 massive stone golems tailing them. Our hero casually offers to wipe them out. The old man thanks him, baiting the golems into a narrow dead-end street. Just as the car is about to be crushed, the main character descends on his wyvern. He incinerates the first wyvern with a fire blast, slamming it into a building. The others shriek, but they're already trapped. He summons a fire fairy, unleashing a scorching fire tornado upon the next beast. He stacks the charred monsters together before delivering a devastating flying kick to the final one's face. His strike shatters its jaw and eye, sending the creature spiraling into the abyss. The main character is disappointed. Were they really this weak? It must be their pathetic levels. The wyvern touches down, and the old man is awestruck. The rumors of his godlike power weren't exaggerated. The protagonist asks, "Professor Toddler, I presume?" The man nods. The professor trembles as the legendary wyvern approaches. He realizes why people confuse it with others. It's truly a mythical sight. So, they marked it. Toddler gasps in awe, asking who the artist was. He swears he could feel a Dragon Knight's legendary aura. He offers his gratitude for the rescue, noting that the translation sounds incredibly natural and professional. The old man admits he spent a small fortune on a high-end device before the main character arrived. 𝗕 blood crystals are the gold standard for Korean, yet he wonders if this ruin is truly London. With a heavy sigh, the professor explains that the state of England has become quite dire. London is the epicenter of the chaos. Once the sun sets, this place transforms into a death trap. Curiosity piques our hero's interest, but the old man urges him to hurry and follow close behind. The protagonist commands Barry home. The old man watches, stunned as a beast summoning portal ripples open. In the blink of an eye, the massive wyvern and the wolf pack vanish into the shimmering rift. Far across the territory, the workers freeze in disbelief, realizing they are witnessing a legendary portal. Arriving at their new home, the wyvern greets its wolf family with a thunderous, echoing howl. The workers tremble, recognizing the creature as the infamous wyvern from the recent global headlines. One worker reassures them, calling this farm a sanctuary. Meanwhile, Toddler stands there, completely paralyzed with shock. He stares at the Titan, wondering how such a colossal beast could even fit inside that space. This must be a level 3 farm. Our hero notes the man's deep expertise. Toddler quickly confirms that he knows the subject well. It is the world's most debated mystery. He expresses his genuine joy at finally meeting the owner. Suspicion grips the protagonist. Is he a test subject? They reach the edge of a leveled wasteland. When asked about his laboratory, the professor reveals that the old London has long since been erased. It is a tragedy. Toddler explains that the new capital is New Dover, where his lab sits. The main character questions why they had to meet in this graveyard instead of the new capital. The old man clarifies that he is here to harvest rare materials essential for his secret research. Not long ago, a devastating, large-scale bombardment turned this part of London into a scorched crater. The carnage left behind a bounty of monster tissue and blood crystals for him to collect. He is developing a permanent gateway, much like the teleportation mechanics found in a classic system Manhwa. Our hero ponders this as Toddler suggests that monster-spawning rifts likely operate on the same principles. The protagonist asks if he truly believes such a monumental feat is even possible for humans. Toddler insists that mastering this technology is the only way for humanity to reclaim its future. If they succeed, monster-choked seas won't matter. They could travel the globe in a heartbeat. The deadly blockades on air and sea routes would be bypassed, solving the world's greatest crisis. Without this, humanity will remain isolated and eventually fade into the shadows of extinction. Suddenly, the professor catches himself, realizing he has revealed far too much to a stranger. Our hero senses a hidden agenda and demands to know the professor's true motive for this meeting. Watch out. The protagonist's voice booms with a sudden, desperate warning. The old man looks up in terror. They are seconds away from plunging into a massive quarry. A level 2 ogre whale had emerged from the depths, shattering the bridge into jagged rubble. The beast rears its head, snapping its massive jaws. The old man is paralyzed by its sheer size. The whale struggles against a clinging octopus just as a prehistoric megalodon lunges from the depths. Witnessing the clash of sea titans, the professor screams for the main character to hold on tight. Their car plummets into the dark waves while rescue helicopters roar toward the site of the disaster. Operators report a vehicle caught in the crossfire. They command the rescue teams to move immediately. Hunters dive into the water, calling for David the Muscle Queen and Silva to provide cover. One searcher recognizes the sinking wreckage as Professor Toddler's signature red Jeep. The Muscle Queen takes command, ordering the others to strike the tentacled shark while she saves Toddler. It is a nightmare fusion, not just a shark or an octopus, but a shark with tentacles. If our hero lands this catch, it'll be legendary. Meanwhile, the Muscle Queen plunges deep to retrieve them all. Submerged in the abyss, she activates a sonar-like vision skill to scan the dark, murky waters. She spots the sinking jeep, but it's empty then. A horrific shark with tentacles emerges from the gloom. The monstrosity lunges for 𝗦𝗏𝗏 the whale again, its jaws wide and ready to devour the creature whole. With a graceful arc, the whale evades the lethal bite and races toward the shimmering surface once more. The shark pursues relentlessly. As the whale breaches the waves, spectators gasp a colossal megalodon has finally appeared. Soldiers aim their weapons, but wait, Toddler is clinging desperately to one of the whale's towering fins. If that monster catches them, he's finished. The stakes have never been higher for our young friend. The gunners freeze, finally noticing survivors hitching a ride on 𝗦𝗏𝗏, the whale's back amidst the chaos. In that terrifying moment, Toddler is certain they're about to become a prehistoric predator's next meal. His *** system Manhwa *** interface identifies a level 3 megalodon. To survive, he summons a violent tornado to strike. A massive waterspout erupts. Stunned onlookers recognize the technique, shouting that they'd only seen this on YouTube. It's the Dragon Knight. He commands the fire fairy to fuse with the tornado, dealing devastating damage. Amidst the elemental fury, the whale finds an opening and swims towards safety, escaping the predator's clutches. Soldiers target the burning beast as our hero and Toddler prepare to dive back into the ocean's depths. Even Toddler can't believe his eyes. Capturing a megalodon using a legendary fire tornado technique is simply insane. Having witnessed the impossible, he asks 𝗦𝗏𝗏 if she feels at peace now that her mother is avenged. The whale shares a knowing glance before they plunge, just as the charred megalodon sinks into the sea. Panic erupts on the shore. The soldiers scream as the massive, blackened carcass crashes violently against the rocks. He levels up. As his water skill fades, he later wakes in a facility where Toddler greets him. The boy wakes up refreshed, admiring the beautiful surroundings while Toddler beams with pride at his reaction. Nearby, 𝗦𝗏𝗏 the whale breaches the surface, her playful splashes echoing the newfound peace in the coastal waters. Toddler sighs, noting that these majestic whales are facing extinction thanks to the relentless tides of sea monsters. This city at the world's edge is humanity's final stand. England has been pushed back with nowhere left. Massive cranes loom over the horizon, working on a gargantuan construction project to build impenetrable fortress walls. However, our hero has questions. The harrowing events of the previous night still weigh heavily on his mind. Toddler understands. The ability to communicate with tame beasts was a feat beyond anyone's wildest imagination. But seeing that fire tornado in the flesh, the same one from the viral videos, left the old man speechless. So, the hero asks with a smirk, did the live performance live up to the hype? Exactly. No other awakened can tame beasts while wielding all four elements simultaneously in this *** system Manhwa *** world. He wonders what kind of life the boy led before the awakening mechanics changed his world forever. Just an ordinary life, he replies, though the old man suspects his time in the animal kingdom was unique. Seeking answers, the boy asks if Toddler was the genius who invented the device for measuring dimensional energy. Toddler admits his role in its creation, eager to know if the boy finds the technology intriguing. The hero admits that during every evaluation, he feels a chilling sensation as if something invisible is watching him. Toddler hesitates as the boy explains his theory involves the fragmented planet he once called home. That world didn't just vanish, it was shattered into pieces, manifesting now as dangerous dungeons across the earth. This level 4 dungeon isn't home. Instead of friendly beasts, it's infested with monsters he's never seen. He demands the truth. Where are his friends, and why hasn't he aged in 1,000 years? Who is observing him through that device? He traveled this far specifically for the expert's answers. Toddler is visibly shaken. He believes these mysteries and the boy's interest in the Korean language are all deeply connected. Confused, the hero follows Toddler toward a distant glow, the entrance to a high-tech laboratory. As they descend, he realizes the facility goes far deeper into the earth than he imagined. Toddler explains it was built to survive a nuclear strike, a private sanctuary, and a secret government research hub. He stands as the very first outsider to ever breach this secret sanctuary. Descending the massive staircase, the doctor inputs the code. The heavy doors slide open. "We've arrived," he whispers. Inside, the protagonist freezes. Noticing his shock, the doctor chuckles, admitting the lab is slightly disorganized. Slightly, he scoffs. Yet, the room overflows with top-tier analysis tools and advanced testing rigs. Nearby sits a machine capable of auto-generating blueprints for any item once its unique code is scanned. This entire system, Manhwa environment, reacts to voice commands as the supercomputer greets him instantly. Rare dungeon ores line the shelves. These aren't trophies. They're the foundation of his revolutionary research. Pointing to the monitors, the doctor asks if those strange markings seem familiar to him. Captured over 2 months, these symbols prove a shocking truth. An earthly language exists deep within the dungeons. It's Korean. The protagonist stares, realizing those ancient markings are just his own personal, messy scribbles. The doctor reveals that every recent raid has uncovered traces of this mysterious handle throughout the zones. Confusion hits. Could the same dungeon be manifesting across multiple locations simultaneously? Surprised by his ignorance, the doctor explains that this level 3 gate first emerged in Berlin. Another level 4 surfaced in Oslo, while a deadly level 5 opened its maw in Athens. 8 emerged in Europe, 2 in Africa, and now 4 in Asia, counting the latest anomaly found in Korea. Are the ranks varied? He asks. The doctor nods. Their levels and emergence times are completely inconsistent. Memories of the prophecy resurface portals were destined to tear open near the returnee's location. He wonders if this is the death rattle of the dungeon times rather than a planetary birth. Was a world shattered and duplicated? He probes. Currently, that remains the leading theory on dungeon origins. What became of the life forms there? The protagonist asks. The doctor sighs, admitting the truth is grim. The mystery deepens. This uncertainty is exactly why the doctor sought out the boy's unique perspective. Clasping the young man's hand, the doctor's eyes gleam with desperate hope and scientific fervor. He believes this boy holds the key to the cycle of creation and the secrets of universal destruction. Then, the impossible happened. The architect of the Hangul script finally reached out to him directly. Since receiving that first email, the doctor has been counting the seconds until this fateful encounter. Tension coils in the protagonist's gut as the doctor proposes they solve these cosmic riddles together. The doctor begs for his help, proving that even the world's greatest mind is actually flying blind. Shifting gears, the doctor mentions the dimensional energy scanner, eager to reveal a hidden breakthrough. He rummages through the clutter, searching frantically until his hands finally brush against the device. The protagonist tilts his head. Behold! The doctor exclaims, presenting a mysterious, glowing artifact. It is a memory stone. Despite his hesitation, the protagonist grips it and shuts his eyes tight. Darkness falls, but then thousands of spectral eyes snap open, staring directly into his very soul. An unknown entity is logging his data. He gasps, eyes flying open as the doctor asks for impressions. He describes the terrifying sensation of being watched by a multitude of unseen, cosmic observers. Highly sensitive, awakened often feel that dread. Is this stone the core of your measurement device? He asks. Precisely, the doctor confirms, though the stone itself is a gift from a far greater power. On the day of the Great Cataclysm, these stones rained down from the heavens alongside the portals. Decades passed before humanity realized these celestial fragments could be harnessed for such incredible purposes. Despite the ruin, Europe received a dark blessing, the God's Stone, a relic that redefined modern science. This artifact became the cornerstone of the dimensional industry, a legacy born from the ashes of disaster. This single discovery allowed them to lead the world in pioneering the uncharted frontiers of dimensional physics. The protagonist is stunned. The doctor's entire career was built on the data locked within that divine stone. I've developed a new physical interface, the doctor beams. Would you care to test its limits? A device that measures physical stats? The protagonist can hardly believe such a breakthrough is possible. The doctor offers the prototype. Is this also made from the God Stone? He nods with a grin. But its purpose is different. This stone's data transfer capabilities are absolutely staggering. Through endless research, they've unlocked the ability to extract a person's raw physical data. Our hero watches in awe as the screen displays his exact strength and agility. With this prototype, they can finally peer into an awakened's hidden physical prowess. Categorizing hunters by physical stats will allow us to form the ultimate, optimized combat units. He beams at our hero. Isn't this technology simply magnificent? No hunter in history has ever possessed the power to view another's physical attributes. The doctor offers him a rare honor. He wants our hero to be the first to test the prototype. Naturally, the device suddenly glitches. It's unable to process our hero's monstrous level of strength or speed. Impossible. It worked fine yesterday. Panicked, the doctor scrambles to make an emergency call for answers. The unveiling is ruined. A mysterious system error has paralyzed the device, and the cause remains unknown. Meanwhile, a news report flashes on screen. They've twisted his honest words on a dungeon stone into a vulgar scandal. I wrote about deep literature too. Why does the media only fixate on his most embarrassing moment? The doctor suddenly turns back. I'm sorry. An emergency has surfaced. Before he leaves, our hero stops him with a burning question. He needs the truth. Doctor, where did these mysterious stones truly originate? They are fragments from planet 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Meanwhile, at home, a dark shadow looms over his family. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗧 appears, his blade dripping with fresh blood. He glares coldly at the playing children. The boy's innocent question meets a lethal gaze. Lee is about to cross a dangerous line. Back at the lab, tell me, what kind of world is planet 𝗏𝗏𝗏? On that world, memory stones are everywhere, all vibrating with a hauntingly identical energy wavelength. If blood crystals are batteries, these stones are the ultimate cosmic transmission devices. The legendary High Elves of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 use these artifacts to bridge the gap between worlds. High Elves, the revelation of a superior alien race, sends chills down our hero's spine. They are the sovereigns of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Our current energy measuring tech is just a crude byproduct of their civilization. Their true goal is to hack the Elven network and bring that godlike technology to Earth. Furthermore, they'll build a planetary teleportation gate linking every corner of the world. Using intel stolen from Elven captives, they've almost cracked the code. But leaving now is impossible. But why? Because the world is paralyzed, every air and sea route has been completely severed. Haven't you seen the news? A monstrosity known as the Truck-kun has claimed the sky and the sea. With humanity trapped, the truth emerges. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's high elves use these stones to monitor dimensional energy. They can perceive classes and traits. This is like a real-life system Manhwa interface. Standing before a high elf means being stripped bare. Every stat and secret becomes their plaything. That status window, it's identical to the Elven interface. I scan the doctor, he's only rank F. He specializes in diving. His strength is 120, with only 89 constitution. The window flickers and vanishes. I've rambled on for too long again, the doctor sighs. He's determined to fix the glitch, even if it means staying up all night in this lab. Take it easy, doctor. He suggests waiting here until the guide finally arrives. He suggests exploring the vibrant city market. A good meal might cure this lingering tension. Don't wander off. We'll talk again tomorrow. As our hero turns, a cryptic inscription catches his eye. The text reveals a terrifying truth. Time within these dungeons flows twice as fast as on Earth. The theory is chilling. All these dungeons were once part of a single, massive dimension. Analysis of the carved stones reveals a staggering 200-year gap. The author is an ancient enigma. It's shocking this stayed hidden. The script pulses with a sudden, violent shift in raw emotion. Every stroke of the ancient text bleeds with desperation and profound emotional instability. It's humiliating. As I touch the stones, I feel that familiar, unseen gaze locking onto me again. My data is being logged. In this *** system Manhwa ***, the Aroka elves might know who is watching me. They likely hold the secrets to the great disaster and why these dungeons began appearing. I must reach Aruka. Suddenly, a man approaches and asks if I am 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's William from Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer guide in the booming dimensional industry. The professor is rattled by the news. She demands to know if David caused a scene. She's frantic, asking why the legendary Dragon Knight arrived without a single word of warning. Ter explains an emergency forced his hand. She's stunned to find the knight isn't there yet. Ter asks her to test a new device. She wonders if it's some revolutionary new invention. Touching the sensor, her stats flare. Strength 839, agility 159. It's working perfectly. She stares in awe, realizing these are her actual physical stats. Inspired by England's star, these numbers represent a maxed-out S-rank awakened warrior's peak. She scoffs, claiming she needs 4 digits before she can truly brag about her power. Suddenly, she rushes off to track down the Dragon Knight, leaving T in her wake. T freezes. 4 digits? That's impossible. The world's current ceiling is 9,999. He overrides the safety limits. He must see 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's true data before the system breaks. He sees the final reading and is paralyzed with absolute horror. Nearby, William justifies their caged monsters. Their research fodder, bought cheap to be used and discarded. We've reached the gate. William warns this rank 5 dungeon is crawling with giant grasshoppers. Only 18 hours remain before a catastrophic dungeon break shatters this area. I cringe seeing actors dressed as knights and monsters, putting on a pathetic, fake show. Apparently, it's England's top comedy. Guilds now use celebrities to milk dungeons for easy profit. I hate this circus. Amidst the noise, I ask if we're already under attack. Battles rage across half the country, but the dungeon clearing must never stop for anything. Someone screams. A helicopter plunges from the sky, nearly crushing us beneath its flaming wreckage. A jagged propeller blade shears off, spinning toward William like a lethal guillotine. I snatch the blade midair with one hand, stopping the destruction before it begins. If death is your destiny, it finds you. But today is not your day to die. The crowd panics over the crash, then stares. Who is this Asian guy? They whisper. Recognition hits. It's the Dragon Knight. William blubbers that I just saved his life. William hurriedly clears the paperwork, pointing me toward the shimmering blue portal. But first, he introduces his elite escort, Lawrence Corporation's very own Phoenix team. They're England's finest A-rank hunters. Their leader, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, steps forward with a smug grin. He greets me, but I walk right past. I don't need baggage to clear a dungeon. William is stunned. I tell them plainly, do not follow me inside. He yells about the seal, but our hero is already charging into the unknown. The dungeon's limit is rank B, capped at level 100. Utterly pathetic. I charge in, my power surging. Behind me, William's cries fade as my transformation begins. The elite hunters are left in the dust, staring at the gate in total disbelief. William asks if they should follow, but Robert is too insulted to move a muscle. Let him go, Robert spat. He can't believe a little Asian guy just ignored them. Another hunter warns him to watch his tongue. After all, that is the Dragon Knight. William offers a frantic apology, but Robert waves it off with a cool shrug. They were just idling for a quest anyway. If the main character fails, William's career is toast. Are Koreans always this reckless? Honestly, after binging every system manhwa on this channel, I'd say absolutely. Suddenly, a 4x4 screeches to a halt, and out steps the legendary Dame David. She demands to know why they're standing around instead of purging those locust monsters. Robert wonders why a world-class hero is wasting time in the middle of nowhere. She calls him adorable, but Robert knows better than to disrespect the world's rank 9 apex hunter. You got that right, she smirks. Robert signals his team to move out for the mission. Her relentless teasing leaves the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. Turning to William, she asks why her cute manager is fretting about the Dragon Knight. He reveals the protagonist entered the dungeon solo. It happened in a flash. William is terrified. If this solo run fails, he's getting fired today. Instead of worrying, she bursts into laughter. That's exactly like him. She beams. He truly is a madman. William reminds her this is a rank 5 dungeon, but she just brushes him off. Dame David heads for iced coffee, telling them to call when the hero finally emerges. But wait, he's already out. William's jaw hits the floor. How the hell is this possible? Nearby, another squad reports that 3 elite combat teams were completely annihilated inside. Panic spreads, the dungeon break is imminent, and they're powerless to stop it. Despair sinks in. Are they about to face an unstoppable swarm of giant locusts? High Command is already begging the 𝗏 Guild for emergency reinforcements. With Phoenix teams tied up in Liverpool, a break now would mean total catastrophe. Suddenly, a hunter spots something impossible. He rubs his eyes, questioning his own sanity. He screams to the captain, "Our hero has returned." The captain is speechless. Dame David, however, looks like she just won the lottery. He recognizes her. Suddenly, a fireboar breaks loose, charging straight for her. While William cowers in terror, the beast lunges with killing intent. "That pig trashed my favorite diner," she snarls, winding up for a devastating atomic punch. Our hero watches calmly while William nearly dies of fright. Boom. Her fist shatters the armored shell, sending the massive boar flying. Everyone is floored. A one-shot kill. Our hero can sense her overwhelming power level. She struts over and introduces herself as David Silva, the top ranker. Our hero reciprocates. She reveals she's been dying to meet him. But why? He asks. Back at the Megalodon incident, she realized they share the same soul. We're two of a kind. It's a weird vibe. Then she asks if he knows the secret of her gains. "Do I have to?" He sighs. She proudly credits her physique to bananas. She saw his cave drawings of banana training and felt a spiritual connection. He's stunned. While the world mocked his drawings, she found true inspiration. She trained the same way. Honestly, is this a system manhwa or a bizarre comedy manga? Our hero is having an existential crisis, but she's dead serious. She shows him a photo of her banana workouts, and he's speechless. Working in a banana factory gave her the fuel to survive the hardest grinds. The memory hits him bananas were the only reason he survived his darkest days. To think someone actually understood his cave art after he became a laughingstock. He decides she's actually legendary. She tells him to ignore those meaningless power scores. She scoffs at his banana-fueled muscles, doubting he can handle the high-level monsters in this *** system, manhwa *** world. She demands a demonstration, wanting to see him take on a lethal beast in a solo duel. Relying on raw strength, she swaps her gear and challenges him. Our main character accepts, while William begs for restraint. Without hesitation, they plunge back into the dungeon depths, leaving the onlookers frozen in absolute shock. Breaking news. The Dragon Knight and England's top ranker cleared 15 rank 5 dungeons in 40 minutes before the break. Every British association, including the elite Phoenix Guild, bows their heads in deep gratitude to 𝗏. The Queen herself intends to bestow the legendary title of Knight upon 𝗏 for his incredible heroism. The association leader reels in disbelief. A foreigner being knighted by the Queen is a historic shock. He saved the nation, she notes, but contact is dead. 𝗏 has vanished from their radar completely. He urgently inquires if the Sawn dungeon gate has been conquered and cleared of all threats. Was there any loot? Nothing, she sighs, wondering if a full refund can fix this mess. A grim realization hits. A rank 7 dungeon is manifesting, threatening to bring total, world-ending destruction. Money is irrelevant. If we had just finished the sensors, we could have prevented this nightmare. She mocks his fear, recalling his plan to flee. He snaps back, claiming it was just a joke. Why the sudden patriotism? She probes. He tells her to stop questioning his hidden motives right now. We must bring 𝗏 back to Korea once and for all. He cannot remain abroad any longer. She smirks. Don't worry. Once he sees the internet, 𝗏 will come racing back home to us. He narrows his eyes, confused. What are you talking about? What did I miss? A video just dropped on Sonu's channel. 𝗏 has triggered a massive, world-shaking incident this time. He watches the screen, his face turning pale. What in the hell is this insane disaster? Later, our hero praises Dame David, admitting her strikes were the deadliest among the awakened he's met. Did he see Sylvia? He doesn't know her. She explains Sylvia is a legendary icon among master tamers. She abandoned her entire life, flying straight to Russia the moment she heard rumors about him. Countless elite tamers are flocking to his location, desperate to witness the man who defied the impossible. Why? Because he is the dragon rider. No tamer has ever conquered a wyvern, yet he claims it was easy. Dame David warns him ignore the champion's blatant provocations. He just looks at her, completely puzzled. He hasn't seen the news. The headlines are full of vicious insults toward him. What is this trash? You don't know the hero, she asks. He's the world's #1 ranker, a living god of war. Originally Korean, his name is Lee Sung-go. Yet, our main character insists he's never heard of the man. He's a psychopath, a murderer in a hero's mask. If you value your life, stay away from him. Our hero is stunned. Could the world's top-ranked hunter really be such a depraved, cold-blooded monster? He maintains a heroic image worldwide, but she once dreamed of standing by his side as an ally. She finally met him for a friendly duel, but she was utterly crushed by the hero's overwhelming might. Beaten and bloodied, she realized his terrifying strength. It was the most brutal, life-altering clash of her career. However, he claimed judgment is a privilege of the strong. He then promised to teach her the lethal price of her arrogance. Dame David felt her heart stop as he nearly executed her right there on the training field. He struck again with demonic eyes. Look at my arm. 8 surgeries were needed to save it from his wrath. Our hero is horrified. She explains that since that day, many challengers have died in his official duels. Video analysis proves he kills challengers long after they surrender, executing them while the world cheers him on. It's cold-blooded murder. She trembles. Suno wonders what kind of madness drives a hero to kill. His motives remain a dark secret, and no one dares to cross the man ranked number 1. Why does he hate me? Then he sees the latest news: his own property has been brutally attacked. Rage flares. That psycho did this? He immediately dials his team, his voice cold with fury. They complain about the radio's silence, but he silences them instantly. Shut up. Tell me what happened. Junro reports a brutal invasion. The enemy demands his presence or everyone dies. 2 sentry wolves are dead. Rage boils within our hero. Why didn't the base alarms trigger? A fatal error glitched his status window. This system Manhwa failure meant his pack fell in silence. Where were the guards? He snarls. The ambush was designed to trap everyone inside. He demands a full explanation. How could they let this happen under their watch? Junro trembles. It's Hero, he cries. He's the world's rank 1 ranker. What could we do? The hero's irritation turns to cold fury. Junro begs him to return before it's too late. He's already planning their punishment, a hellish training regimen that will make death seem like mercy. Dammy David senses the shift in atmosphere. I have to leave, the protagonist states coldly. It's a trap, she warns. She can't fathom why the champion is so fixated on him. There's a hidden motive behind this obsession. Our hero narrows his eyes in suspicion. It's unheard of for a world champion to target an unranked, unregistered, awakened. Judging by his ruthless patterns, this upcoming duel is smelling more like an execution. I'll handle it, he says. With a final farewell, he attempts to summon his majestic wyvern. The summon fails. Darkness flickers. Elsewhere, Tony laughs, reveling in his petty sabotage. Such a pity, Tony sneers. Dammy's interference was an unexpected variable in his game. Tony taunts him through the void. Suddenly, ominous system countdowns flash before the hero's eyes. The system Manhwa interface finally reboots, revealing 356 intrusion alerts and a shattered wall. The notification confirms his fears. Mumong and Odang are gone. Grief fuels his rising mana. Finally, the wyvern erupts into existence. Dammy stands frozen in pure awe of his power. Toddler is stunned. The cooldown was precisely 11 minutes and 28 seconds to the dot. He analyzes the 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗧, a synthesized or blending memory stones with primal planetary elements, a mythical fusion of wind, fire, and water that shouldn't exist in this realm yet. Saiyan's energy rivals the high elves. That cursed ore must have corrupted his status window. Touching that much, 𝗦-𝗏𝗏𝗧 triggers a system lockout, sealing all dimensional skills for 24 hours. If humanity is evolving into elves, can anyone halt this cosmic transformation? A secretive phone call confirms the theory. The evolution has already begun. Perfect, the voice rasps. It's time to show those arrogant elves who truly rules. Tyr hesitates. The elves provided their technology. Shouldn't they maintain the alliance with more discretion? Alliances are fleeting, he retorts. Those elves are a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. The doctor warns of instability. Mass commercialization is still a distant, dangerous dream. Fix it now, he barks. Global awakened crime rates are skyrocketing beyond control. Their forced bond with the 𝗔𝗴𝗏𝗧 is a fragile piece that could shatter instantly. The director foretells a grim future. An era where raw levels dictate absolute power is coming. We must find a way to leash this power before the world burns. With Sion's stats hitting 8,000, the doctor doubts if anything can stop such a monster. High above the clouds, our hero soars toward home on Ellen's back. How dare he touch my land, he growls. Back at the base, the crew senses doom. Zhao reveals the message. The true gravity of their situation finally sinks in. The hero promises a hellish training session until they beg for death. Fear grips them all. The streamer panics, questioning how they can face a world champion who slaughters S-rank beasts. The Soro Guild is trending for all the wrong reasons. The media is tearing them apart. A leaked video brands them as weaklings. The public labels the guild as total frauds. Junra checks the forums. The Heroes Guild fans are spewing pure, toxic hatred. The internet is a cruel judge. Despite being the victims, no one is coming to their defense. The question arises, why upload that footage? Simple, it's the ultimate evidence to bring Hero to justice. Yet, silencing the critics is impossible. They're being branded as cowards who panicked when the true danger emerged. Regardless, the streamer mocks the hypocrite who brawled with civilians after drinking all night before being hauled off in cuffs. Flushing crimson, the monk stammers a pathetic excuse about just helping a local bar owner in need. He claims demons in human skin attacked that day, a blatant lie to cover his own shameful tracks. Junro warns of the protagonist's impending wrath. Ju suggests abandoning the guild until the fiery storm finally passes. The streamer's respect for him grows instantly. Meanwhile, the others demand to know the department's official stance. The latest article drops, and the official response is a joke. Stunned silence grips the entire guild. A foreigner invades illegally, yet the government only offers hollow words of regret. He trespassed, launched a brutal assault, and destroyed private property. Those cowards call it a shame instead of dragging Hero to his cell to pay for his crimes. Shockwaves hit as news breaks. Hero has fled back to Japan. How could they let him escape justice? Disbelief turns to pure fury. They're ready to storm the department and demand some real damn answers. Junro urges calm, knowing the officials will just hide behind the fear of a massive international scandal. is 𝗜𝗏 with the Japanese Defense Agency. This isn't just petty revenge. It's more than revenge, it's a political nightmare. The government officials are the ones truly wearing the shame. Agents who dump burdens onto civilians are the ultimate national disgrace. Where is the media? We're the victims, yet the silence is deafening. Is this even our country anymore? The streamer urgently points toward a breaking headline. An American report suggests the Sorrow Guild relocate to a nation that actually protects its elite warriors. Joe R. agrees their defeat wasn't born of personal weakness, but the failure of a fragile, powerless nation. They should have abandoned this place ages ago. Now, all eyes turn toward the only hope remaining. In this system, Manhwa world, only Sorrow can end this. We saw the killer's bloodthirsty eyes. 𝗔𝗴𝗶 tried calling, but their leader remains unreachable. Frustration boils over. In the face of such humiliation, fear had paralyzed them, leaving them completely helpless. The streamer realizes the grim truth. If they hadn't hesitated and pursued him, death was certain. They shudder thinking of the protagonist's grief had they perished in that hopeless battle against the enemy. Survival was the right choice. But how is 𝗏? His young disciples are rattled to their very cores. He's retreated into a brooding silence, locked away in his room with only the television for company. Perhaps this quiet is better. His wild, reckless nature was becoming a danger to everyone around him. Even wild wolves once fled from his gaze, but now a strange shift occurs behind closed doors. The boy is obsessed, mesmerized by 𝗜𝗏's terrifying power. Encountering such a legend face-to-face was simply mind-blowing. We wait for Sorrow's return. Once he arrives, we'll crush that arrogant fool into the very dirt. One task remains before the master returns. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 leads Dan-su outside, ignoring the boy's confused protests. Everyone has their part to play, but 𝗔𝗏𝗏 carries the heavy weight of his own shared guilt. They definitely buried it nearby. Finding it, however, is like searching for a needle in a vast haystack. A sudden call interrupts them. It's the department agent, offering hollow thanks for their vital cooperation. The dungeon raid is complete, thanks to the guild. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 shrugs it was just fulfilling a legal contract. She pleads with them, begging the guild not to harbor too much resentment toward the failing government. Dismissing her, he summons Dan-su to the beast farm. The location choice instantly sparks a wave of suspicion. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 is certain those snakes planted surveillance bugs everywhere before they slunk away into the shadows. Dan-ul defends Chief M, reminding him of her unwavering loyalty and the many times she's protected them. True enough, but keep your guard up. The deadliest enemies are often the ones closest to home. Anel agrees caution is mandatory. There's zero harm in staying vigilant. They arrive to find a sea of monsters. Dan-sul smirks, noting the beasts are having a party. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 observes the growing infestation. He wonders where his legendary brother is hiding. Dan-sul mentions news of Sorrow. He apparently conquered the South China Sea using a massive ice vortex. The news is shocking. If he is already there, he is practically home. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 questions the whale hunt. Dan-sul reminds him of Sorrow's taming skills in this system Manhwa. It is clear Sorrow's level skyrocketed during his mysterious journey. Freezing the ocean is pure insanity. Suddenly, 𝗔𝗏𝗏 spots something bizarre in the sky. Japanese macaques are appearing. Monkeys? Why would they be here? Reality hits hard. The protagonist is in Japan, launching a direct assault on Tokyo. A wyvern screams through the sky. Panic erupts as it descends upon the terrified city. Sorrow stands tall upon the beast, demanding that 𝗜𝗏𝗏 face him immediately. 𝗔𝗏𝗏 and Dan-sul watch the broadcast in total disbelief. The media calls it a suicide mission for revenge. Sorrow bellows for 𝗜𝗏𝗏 once more. Breaking news. The legendary Dragon Knight has officially invaded the heart of Tokyo. Authorities confirm the protagonist crossed the border illegally. Traffic is paralyzed. The police are swarming the scene to contain the threat. The awakened Federation arrives. Lieutenant 𝗏𝗏𝗏 leads the elite first team. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the world's 15th ranked hunter, confronts the intruder. Type 10 tanks are rolling in. Tokyo has become a literal war zone. A swarm of lethal combat drones fills the air, locking onto the target. Dan-sul knows things just got serious. Meanwhile, Japan's top brass are watching every single move. The heavy artillery is locked and loaded. The drone battalion is ready to fire. Every barrel is aimed at the wyvern. Even orbital satellites are tracking the beast. High command debates Sorrow's potential. They once desperately hoped to recruit him. Kurosawa decides to wait. He needs to see if Sorrow is worth the expensive ammo. The crowd goes wild for 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He is treated like a national superstar. But Sorrow does not care about the fame. He only wants 𝗜𝗏𝗏 to appear. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 lists the charges. Illegal entry and inciting mass panic are just the beginning. Sorrow cuts him off coldly. He asks if this man is the hero he seeks. If you are not him, then get out of my sight. The onlookers are stunned. Refusing to cooperate with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is a death wish. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 sneers at the rude Korean. He lashes out with magical binding ropes. It is the prison of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The crowd roars as Sorrow is ensnared by magic. Stop moving, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 warns. These cords only bite deeper if you struggle. Sorrow ignores him. He throws a devastating punch that sends 𝗏𝗏𝗏 flying back. The elite hunter hits the pavement with a sickening, heavy thud. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 crawls back, bleeding and humiliated. He cannot fathom what just hit him. Sorrow's voice is ice. Invade my territory, and you pay with your life. The wyvern roars, shredding its magical chains like paper. Terror grips the city. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 realizes the rumors were true. The Dragon Knight is a total monster. Only a last-second weakened spell saved his skull from being completely shattered. Zoro tells him to leave. 𝗦𝗥 refuses, adding assault of an officer to the charges. This guy is a nuisance. 𝗦𝗥 charges in again, screaming curses at the protagonist. Zoro unleashes a sand vortex, tossing the lieutenant aside like yesterday's trash. Silence falls over Tokyo. Even Kurosawa is speechless at this overwhelming raw power. He's slammed into concrete, becoming part of the rubble. The crowd freezes, stunned that 𝗦𝗥 was effortlessly crushed. Our protagonist remains unfazed, his eyes cold as he ignores the growing chaos around him. He bellows for Hiro to face him, tired of weaklings. Beside him, the wyvern torches the earth, intensifying the terror. The police officers' tempers flare, their faces reddening with fury at the blatant display of power and disrespect. One commander orders a retreat to protect civilians. Meanwhile, Kurosawa views this **** system Manhwa **** level monster as a priceless asset. However, Daigo reveals they previously sent an invitation, planning to reschedule their meeting once the flight paths are finally cleared. Proa issues a final warning, bring Hiro now, or he'll reduce the entire sector to smoldering ash. Both Rider and Dragon prepare to strike. Panic erupts as the terrified crowd realizes they must escape the coming inferno. The department fears for the public's safety, suggesting a satellite strike to eliminate the legendary Dragon Knight immediately. Kurosawa laughs at the escalating drama, wondering why he's so tense. He turns to Daigo, asking who's the next victim. Lieutenant 𝗦𝗥 steps forward to intercept. With a staggering strength of 23, he orders Proa to stand down. Proa stares at the newcomer. 𝗦𝗥 identifies himself as a police official, advising the young hunter to stop his rampage. Unmoved, Proa demands Hiro's presence, granting them a mere 30-minute window before he resumes his absolute destruction. 𝗦𝗥 explains Hiro is currently raiding a level 7 dungeon, making it impossible for him to answer any summons. Proa mocks the delay. 𝗦𝗥 confirms the hero is deep inside the gate and won't return for 10 days. Proa is baffled that the so-called legend needs 10 days for a simple raid, cursing the weakling's pathetic clearing speed. But 𝗦𝗥 stands his ground, reminding him that a level 7 dungeon is an apocalyptic threat to most hunters. Proa agrees to leave for now, but 𝗦𝗥 warns him that he will eventually pay for this day's insolence. Proa scoffs, shifting the blame entirely onto their incompetence. He leaves a message, stealing from the young while leaders' hunt is for cowards. 𝗦𝗥 watches him depart in silence. Kurosawa fumes, fearing that letting 𝗏𝗏 walk away freely will result in a humiliating international scandal for them. The minister counters, stating that deploying an entire army against a single awakened individual is a far greater disgrace. Overruling the arguments, he commands Zoe to escort Proa to Addis using an F-35 fighter jet immediately. Proa departs on his wyvern, but as he soars through the clouds, a mysterious black portal catches his sharp eyes. He wonders if that's the gateway to the lost planet. Meanwhile, the internet explodes as Proa officially declares war. The public is electrified. News of the Dragon Knight's legendary battle in the heart of Tokyo spreads like wildfire. Excitement peaks as Proa's words trend. In contrast, reports surface regarding Lieutenant 𝗦𝗥's pathetic and swift defeat. 𝗦𝗥 was neutralized with one devastating punch during the arrest attempt, proving the massive gap in their combat power. The hospital confirms his concussion. Ironically, 𝗦𝗥's own team begins praising Proa as the ultimate powerhouse. Japan officially labels this a terrorist attack, demanding 𝗏𝗏's extradition or they will initiate war against South Korea. It's reported that ministers are paralyzed by indecision. Domo realizes that thanks to Proa, a global conflict is looming. John R. looks on in shock, asking the group what their next move will be in this chaotic situation. Domo suggests fleeing to America, believing the Japanese would never dare to launch an assault on United States soil. Their leader decides they'll have a serious discussion once Proa returns from his world-shaking mission in Japan. Suddenly, they spot him on the news. Proa bursts through the door, demanding to know where his uncles are hiding. Someone snitches, revealing the group was drinking and watching TV. Proa storms in, catching the guilty party red-handed. Proa's roar echoes as his friends scramble for their lives, smashing through windows to escape his mounting wrath. Meanwhile, government officials are in a panic, arguing that they must surrender 𝗏𝗏 to appease the Japanese demands immediately. A dissenting voice asks why they should submit, suggesting they should hand over Lung as well if they're being cowards. They question why Proa is so reckless, blaming their own leniency for creating such an uncontrollable and powerful monster. The Foreign Affairs Minister rages, demanding to know who this hunter thinks he is to cause a diplomatic nightmare. The Defense Minister defends Proa, asking why only the hunter is blamed while questioning his colleague's true national loyalty. The Foreign Minister erupts in fury, demanding an explanation. His peer just smirks, claiming he was merely thinking out loud. Their bickering escalates until the room intervenes. Suddenly, the air grows heavy. The president has finally arrived. The leader takes his seat at the table's head. He coldly asks if Lasung and 𝗏𝗏 share a history. The deputy secretary confirms there is no link. This leaves them wondering what triggered such a reckless move. His advisors exchange uneasy glances. They have yet to uncover the hidden motive behind the chaos. Reports suggest Ieyasu sparked this fire. Why would a traitor target 𝗏𝗏? The director offers two chilling theories. First, it could be simple envy. 𝗏𝗏's fame is spreading across nations like a wildfire. The president remains skeptical. The defense minister wonders why the world's strongest would act so childishly. Focusing on the threat, the president asks a grim question. Can they truly defeat Japan in a war? 10 years ago, perhaps. Now, they need a massive budget and 10 years just to stand a chance. With a cold gaze, the president issues a decree. They will surrender 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to the Japanese. The defense minister is stunned by the decision. Something about this forced surrender feels incredibly wrong. Others argue it is the only path. To avoid total annihilation, they must prioritize the lives of their citizens. In that tense moment, the foreign minister looks to the director. He orders the immediate preparations for 𝗏𝗏𝗏's deportation. The director hesitates, interrupting the command. He believes their second theory is far more likely. He reveals a deeper plot. This entire crisis is a Japanese scheme to forcefully recruit 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The foreign minister's eyes widen. If the director is right, this war threat is just a bargaining chip. In a world plagued by constant dungeon breaks, war is impossible. Japan is simply playing a high-stakes game. This confirms one terrifying truth. They are desperate to claim 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as their own. The president questions his worth. Not even a legendary returnee from planet Link-Su seemed interested in him. The director counters that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is unique. Every nation craves the abilities only found in this system Manhwa hero. The leader demands details. What power could possibly make the world's superpowers this desperate? They reveal the impossible truth. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is mastering elemental magic once exclusive to the elves of Aruga. While many have returned from the trials of Aruga, the secrets of their planet remained out of reach. Among all the awakened, none have ever successfully harnessed the true essence of that magical realm. Shock fills the room at the mention of high elf magic. The agriculture minister realizes this includes instant harvest. The director confirms the suspicion. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is a walking gold mine. He is a winning lottery ticket that generates endless wealth. But will he comply? One cannot count their victory before this powerhouse actually agrees to cooperate. They agree to treat him as a VIP. Meanwhile, the mysterious Mr. Max schedules a meeting on Earth tomorrow. The director senses the scent of money. He trusts Mr. to handle the negotiations with this greedy merchant. She sighs at the director's mess. Once again, she is the one forced to clean up his political disasters. He tells her to stop complaining. She must bring him to the stage. He will handle the rest. Meanwhile, in a level 3 dungeon, the Sorrow Guild lies utterly defeated by a swarm of grasshoppers. The main character looms over them. He barks at them to stand up. 10 rounds still remain. They are too exhausted to move, infuriating him. Suddenly, a call from his grandmother breaks the tension. She asks if he is starving his students. The main character looks at the pathetic bunch and scoffs. They ate plenty while he was away. For now, food is a luxury they haven't earned. Grandmother Suksha gives up, passing the phone to Mr. to deal with his stubborn nature. Mr. notes he hasn't stopped for 3 days. His high-intensity training since returning to Korea is legendary. He shrugs it off, asking what she wants. She warns him that Japan's reaction is becoming severe. She claims to have found a perfect solution for the international crisis. He looks at his exhausted friends. Following human rules is proving to be a massive pain in the neck. He promises to reunite with them shortly. Upon returning, the group assembles. She presents Max, the SPFC's Asian head, and our hero offers a nod. In response, the official returns the greeting with a sharp, professional gaze. Sorrow demands to know their agenda. Max reveals that the reigning champion recently issued a formal duel request. The champ mocks Sorrow as a nobody, claiming he could win one-handed. His blatant disrespect is a direct challenge to his pride. Sorrow asks, "He truly said that?" Mr. is shocked he missed the news. Sorrow admits hearing rumors, but questions the logic behind this sudden aggression. Max clarifies it is purely for profit. Though Sorrow is skeptical, Max explains that an official match of this scale generates insane wealth. He urges Sorrow to stop overthinking and just sign the contract for the fight. Still suspicious, Sorrow probes deeper. Max insists that by simply agreeing to the terms, he will avert a conflict while getting rich. It is the ultimate 2-for-1 deal for any player. However, Sorrow recalls David's warning about the opponent's bloodlust. He was told to avoid that psycho at all costs. Sorrow then asks if a legal kill is permitted. The others recoil, stunned by his sudden, cold-blooded intensity. Max notes that while the rules absolve them of accidental death, intentional murder remains strictly forbidden within the ring. He forbids any intentional killing. Mr. intervenes, promising to follow up after private deliberation. Max departs, hoping they choose the path of most profit. Once alone, Mr. tells him he can decline. She believes the threat of an all-out war is just an exaggeration. But Sorrow is eager. Mr. sighs, explaining Japan's obvious scheme. They either want to control him or eliminate him entirely. Sorrow dismisses their motives. That arrogant champion simply needs a brutal lesson in humility. Since it is technically legal, this opportunity is far too good to pass up. She suggests donating the winnings to Japan to ease political tensions. It would be a strategic move before the battle. Sorrow agrees instantly. Mr. nods, preparing to send the final confirmation to Max. She adds another update, a direct government mandate. Sorrow is shocked to see high-level politics finally tracking his movements. Mr. explains that the annual Grand Summit for all major guilds is fast approaching. The elite rank 6 guilds will assemble, and they have extended a formal invitation to Sorrow. He is baffled by the invite. She reveals the Sorrow Guild is now rank 6 in this system Manhwa world. She presents the official certification. Soro stares in disbelief at the sudden surge in their guild's standing. She reveals the Ugamo district is now their sovereign territory. Soro cannot fathom being granted an entire geographical region. Once the city is developed and civilians arrive, the guild will take full command. The state is officially handing over the administrative rights of this massive land. This forms Seoul's 13th district. Soro, sensing a catch, asks if this is just a relocation tactic. The guild members are stunned. They remember being treated like trash when they were at the bottom. Now, the government wants favors. They wonder if they are being bribed to do the state's dirty work. The monk notes their lack of training. How can they defend a whole nation? Soro notes the deal is done, but construction must finish before they assume their new roles. They realize completion is years away. Junho scoffs, claiming Soro simply fell for the government's trap. They are exploiting him. Someone views it as becoming a border warden, noting the beast farm will expand effortlessly. Yet, Dong-Su is annoyed. He thinks taking the cash and moving to America would be 100 times smarter. Sumo explains Soro has bigger plans than just a base. He intends to split the territory into distinct sub-districts. Dansu is confused. Will they become branch heads? Another asks if that role carries the authority of a mayor. District 13 is vast. Holding power there is equivalent to being a provincial governor in this system Manhwa setting. They realize Soro will appoint each of these new branch managers. These aren't just mayors. They are effectively lords and castle masters within their own private domain. Dansu grows hyped. The monk adds that the fertile lands will soon make Korea the world's primary grain hub. This agricultural dominance will lead to a level of wealth that defies all common logic. Can they truly rival 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀's farming titan? After all, multiple exchange portals already dominate the global market. 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀's goods carry premium price tags, yet they lack the portals to satisfy this world's endless hunger. They're targeting the niche gap. Dansu claims if this succeeds, Sunwoo will rule a territory overflowing with infinite wealth. They'll become the legendary guardians shielding the entire Earth. He asks if Sunwoo signed. Keeping dual copies is vital to prevent any future legal treachery. But Junho confirms the deal is already sealed and settled. Silunu scoffs. You can't even guard a house. Forget being lords. Finish eating and get back to training. Dansu immediately fakes a stomachache, but Si-eun sees right through his pathetic acting. Just as he grabs him by the ear, Spike blurted out the shocking news he heard. Hero has emerged. This **** system Manhwa **** legend cleared a rank 7 dungeon in a record-breaking 8 days. He emerges looking absolutely battered, yet his aura remains as sharp and terrifying as ever. His first words? A cold promise to teach Sunwoo a lesson. The ultimate clash is finally set. They turn to Lennox, the legendary former world champion, for his expert take. He claims a duel between Awaken is no mere hunt. In close quarters, Hero's vast experience will crush Sunwoo. Bright notes that Sunwoo lacks any experience facing top-tier Awaken on a global stage like the SPFC. He'll soon realize the SPFC is leagues above the street fights the internet obsesses over. Then, they reveal the massive payout for the rank B irregular, Park Sunwoo, for this duel. 240 billion. Even clearing a level 5 dungeon 100 times couldn't match that insane sum. But then, Junho urges Dansu to keep scrolling down the news feed. The headlines reveal a shocker. Sunwoo donated his entire 240 billion prize to Japan. Stunned, they wonder if he's lost his mind. Why give away a hard-earned fortune to a foreign nation? Junho suggests it's a move to prevent war. Spike hopes this finally silences the toxic internet trolls. The monk questions the winner's cut, and Dansu spots it the winning purse doubles to 480 billion. As they gossip, Sunwoo appears. Dansu immediately confronts him about the astronomical donation. He yells that the world is just using him while he risks his life on the line. Why throw away the cash when he's the one putting his life at stake in the arena? Sunwoo ignores the drama, telling them to finish up and head to Jeonju to inspect their new land. Elsewhere, the director explains the prize money was diluted. 5 billion each is more than enough for them. They even forced a contract requiring all future winnings be donated to the National Development Fund. This political maneuver effectively kills any rumors of a civil war brewing within the nation. They mockingly remark on how incredibly generous Sunwoo has become for the public eye. He assures the president this is only the start. Once the agricultural project blooms, their influence will skyrocket. Sunwoo recalls Miso, mentioning this facility was the former headquarters for the Third Corporation. With a few expansions and a redesign, it could easily house 100 elite members. He spots the location while descending on his wyvern, where Miso and the crew are already waiting. Upon arrival, everyone is awestruck. Seeing the massive structure with their own eyes is truly incredible. Sunwoo dismounts, returning his beast to the gate, as Miso warmly welcomes him back. How's the view? She asks. He nods, planning to start the plantations 4 kilometers away. She promises to submit the documents for approval once he officially marks the territory. Sunwoo suddenly releases a surge of magic, stunning everyone with a display of legendary territory marking. Suddenly, a host appears on screen, introducing the world's most hyped martial arts channel, the Helper. Only 15 days remain until the battle of the century begins between these two monsters. Hero versus the rookie, Park Sunwoo. The Helper channel brings you exclusive interviews with both warriors. The reporter rushes to Hero, asking how he's preparing for the upcoming clash with Sunwoo. Hero's cold response, I don't have time to waste on preparation. 7-star dungeons are appearing faster than ever. For the sake of global peace, there is simply no time for rest. Watching the news, Junho complains about their lack of real food, while the monk notes their last meal was days ago. Dan-su joins in, dreaming about Grandma Sukcha's legendary scrambled eggs. Suddenly, a helper appears, mockingly asking if these 4 lackeys are actually the famous Sono team. Shocked by the visitor, they ask for an interview. Donggu suggests checking the fields where Park Soro is likely planting trees. Arriving at the site, the development is already moving at an incredible pace. In Japan, a mysterious woman repeatedly attempts to hack the main character's data until she finally breaks the seal. Before her eyes, a mountain of high-level confidential files is finally revealed. Her heart stops when she opens the first folder. It mentions a terrifying span of 1,000 years. Headlines scream that Hero cleared a level 7 dungeon in just 8 days, while materials pour into Soro's territory. The ultimate showdown is only 2 days away, yet Soro remains hidden deep within his lands. The media frenzy intensifies, and the entire world begins cheering for the undisputed hero. Inside a luxury Tokyo hotel, Hero meets the woman who uncovered the secrets. She asks what his next move is. With a cold gaze, he declares he'll hunt down Park Soro himself if the man fails to show up. She warns him that victory won't be easy, but Hero refuses to believe a mere farmer could stop him. When he demands an explanation, she reveals the forbidden data stolen from the Department of the Awakened. The files claim he survived a brutal alien world for 1,000 years before returning to this system Manhwa world. Hero is stunned. Could he be a 1,000-year regressor? But she explains he never used a single regression stone. He scoffs at the idea, claiming surviving 10 centuries without a stone's power is an absolute impossibility. She counters, noting that while only 10 years passed on Earth, the other realm followed a different flow. Time on that planet was completely warped. Even if 500 Earth years had passed during his journey, it's entirely possible he endured 1,000 years there, completely disconnected from our world's timeline. That explains why Hero never encountered him across 20 years and 25 different regressions. But the question remains, how did he stay alive all that time without the help of a stone? Did he find the Fountain of Youth? No, she discovered he consumed a rare item called the Crimson Divine Peach. Hero's eyes widen in shock as he repeats the name of the legendary red fruit. It's a divine treasure that appears once every millennium on distant worlds, vanishing after only 10 short days. This celestial fruit grants its consumer the ultimate gifts, eternal youth and true immortality. Hero's obsession grows. The thought of a man surviving 1,000 years without a system stone is fascinating. The girl remains uneasy, terrified by the fact that this man has lived far longer than Hero ever has. Hero remains undeterred, vowing to crush anyone who dares to interfere with his ultimate survival plan. As she trembles with worry, the protagonist is back on his land, frantically planting trees like a man possessed. Watching the chaos, Dong-su can hardly believe the sight unfolding before his very eyes. The main character decides he's planted enough apple trees, but Dong-su screams that they're out of time. Ignoring the panic, the protagonist starts on the pears, while Dong-su begs him to leave for the duel. However, the main character sighs, noting his low-level limits his seedling variety, so he'll buy more while he's out. Dong-su quickly agrees to anything, just desperate to get him moving toward the stadium. He pleads with them to go immediately, feeling like he's about to lose his mind from the delay. Suddenly, the main character swaps his gear instantly and summons a terrifying wyvern, leaving the boy petrified. He warns them he won't be long, threatening to kill anyone who gets lazy with dungeon clearing. Dong-su stammers in fear as the main character takes to the skies, vanishing into the clouds. He realizes Soro truly doesn't care, even though he's about to face the reigning world champion. Planting trees 3 hours before a deathmatch is insane, but at least the drone footage will make a killer thumbnail. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Grand Stadium is reaching a fever pitch. With 3 hours remaining, the stadium's atmosphere has already reached a fever pitch. Park Soro is still missing, leaving many to wonder if he's abandoned the fight. Commentators claim this event match is a death sentence for the rookie against the champion. Ultimately, the heavy burden of this pre-fight waiver falls on the state and the SFC. The government must apologize while the internet explodes with curiosity about Soro's whereabouts. According to local reports, the situation in Korea has taken a sudden turn. News breaks that Soro's territory has officially expanded into the heart of Gyeongbu. As expected of a system Manhwa, his knowledge of the future remains absolute. The arrogant unit that challenges the level 7 dungeon will be utterly wiped out. Korea will lose half its S-rank Awakened, failing to stop the catastrophic dungeon break. Massive bombing runs will eventually reduce all of Gyeongbu to nothing but scorched ash. A chain reaction of gates will follow, leaving the entire peninsula in absolute ruin. The government hopes Soro can change fate, but they are nothing but arrogant bastards. With seconds left on the clock, the protagonist descends from the sky, landing atop a massive, roaring wyvern. The crowd goes wild. The director knows victory will place the world at Soro's feet. No one expected this grand arrival with 5 minutes left. He truly is the king of showmanship. Thunderous cheers erupt as his loyal subjects scream his name in a frenzy. The blonde onlooker watches in horror. That monster, he actually showed up. With a casual gesture, he sends the wyvern back into the dimensional void. Is he a summoner? Soro ignores the murmurs, demanding to face Hero immediately. The stadium begins chanting his name in unison, vibrating the foundations of the arena. Hero rises as Soro tells his companions to relax. He intends to win this easily. Just pray you make it back with your life intact. Spotlights lock onto 𝗬𝗏 as he stands alone in the center of the killing floor. A shadow streaks across the sky before Hero crashes down like a falling meteor. Hero sneers. Are you an apocalypse survivor? Tell me your secrets before you die. Utterly confused, the protagonist scowls. What the hell are you even talking about? Hero claims lies are useless, but 𝗬𝗏's patience is rapidly wearing thin. He demands to know about the regression stone and how many years he traveled back. 𝗬𝗏 has no clue what this madman means, while commentators watch their exchange. They wonder what secrets they share. Surely a veteran like Hero is giving the rookie some final, life-saving advice. Drones dip low, desperate to capture every word of this legendary encounter. Hero mocks him. Is it fun playing God now that you've returned to the past? Fed up with the nonsense, 𝗬𝗏 manifests his twin blades with lethal intent. Hero lunges forward, determined to beat the truth out of his silent opponent. The crowd screams for blood, but suddenly, the entire world falls into a stunned silence. Millions watch their screens in a state of absolute shock. From dive bars to mansions, no one can believe it, especially Hero's own girlfriend. A thunderous punch shatters Hero's defense, sending the champion tumbling across the dirt. The arena floor splinters as Hero lies motionless, his legendary status utterly pulverized. 𝗬𝗏 slowly approaches his fallen prey. The hunter has become the hunted. He looks down at the broken man. Get up, nutcase. Don't tell me you're finished. Hero twitches in the dirt. How can a supposed champion be this pathetic? Get up. I know your limits haven't been reached yet. Spitting a mouthful of crimson, Hero staggers back to his feet, shocking the crowd. He grits his teeth, wondering if he's been blindsided by some high-tier magic. Sun glares down at his opponent. Listen closely. There will always be a sky above yours. He vows to beat humility into the arrogant fool, but Hero merely snarls, charging blindly at the protagonist once more. Asterisk crack. Asterisk soon's fist connects again, cratering Hero's face with bone-shattering force. Hero is being systematically dismantled. Unable to track the protagonist's speed, he desperately searches for a way to counterattack. Suddenly, a heavy blow lands squarely in his solar plexus, launching him into the air like a broken toy. Sun seizes the moment, summoning a raging tornado to trap him in the sky before bombarding him with a relentless fire fairy assault. Hero slumps to the earth, a broken mess. The stadium falls silent, unable to process the absolute massacre unfolding before them. The announcer fumbles for words, initially describing the scene as a one-sided beatdown. He quickly pivots his commentary, trying to soften the blow for the live broadcast. Hero is absorbing heavy impacts. This unprecedented turn of events has left the entire arena in utter shock. He turns to the co-commentator, Masuda, desperate for some expert insight on the carnage. But Masuda is speechless as Sun calmly walks over, lifting Hero by the throat like a discarded rag doll. The crowd wonders if it's over, but Sun sees through the act. Stop playing dead. Your HP bar is still at 25%. Why did a lunatic like you target me? Sun demands. Hero's eyes burn with pure malice. Because you must die. Suddenly, Hero's health begins to surge upward. You deserve nothing but death, he shrieks with newfound vigor. Sun remains entirely unfazed. And why is that? Give me a reason. 500 years of planning. Destroyed because of you. Hero's body begins to contort into something truly grotesque and demonic. As his HP climbs, Sun ponders the mysterious 500-year plan, just as Hero consumes a strange, glowing liquid. The fluid triggers a violent surge of energy, vibrating through the foundations of the entire arena. He sheds his humanity, evolving into a horned demon. His HP hits 99% as Sun recognizes a rare transformation skill. I will save this earth, the demon roars. Sun watches in disbelief, questioning the sanity of this self-proclaimed savior. Channeling divine fury, the monster fully embraces his horrific new form to crush the protagonist. With a whip of his massive tail, he sends the protagonist hurtling across the stadium with immense force. Panic erupts as Sun is launched like a cannonball, disappearing into a cloud of debris. The protective barrier shatters under the pressure, sending lethal shards of glass raining down on the terrified audience. Amidst the chaos, 𝗏𝗏 cackles, praising the lethal potency of the stamina recovery potion Hero used. Kigo gazes at the devastation, horrified by the grotesque, mountain-like abomination Hero has become. It seems he brought back more than just skills from planet GX, Kurosawa muses, eyeing the unnatural demonic transformation. Does that look like a world saver to you? He scoffs as the stadium is consumed by smoke and fire. Massive sections of the stands collapse, burying spectators beneath tons of concrete in the blink of an eye. Screams fill the air as glass shards wound everyone in the stands, leaving the arena in total ruin. From her private box, Hero's wife watches in terror as the demonic beast stalks toward our fallen protagonist. Divine fury, the monster rasps. A technique so devastating no human vessel could ever contain its power. He sacrificed his very humanity for a monstrous physique just to wield this ultimate trump card. He intended to save this for the level 8 Frog Monarch, but Sun forced his hand. Then he notices a movement. Emerging from the dust, our protagonist stands tall, merely shaking off a mild headache from the impact. Hero freezes in fear. Sun's wounds are closing in real time. That actually hurt a bit, Sun admits with chilling calm. The demon is paralyzed with shock. How did he survive? Sun grins. I'm not the only one who can transform. Psycho. What item is that? Hero screams. What forbidden elixir did you use to cheat death and return? Soon scoffs, dusting off his shoulder. Item. You've got it all wrong. This isn't a cheat. This is Blessing of the Forest. Hero recoils. How could a mere skill rival the legendary elixirs of the gods? Believe it. An elixir-rank skill that restores all mana and stamina in just 5 seconds. As Soon grins, Hero realizes he's trapped in a nightmare. This is the pinnacle of a system Manhwa world. The hero lunges in a blind rage, demanding to know if this is a joke. Suddenly, the *** system Manhwa *** interface flickers, revealing a terrifying new status. He's evolved into a rank S hybrid. Our protagonist eyes the rank with suspicion. As the hero strikes, he meets the blow with overwhelming force. Trembling with shock, the hero screams that the world is doomed because of him, hurling our warrior across the battlefield. He sneers, wondering if that smug smile will vanish once the truth finally sinks in. Driven by madness, the hero unleashes a savage, out-of-control assault, desperate to see our hero's life extinguished at any cost. An S rank. Is that all? Our protagonist mocks. He counters with a devastating kick that nearly twists the hero's skull right off his neck. The hero howls that 500 years of planning have vanished. In a final, desperate gamble, he summons a lethal tornado. Our hero stands firm, questioning if he's truly responsible for the apocalypse. Is death really the only answer? Broken and bloodied, the hero can barely speak. He rasps that if the truth hurts, our protagonist should just perish. He activates a stolen relic, cursing 𝗔𝗴𝗶𝗀𝗀 for dismantling his perfect vision of the world. How did you reach this level? He snarls, unable to fathom how a mere mortal could stand against him. Memories of a lifetime of suffering flash before his eyes. He recalls the joy of seeing the mechs achieve total victory long ago. Back then, he believed his idol had finally saved their dying world. But the dream shattered. He watched that legendary figure crumble, bleeding and broken. Total annihilation seemed inevitable. He decided then to fix history, even if his name were erased from time itself. As long as his friends survived on this planet, he'd endure the pain even as children wept over their fallen savior. In that moment, the mystic hero's soul stone began to fracture time. Sacrificing his life was the price. The young hero watched, accepting that the world only needed one legend to remember. But while he's trapped in memory, a lightning-fast kick to the jaw snaps him back to reality. Our hero pummels him again, leaving him gasping in his own blood. It's unthinkable. Even as a monstrous hybrid, he's being dominated by a human. It makes no sense. He glares at this bastard, rationalizing that this failed regression is just a setback. He can always restart. Our protagonist strikes again, cornering the frantic villain. What are you staring at? He growls. He reveals the cold truth. The plan failed because of the hero's own weakness. Now, it's time for a reality check. The hero demands answers as the replica stone tirelessly clones everything around them. His obsession knows no bounds. Just a bit more, he thinks, plotting his next move. In the next life, he vows to claim our hero's power and his very soul. He believes only he can be the savior. As the hero watches, our hero undergoes a stunning transformation. A massive punch sends the villain flying, teeth shattering as he crashes through the stadium walls. He skids toward the terrified civilians, his monstrous form exposed. Everyone recognizes the face of a psychotic killer. Broken and defeated, the hero realizes too late that his precious replica stone has vanished. Our hero descends in a majestic bird form. Terror grips the hero. He's realizing Son isn't even human. With a thunderous impact, Son lands directly on the limp, battered body of the fallen regressor. See the world for what it is, our hero asks. But the hero clings desperately to his delusions. Our protagonist delivers the final blow. You failed to save the world because you were simply too weak. The hero screams in denial, but Son's voice is ice cold. Step into my territory again, and I'll end you. The villain spits back that 95% of humanity is doomed anyway. You'll die with them. Stop being delusional, our hero counters. Why should your failure dictate my future? The hero is stunned into silence. A man shackled to the past has no place in the world ahead. What a brutal beatdown. He'll definitely think twice before ever uttering our hero's name again. Talk about a lesson learned. Want to see what happens next? Smash that like button so I can bring you the next epic chapter. Catch you all in the next epic episode.